Thunderclap Zombie. Level 7, Elite. Basic attributes: Strength 40, Spirit 10, Constitution 10, Agility 60. That's an elite level Thunder Zombie, someone in the crowd exclaimed, their voice filled with despair. This Thunder Zombie was once a fitness influencer in life, possessing incredible strength and extreme speed, making it the most feared zombie in the third phase. A level 5 Celestial Soldier was killed. The crowd was utterly shocked. How could a level 5 Celestial Soldier perish so easily? The thunderous zombie became wildly excited upon seeing the crowd, dropped the corpse, locked its gaze on one person, and lunged fiercely. Its momentum was like a locomotive, moving at an unimaginable speed. The zombie went on a frenzied slaughter in the unguarded area, with several people falling with each charge, turning the battle completely one-sided. The situation descended into chaos instantly, leaving almost no chance for resistance. Despair spread in the hearts of the survivors, with cries echoing one after another. Just as they were getting closer to the stronghold, a sudden cold wind swept through, the air filled with a heavy scent of blood, and an atmosphere of terror enveloped the surroundings. Meanwhile, Su Ming had already found a villa to hide in. The view here was wide, and through the windows, they could clearly see the situation outside. The main target had not yet appeared, so Su Ming decided to hold off for now. God! Save me! Mom! I want to go home. Take care of my 7th granduncle. At this moment, a short figure quickly approached from the distance. His movements were agile and graceful, and in an instant, he severed the tendons of the Thunder Zombie's legs with a single strike. The Thunder Zombie tried to escape, but the man relentlessly pursued it. In less than 2 minutes, he successfully killed the Thunder Zombie. Applause and cheers erupted, celebrating his bravery. Who is this fully armed expert? He's incredible. You don't know? He's the strongest warrior of the Star City Mansion. Captain Yamamoto Sanjin? I've only heard of his name but have never seen him before. This time we're truly lucky. With Yamamoto leading the team, they've never failed. Really? I don't believe it. The man turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, instantly silencing them. Unmoved, he took out a pair of brand new rubber gloves from his wristband. Then, he crouched down and searched under the Thunder Zombie lying in a pool of blood, eventually finding a ring. After examining it closely, he discovered the ring was unsuitable, so he silently tossed it to the attendant beside him before turning away with flair. So it really is you, Yamamoto. Su Ming's eyes instantly turned cold. This was his number one enemy besides Hiroshi Shiraishi. Yamamoto suddenly felt a sense of alertness, goosebumps rising as if he had caught the scent of death. But the feeling lasted less than a tenth of a second before vanishing completely. It must be an illusion. Yamamoto Sannin muttered to himself, looking in Su Ming's direction. Good thing I reacted quickly. Su Ming concealed his presence and let out a long breath. He hadn't expected to sense killing intent from just a single glance. However, Su Ming felt a bit excited inside. Having been reborn, he had yet to engage in a proper battle with ordinary humans. In his previous life, he had faced Yamamoto Sannin twice, with 1 win and 1 loss. As long as Yamamoto Sannin died, Shiraishi Hiroshi would lose a key ally. This time, Yamamoto Sannin, you are doomed. After a minor episode, the group finally reached their destination. They saw that Shiraishi Hiroshi's heavenly soldiers had already gathered there. The nearly 100-strong team moved with discipline and order. The enemy is a 10-meter-tall zombie, wielding a massive iron anchor and covered entirely in armor. Armored Giant Zombie Leader. Level 8, Leader. Basic attributes: Strength 50, Spirit 10, Constitution 80, Agility 10. Talent: Pseudo-Giant's body. Its massive body and sturdy armor render it immune to ordinary weapons, and the armor reduces damage by 90%. Joints are unarmored, increasing damage by 100%. Special talent: Cannot be plundered. Pseudo-Earthshaking has a 50% chance to pause the enemy's actions and cause dizziness upon a successful hit. Skill: Scorching Steam, releases extremely high-temperature steam, dealing area damage to nearby enemies. Clearing the channel, locks onto a target and hurls a ship anchor. If it hits an enemy, it pulls them back and stuns them. If it hits terrain, it pulls the user to the anchor's location. World-Destroying Strike, the ultimate move, slams the ground, causing spikes to shoot out from the earth, dealing damage to surrounding enemies and stunning them. This zombie is not easy to deal with. Su Ming understood that it excelled in both offense and defense, with extremely strong vitality. However, due to its poor agility, it had certain weaknesses in combat. Once in a desperate situation, it could even shed part of its armor to gain faster mobility and improve its chances of survival. Therefore, to defeat this zombie, one must exploit its weaknesses and adopt effective strategies. Before changing professions, most survivors tended to favor melee combat, but they couldn't get close when faced with scorching steam. Therefore, Su Ming's bow and arrow were the best weapons. However, boss-level zombies of the same rank did not possess such attributes. Even without Luo Wei's help, Su Ming was confident he could defeat it alone. Of course, this is not because the leader-level boss is too weak. After all, since his rebirth, Su Ming's performance has always been like cheating. These people are simply no match for him. Captain, All the piglets have been assembled, with 110 present, a soldier reported in a low voice. It seems that 60 people have already perished during the march just now. However, with the soldiers included, the total number has reached 200. A bunch of sickly people, Yamamoto said dismissively, gesturing with his hand. Several heavenly soldiers brought over a bucket of porridge and a box of steamed buns, placing them in front of the crowd. These had actually been poisoned. Yamamoto had never intended for these people to return alive from the very beginning. The crowd exchanged uneasy glances, and unrest began to spread among them. I protest. This is not what we agreed on. Didn't you say there would be supply capsules? Why is there only porridge and steamed buns? We've lost dozens of people. When I get out, I'll definitely expose you frauds. Before the words were finished, Yamamoto raised his hand, and the archers beside him immediately took action. A few arrows pierced through the air, accurately striking the most aggressive individuals. The anger within the crowd instantly froze, turning into complete silence. Still shouting and yelling? Do you want to attract all the zombies here? The archer glared at the crowd. After the battle, you'll automatically receive a mission. Participants in the kill will get a reward package, guaranteed to include a supply capsule. Any questions? Providing you with some basic food is also to ensure you have enough strength in battle and to avoid hunger affecting your performance. If you are unwilling to continue, you may leave now. Once the battle begins, anyone who dares to retreat will be executed without mercy. Captain, do you think there's anything else that needs to be added? The archer asked respectfully. 2 minutes. Finish eating and get ready to move. Yamamoto Sanjin said calmly. At this moment, someone stepped forward first and silently picked up a steamed bun. Seeing this, the others followed suit one after another. After the battle began, Su-Ming finally understood. The 100-man group of Yamamoto's ancestors only needed to sacrifice at most 20 people to successfully kill this armored giant. The reason for gathering so many people is that he not only has a cleanliness obsession but also a distinctive trait. He treats his soldiers like his own children and values his subordinates greatly. During the first challenge, the sacrifice of just 2 subordinates caused him immense grief. Thus, he decided to let outsiders charge ahead, bear the damage, and seek opportunities to kill the armored giant. Without stealing his heart, how could he hope to dominate the realm? Su-Ming would never let the enemy succeed so easily. When the armored giant saw the large number of survivors, its eyes gleamed with excitement. With heavy steps, it approached and suddenly extended an iron anchor, hurling it toward the crowd. The anchor plunged heavily into the ground, prompting the heavenly soldiers to reflexively retreat quickly, while others were caught off guard. The armored giant seized the opportunity to close the distance. The moment of destruction arrived. A cluster of sharp spikes suddenly emerged from the center of the armored giant's foot, rapidly spreading in all directions. This was its most powerful killing move, unleashing an endless wave of murderous intent in an instant. Within its 20-meter radius of influence, everyone felt a chilling sensation. The spikes, like ghostly apparitions, shot out from its heels, aiming straight for the crown of the head, leaving no breath in an instant. Counterattack now! A sharp cry pierced through the tense atmosphere, jolting everyone out of their fear. Immediately, the heavenly soldiers united and launched a fierce assault on the armored giant. However, at this moment, the armored giant curled its body, cleverly concealing its weak points. The crowd swung their weapons with all their might, striking its armor, which emitted a series of metallic echoes. The attacks reduced its damage by 90%, amounting to nothing more than a tickle for the giant. Sizzle! The armored giant's nostrils spewed out 2 streams of white steam, its body visibly turning red, transforming entirely into a crimson hue. The area within 5 meters was shrouded in thick white steam, resembling a dense fog. Several people nearby were instantly scalded to death by the high temperature, while those slightly farther away had horrifying blisters appear on their exposed skin, writhing in agony on the ground. The casualties among the temporary recruits were severe, but the armored giant's health was critically low, and it could be defeated in at most 3 rounds. At this moment, the situation had been taken over by the heavenly soldiers of the Baishir family. Suddenly, everyone felt the ground shake violently as a level 3 man came running from afar, his appearance not seeming particularly friendly. Yamamoto, damn your ancestors! Su-Ming shouted loudly. Yamamoto's ancestor's small face turned bright red, not expecting that inheriting the title of Yamamoto's ancestor would be so challenging. According to the customs of Sakura country, women would take their husband's surname after marriage, and Yamamoto's ancestor's mother was no exception. But he was influenced by Bushido and military thought from a young age, and longed to inherit his mother's surname, Yamamoto. This was because the Yamamoto family once had an ancestor who received a state funeral and was enshrined in a sacred place. After nearly 20 years of effort, Yamamoto Sanjin finally gained his grandfather's approval, changed his surname to Yamamoto, and took the name Sanjin to show reverence for his ancestors. However, Su-Ming accidentally crossed his bottom line, igniting his fury. The person standing before him was none other than the founder of Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg. Baka Yoru. Attack him. Yamamoto Sanjin was so enraged that he burst out in his hometown dialect. In an instant, all the heavenly soldiers changed their target, aiming their firepower at Su Ming. However, due to the distance, most of the attacks missed. Just as everyone was reloading, an unexpected scene unfolded. Behind Su Ming was a dense mass of zombies, led by several infamous elite zombies from Phase 3, estimated to be over 40 in number. If they charged into the crowd, the consequences would be unimaginable. They exchanged glances and then turned their eyes to Yamamoto's ancestor. It was like dung beetles encountering someone with intestinal issues. Should we go or not? Time was running out. Su Ming suddenly made a sharp turn and hid inside a house, successfully luring away the pursuing zombies. In the next moment, zombies and the crowd intertwined, plunging into chaotic combat. Hold your ground. I'll deal with that arrogant Huaxia man. Yamamoto Senjin decisively issued the order, brimming with confidence. He believed that, no matter who it was, they would be slain by him within 1 minute. Otherwise, he would have no face to confront the ancestors of the Yamamoto family. His eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he tightly gripped a samurai sword glowing with a blue light, charging toward the direction where Su Ming had disappeared. Yamamoto Senjin, LV6, no profession, SS level talent, Dance of Death. Being at level 6 as well, he is by no means simple. Su Ming reached this level through various opportunities, while others who achieve level 6 are also not to be underestimated in strength. Of course, this is all thanks to his SS level talent. Dance of Death is one of the talents Su Ming wants to plunder, as it allows attacks to bypass defenses and directly deal true damage. However, if he plunders it right from the start, wouldn't the fun of revenge be diminished? Su Ming prefers to torment his opponents both mentally and physically to truly quell the hatred in his heart. At the moment of entering the range, Su Ming, lurking in the shadows, decisively took action. Whoosh! 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 He swiftly shot 3 arrows, skillfully forcing Yamamoto Sennin to halt his steps. However, due to Yamamoto Sennin's strict self-discipline during childhood, his movements were unique. Despite being prepared, he still appeared flustered, especially as the last arrow nearly grazed his leg. What a fast arrow! Yamamoto marveled inwardly. Such shooting speed was unmatched in the entire Baisher family. No wonder this person was so arrogant. However, facing a powerful opponent, Yamamoto was instead exhilarated. It had been a long time since he had encountered a worthy adversary. Many challengers had fallen under his katana. I originally thought you were just a nobody, but it turns out you have some skill. You are worthy of being my opponent. State your name, for I, Yamamoto Saki, do not kill the nameless. Little boy. Su Ming walked out holding the Huaxia war bow, his tone calm. Yamamoto ancestors' brows furrowed tightly. This name carried the suppression of bloodlines, deeply imprinted in the hearts of the people of Sakura country, becoming an eternal pain. But in his eyes, this tall man, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, was indeed called by this name. Little boy, LV3, no profession. It's hard to say whether this man acted intentionally or accidentally. However, his equipment is no less impressive than his own, and this battle must not be taken lightly. Su Ming finished charging and launched another attack. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows flew out in succession. Mom! If the first and second arrows can pin down my position, the hit probability of the third arrow would increase by at least 50%. What a pity, though. Here with me, no matter what tricks you have, the result is always 0. After the lesson from last time, Yamamoto easily dodged. In daily life, he doesn't talk much, but during battles, he enjoys provoking and laughing out loud. This became a habit he developed after changing his name, as well as a form of a warrior's confidence. However, in Su Ming's eyes, this confidence was a symbol of his constraints and stubbornness. In a duel between masters, victory or defeat often hinges on a razor's edge. After steadying himself, Yamamoto confidently saw through Su Ming's tricks. This kid must have used some kind of mysterious skill to shoot 3 arrows in a row. If that's all he has, then this match is destined to be my victory. Yamamoto's steps were light, as if dancing, confident he could evade any attack. Swoosh! Arrow of Retribution. A purplish-red crystal arrow shot straight at his chest, moving so fast that he had nowhere to dodge. Just by the color of the arrow, Yamamoto's ancestors could judge its immense power. As the arrow was about to hit, his feet moved nimbly, retreating nearly 10 meters in an instant. From his swift retreating posture, it was clear that this strike made him somewhat apprehensive. Ha ha ha! Despicable Huaxia man! Your arrows are fast, but their accuracy is still lacking. Yamamoto Senjin gasped heavily, looking disheveled yet still mocking Su Ming, as if trying to console himself. Before his words had finished, a piercing wail suddenly came from behind. He discovered that 6 of his subordinates had already been struck by arrows and fallen to the ground, groaning in pain. The previously passive mutant zombie now begins a fierce counterattack. A squad attempts to move forward for rescue, but Su Ming cleverly uses his skills to pierce through them like skewered candied hawthorns. The next second, the mutant zombie displays astonishing combat power, directly enacting a bare-handed enemy tear. Oops, missed my shot. Su Ming apologizes verbally, but a hint of mischief flashes across his face. Yamamoto Senjin, his face gloomy. He finally understood that the man before him had no intention of targeting him. These subordinates were all top-notch experts, yet he couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. That man had effortlessly taken the lives of 11 of his subordinates in just 10 seconds, while he himself hadn't even touched the hem of his clothes. You shameless Chinese! How dare you play such a trick of feinting east and striking west? Yamamoto Senjin shouted angrily. Current collapse level, 30%, weakness level, 0%. He activated his acceleration skill and charged toward Su Ming. As long as he could get close, Yamamoto Ancestor believed he had 100 ways to kill him. But now, Su Ming's attributes, bolstered by his equipment, had completely suppressed Yamamoto Ancestor. If Su Ming wished, Yamamoto Ancestor probably couldn't even catch a glimpse of his taillights. Thus, Su Ming paid no attention to Yamamoto Ancestor's pursuit, nimbly weaving through the edges of the battlefield, humming a tune, while his war bow in hand precisely reaped the lives of the heavenly soldiers. We are all sharpshooters, every bullet takes down an enemy. Drawing the bow and shooting an arrow. A headshot with one arrow. Once more. All movements flow seamlessly, executed in one go without the slightest pause. 1, 2, 3. Even counting the aiming time, Su Ming killed over 40 heavenly soldiers and more than 10 mutated zombies within 2.5 minutes. But this was not his limit. A speed of one arrow every 0.5 seconds is the limit of the Huaxia battle bow. If it weren't for some mutated zombies having tough and thick skin, his speed could have been even faster. It seems it's time to switch to a handy weapon. Su Ming also meticulously controlled the ratio of heavenly soldiers to mutated zombies, ensuring that neither side had too many numbers and the battle didn't spiral out of control. Captain, we've suffered heavy losses. A crossbowman subordinate, with an arrow stuck in his shoulder, approached Yamamoto Ancestor in terror. Yamamoto Ancestor stared at the ground full of corpses and anxiously asked, "How many people have died?" "Captain." The crossbowman's voice trembled. The captain of the first squad responsible for holding off the armored titan was unfortunately killed by an arrow. To ensure the mission continues, the second squad has taken over, but during the handover, several brothers couldn't make it. The situation with the third squad on the perimeter is the most dire. Yamamoto interrupted him. "Enough. How many have died exactly?" The crossbowman trembled as he replied, "Captain. Before the battle, there were a total of 103 soldiers. Now, including you and me, only 44 remain. But among them, 8 brothers are severely injured and can no longer fight." Whoosh! Su Ming shot an arrow through the heart of the incapacitated crossbowman, killing him along with several others behind him. The number of survivors dropped to 39. 4 is an unlucky number in Huaxia, change it. Bakayaru. You despicable Huaxia person, completely disregarding the Bushido spirit. How dare you attack an injured person? Yamamoto Senjin roared angrily, his eyes blazing with fury. Immediately, he took out a bottle of bubbling green potion from his wristband and drank it without hesitation. Shameless Huaxia person, you must pay the price for this. Current collapse level, 60%, weakness level, 0%. Berserk potion, superior grade consumable. Increases movement speed and attack speed by 30% for 60 seconds, while also boosting attack power and defense by 30%. After the duration ends, enters a weakened state, reducing all attributes by 90% for 1 hour. Only one potion of the same type can take effect at a time. This was his final trump card, just obtained from a refined treasure chest. After consuming the potion, Yamamoto felt a surge of immense power flooding his entire body, as if he were about to explode at any moment. He had calculated that once he took the potion, his speed would surpass Su Ming's. As long as he got close, he had countless ways to kill Su Ming. Yamamoto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he reassessed the terrifying man before him. The fear brought by Su Ming instead ignited his fighting spirit. He activated his acceleration skill, his body moving like a phantom. If he were given a pair of wings, he might just take off on the spot. As Yamamoto charged forward at high speed, Su Ming remained calmly standing in place, quietly observing his movements. This is the Berserk Potion. Treacherous Chinese, you're doomed. Yamamoto Senjin threatened in a low voice. Within 60 seconds, your time is up. His subordinates were also excited by the captain's tone, as it had been a long time since they had seen him so serious and agitated. Death mark. A dark red triangular symbol suddenly appeared above Yamamoto Ancestor's head. This mark lasts for 10 minutes, greatly enhancing Su Ming's movement and attack speed. Yamamoto Ancestor thought he could catch up to Su Ming, but unexpectedly, the speed gap between them was like heaven and earth. The next second, he fell into despair. He watched helplessly as Su Ming made his move at an astonishing speed, while he could only trail far behind, powerless and eating dust. Don't run! Shameless Chinese, let's fight head-on! Yamamoto Senjin roared, but Su Ming paid him no heed. At this moment, Yamamoto Senjin no longer had the demeanor of the strongest warrior. His subordinates fell one by one to the ground, completely powerless to resist, like chickens awaiting slaughter. Su Ming thoughtfully pierced their lungs, causing them to scream in agony before their death. That kind of desperate scream from lack of oxygen was chilling. Every scream was like a sharp knife, deeply stabbing into Yamamoto's ancestors' hearts. Time seemed to stand still, and 1 minute felt like an eternity. Current collapse level, 90%, weakness level, 99%. Yamamoto, the elder, collapsed powerlessly to his knees, with more than 10 loyal subordinates shielding him from behind. On the battlefield, apart from them, only the armored giant remained barely alive. A look of confusion and fear appeared in Yamamoto's eyes as he whispered, "Who exactly are you?" His thoughts returned to over 100 years ago, to the Sakura nation dominated by the fear of little boy. He knew that with his current strength and the dying armored titan, there was no way to compete with Su Ming. If the armored titan died, it would simply mean working for Su Ming for nothing. A nearly insane idea emerged in his mind. "Come on, Captain," Su Ming taunted. Yamamoto Sanjin slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with despair. Suddenly, he shouted frantically at his subordinates, "Everyone, shatter like jade." Without fear, the crowd, like moths to a flame, surrounded Yamamoto Sanjin and charged resolutely toward the towering, crumbling armored giant. Su Ming, quick-eyed and swift-handed, shot down the heavenly soldiers supporting Yamamoto's ancestor with just a few arrows. The remaining subordinates clung tightly to the armored giant, only to be engulfed by steam in an instant. Seeing the armored giant on its last breath, its body suddenly underwent a transformation. In an instant, the armored giant emitted a massive amount of steam, and the surroundings were filled with heat. The high-temperature steam quickly condensed, forming a white mist that enveloped a 100-meter radius. The armored giant's form underwent significant changes, with the wounds from battle healing rapidly, as if time were reversing on its body. Its height increased by nearly a meter, exuding an aura of strength that commanded awe. Immediately after, a pale blue barrier suddenly appeared, surrounding everyone. Ding! The armored giant has reached the kill limit and successfully advanced to a Lord-level boss. At the current stage, the Lord-level boss is too powerful. Survivors, please proceed with caution. The barrier will automatically disappear after the novice protection period ends. For safety reasons, it is strongly recommended that survivors engage the Lord-level boss only after the novice protection period ends. Yamamoto originally just wanted to avoid dying at Su Ming's hands, but unexpectedly, by sheer chance, the armored giant successfully advanced after killing the last few heavenly soldiers. Seeing the boss evolve, Yamamoto's collapse value actually recovered to 50%. Armored Giant King Zombie Lord. Level, 9, Lord level. Basic attributes, Strength, 80, Spirit, 10, Constitution, 100, Agility, 10. Talent, True Giant's Body. The massive physique and sturdy armor render ordinary weapons ineffective, reducing damage by 99%. Joint areas lack armor, increasing damage by 100%. Special talent, Cannot be plundered. True Earthshaking Strike. Upon a successful attack, 100% chance to put the enemy in a paused state and trigger a stun effect. Skill, Scorching Steam. Passive skill, high-pressure steam envelopes the body, causing area damage to nearby enemies. Clear the channel, lock onto a target, hurl the anchor forcefully. If it hits an enemy, pull them back and stun them. If it hits terrain, pull yourself to the anchor's location. Earth-Shattering Strike, the ultimate move. Slam the anchor into the ground, causing spikes to shoot up from below, dealing damage to surrounding enemies and stunning them. Yamamoto collapsed weakly to the ground, but the smile on his face was exceptionally radiant. He immediately checked the information on the Armored Giant King. Although the skills hadn't significantly improved, True Giant's Body had received an epic upgrade. The main attributes have been enhanced again, with Strength reaching 80 and Constitution even hitting 100. With such high attack and defense attributes, probably only his SS-level talent Dance of Death can gain an advantage. Even though Su Ming in front of him is powerful, it is absolutely impossible for him to be a match for the Armored Giant King. Since defeating Su Ming is not an option, let this boss deal with him. Ha ha ha. Weak Huaxia man, you cannot win. Yamamoto Sannin, like a shell-less turtle, forced himself upright, revealing a wicked smile. Oh, is that so? Su Ming responded indifferently. Death Mark. A dark red mark suddenly appeared above the head of the Armored Giant King. Speed is crucial to take it down. The newly evolved Armored Giant King immediately sensed Su Ming's hostility, charging forward like a runaway horse, dragging a massive ship anchor with overwhelming momentum. However, its agility of 10 does make it somewhat slow, all bark and no bite. The giant stands 4 meters tall, and with each step, the ground sinks into pits, while the ship anchor carves deep trenches into the earth. Su Ming had carefully observed the Armored Giant King's skills during the previous battle and was able to grasp the skill's release distance and attack range based on his experience. His movements were agile and effortless, leaving Yamamoto speechless in astonishment. He noticed multiple times the slight tremors in the Armored Giant King's body, which were clearly signs of skill activation. However, every time, Su Ming precisely suppressed it all. The Armored Giant King finally lost his patience and suddenly flung a grappling hook behind Su Ming. Its massive body lunged forward, and upon landing, it immediately activated a devastating skill. But Su Ming was already prepared. The Armored Giant King was stunned to discover that Su Ming had just stepped away before the barbs appeared. What incredible speed! The range of destruction was immense, even its speed couldn't escape, yet this man managed to do it. It seems that Su Ming did not go all out in his battle with the Armored Giant King. But what does that matter? Yamamoto the Elder did not believe Su Ming could break through the Armored Giant King's defenses. Sure enough, the 2 arrows shot by Su Ming were aimed directly at the eyes of the armored giant king. However, just as the arrows were about to hit, the armored giant king lightly blinked. In that instant, the eyelids, like solid steel plates, blocked Su Ming's arrows. With Su Ming's attack power, the arrows only caused the eyelids to turn slightly red. 99% damage reduction makes normal attacks powerless. Ha ha ha. Poor Huaxia people, you can't even break through its defense, can you? Ah, but my SS level talent, Dance of Death, can ignore defense. How about I lend it to you? If you want it, come and take it yourself. Yamamoto, knowing his life was about to end, used various words to mock Su Ming, attempting to find a bit of pleasure in his final moments. 99% of his weakness was evident, and the last 1% probably lay in his mouth. Even after being cremated, his mouth would still remain stubborn. In his view, how could something like plundering talent be possible? Oh, alright. Su Ming's lips curled into a sly smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately activated the Hand of Plunder. Originally, Su Ming planned to defeat the armored giant king with his strength, but Yamamoto's ancestor took the initiative to intervene. No more hiding, it's time to lay the cards on the table. Anyway, I was going to take it sooner or later. Since you're letting me take it, I won't hold back. Ding! You used Plunder Hand on the survivor, Yamamoto Senjin. Yamamoto Senjin's current collapse level, 50%, weakness level, 99%, talent plunder successful. Remaining attempts, 0. Ding! You have obtained the SS level talent, Dance of Death. Talent, Dance of Death, SS level. Talent level, SS level. Unthinking / all your attacks will deal true damage, ignoring all armor and shields. Yamamoto felt his body completely drained, as if something precious had left him forever. He checked the attribute panel, his eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. Has his talent really vanished into thin air? This is truly a prophecy come true. How is this possible? Yamamoto the Elder cried out in agony, blood spurting wildly. Su Ming was busy dealing with Yamamoto Sennin and had no time to torment him. So, he casually shot 4 arrows, precisely pinning down Yamamoto Sennin's limbs to prevent him from moving and disrupting his plan. Sure enough, despite enduring intense pain, Yamamoto Sennin gritted his teeth and held on, drenched in sweat as if he had just come out of a sauna. Truly worthy of an SS-level talent, this plunder consumed half of his energy. If not for his high mental attributes, he might not have been able to withstand such depletion. Su Ming quickly took out a bottle of energy potion, gulped it down in one go, and recovered a bit of energy. Whoosh! Whoosh! He once again drew his bow and knocked an arrow, aiming at the armored giant king's eyes before decisively shooting. However, the armored giant king seemed completely indifferent, his gaze full of disdain. Steam puffed out of his nostrils, clearly showing he didn't take Su Ming's attack seriously. Humph. The same trick, how could it possibly work on the armored giant king again? His body is indestructible, capable of withstanding 99% of damage. Not even his eyelids can be pierced, how could he possibly get hurt? Facing the incoming arrows, the armored giant king closed his eyes once more, attempting to block the attack using the same method. But this time, the arrow pierced through his eyelid and deeply embedded itself in his eye. Then, under high temperature and pressure, the arrow was directly ejected. Blood gushed from the armored giant king's eyes, his vision blurred, and he let out a thunderous roar, consumed by rage. No matter what, he couldn't catch that cunning monkey. To think he was tricked and his defense breached. The armored giant king couldn't accept this reality. A coincidence. It must be a coincidence. However, Su Ming's attacks did not cease. Following the principle of use early, cool down early, he launched consecutive assaults. Punishment Arrow, Holy Arrow Massacre, all his skills were unleashed upon the armored giant king. Despite the double strike and death's dance talents providing it with abnormal advantages, the armored giant king's 100 points of constitution granted it exceptional defense and an extraordinarily long lifespan. The armored giant king seemed to be covered by a dense barrage of arrows, appearing extremely disheveled. Although it was immune to pain, being injured by a tiny arrow made it feel an overwhelming sense of shame. On Blue Star, as a zombie that had evolved to the Lord level, it was supposed to dominate the land, with survivors keeping their distance out of fear and respect. Yet, it had become the only Lord-level zombie to appear so pitiful. Lord-level zombies possess considerable intelligence and had hoped to earn honor through a decisive victory. It seemed it was time to use its unique skill. At this moment, it swung the anchor in its hand, causing the earth to tremble. A Lord-level zombie does not need to enslave other zombies, its mere presence exerts a suppressive force on nearby zombies. When the Lord gives an order, which zombie in the territory would dare to disobey? This is the suppression stemming from the bloodline. At this moment, Yamamoto regained his composure and was shocked to find a large group of zombies crossing the barrier and advancing inward. Many of them were formidable opponents he had encountered before, including some of the most troublesome ones from the third phase. 1 leader-level zombie, 16 mutated zombies, 35 ordinary zombies. Who would have thought that Basketball Zombie has already evolved to the leader level? Pathetic Huaxia people. Even if you take away my Dance of Death, so what? I'd like to see how you handle so many zombies all by yourself. While reporting the battle situation, Yamamoto Sanjin sneered sarcastically, appearing extremely smug. Perhaps he would once again witness Su Ming's death, as the collapse rate returned to 70%. At this moment, Su Ming chose to stand his ground, draw his bow, and shoot arrows, catching the zombies that had just entered the barrier off guard. Although the results were significant, in Yamamoto Sanjin's eyes, this was nothing more than Su Ming's desperate struggle before his demise. Ha! Utterly foolish Huaxia people. Standing still, how many zombies can you hit in such a short time? The zombies have already surrounded you. Let's see where you can escape to now. This time, you're doomed. Even the armored giant king, who was resting nearby, turned his head with interest to look at Su Ming. Was the calmness on Su Ming's face a sign of confidence or sheer foolishness? Just as the group of zombies was about to encircle Su Ming. If it had been yesterday, Su Ming would have been dead for sure. But the past is the past, and now is now. Lu Wei! Su Ming shouted loudly. At this moment, a girl wielding dual hammers suddenly appeared behind him, exuding an overwhelming aura. Intimidating strike. Su Ming quickly lowered his head, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike of the leader-level basketball zombie. The twin hammers smashed heavily into the zombie's face, directly knocking it to the ground, creating a deep pit in the ground. The surrounding zombies were also sent flying by the impact, tumbling backward like broken kites. Go easy, leave it alive. Su Ming looked at the zombie that had instantly lost its life, feeling slightly regretful. These were all experience points. Lu Wei didn't care at all, she had been waiting impatiently. Lu Wei, if you kill one more, there'll be one less dish for dinner. Su Ming reminded. One less dish? That won't do. The little girl shook her head, determined in her heart. She began to act cautiously, no longer as casual as before. Yamamoto's predecessor looked puzzled, swallowed hard, and couldn't utter a single word. He couldn't understand how the man before him could have such a powerful ally. This girl could confront a basketball zombie with a strength of 70 points head-on. Just how strong was she? The presence of a master is enough to inspire fear. If she had joined the battle just now, would they still have had a chance of victory? The armored giant king was equally perplexed. It couldn't understand why, in its own territory, an elite-level zombie not only refused to obey it but instead helped humans fight against its subordinates. Watching his dwindling subordinates, the armored giant king let out a deep roar. Immediately, it unleashed immense power and charged at Su Ming with astonishing speed. To enhance agility, the armored giant king decisively removed its armor, raising its agility attribute to an astounding 80 points. Now, its speed was no longer inferior to Su Ming's. The armored giant king was unwilling to become a lone wolf just after becoming a lord. The other zombies seemed to be inspired by this momentum and launched counterattacks one after another. However, in the face of the sudden change, Su Ming appeared calm and unhurried. He raised his hand and directly shot the leader-level basketball zombie at his feet. Ding! Successfully killed Iku, an invincible zombie leader LV8, gained experience *800, gold *80. Ding! Level increased to 7, gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! Talent Plunder Hand, remaining uses, 1. The collapse and weakness levels of the armored giant king are already sufficient, just plunder directly. This is the moment he had been waiting for. Ding! You used Plunder Hand on the armored giant king zombie lord. Current collapse rate, 50%, weakness level, 80%, current plunder success rate, 130%. Talent Plunder successful. Due to True Giant's body being a special talent, it cannot be plundered. Successfully plundered the second talent. Remaining attempts, 0. Ding! You have obtained the S-level talent, True Earthshaker. Ever since Su Ming seized Yamamoto's ancestor's Dance of Death talent, his attack power has significantly increased. If he wanted to strike a fatal blow, the armored giant king would have been dead long ago. But Su Ming spared its life because he had his eye on its second talent. This talent, called True Earthshaking Heaven, practically opened up a new world for Su Ming. The zombies' talents are on a completely different level compared to humans. Human stun talent has a maximum chance of only 35% to cause dizziness. Ding! You have obtained an S-level talent, True Earthshaking. Talent, True Earthshaking. Talent level, S-Class. Time lock. After an attack hits, there is a 100% chance to temporarily lock the target in time, causing a brief pause in their actions for 0.1 seconds and triggering a stun effect. This talent is simply too powerful. Su Ming was still hesitating about whether to choose this talent, as the trigger chance was only 50% before the armored giant king advanced. After advancing, the trigger chance directly increases to 100%. Although the dizziness lasts only 0.1 seconds, if Su Ming can maximize his attack speed, wouldn't the opponent be like playing a game on an old phone, unable to move? Such a talent is especially suitable for melee rogues. As long as the attack speed is fast enough, the opponent can only stand still and take the hits. But even with full buffs, achieving 10 strikes per second is no easy task. Looking across Blue Star, even those famous master thieves find it difficult to accomplish. However, these are matters for later. After obtaining True Earthshaking, Su Ming's attacks became exceptionally fierce. Lu Wei, the remaining enemies are yours to handle as you please. Since the goal had been achieved, Su Ming focused solely on the armored giant king. The zombies also received the armored giant king's command and quickly charged toward Lu Wei. General against general, soldier against soldier. At this moment, the armored giant king's eyes were fixed only on Su Ming. It exerted all its strength, and the massive ship anchor came hurtling through the air. The armored giant king, knowing it couldn't hit the agile Su Ming, hurriedly changed its tactics. It targeted the ground behind Su Ming, launching an attack in an attempt to close the distance. The armored giant king, trailing white steam, charged swiftly toward Su Ming. Faced with the giant's attack, Su Ming displayed astonishing reflexes and agility. Whoosh! 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 Arrows rained down like a storm toward the armored giant king. Confronted with the dense barrage of arrows, the armored giant king found himself in a predicament, unable to evade and forced to rely on his strong arms to withstand the assault. It knows that if the skill is forcibly interrupted, it must quickly dodge. Otherwise, the entire plan will fall apart, and it might get left behind by Su Ming again. Crack! 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 The movements of the armored giant king seem to have been paused. Each pause lasts only 0.1 seconds, but it makes its attack stutter no longer smooth. The armored giant king was surprised. Could this not be its own innate ability? How could it appear on the opponent? It was furious, yet helpless against Su Ming. The initial attack encountered setbacks, as the battle between experts changes rapidly, with victory and defeat hanging by a thread. Moreover, Su Ming was already well acquainted with the armored giant king's innate skills and attack methods. Every attack possibility he considered was more thorough than the armored giant king's. Even if the armored giant king removed his armor to pursue with full force, he could not escape Su Ming's strategy. Just as he approached, the armored giant king raised the massive ship anchor without hesitation and slammed it down forcefully. Facing the sudden attack, Su Ming responded calmly, swiftly turning to evade. Boom! With a loud crash, a large pit appeared where Su Ming had been standing. He managed to dodge the fatal blow with incredible speed from an unexpected angle. The armored giant king missed his strike and immediately reversed his grip on the ship's anchor, swinging it horizontally like a golf club. He exerted all his strength, intending to cleave Su Ming in two. Seeing the blank space before him, the armored giant king thought Su Ming had already been sent flying. But suddenly, a chill came from behind him. It suddenly turned around, feeling a piercing chill on its shoulder. It turned out that Su Ming was standing steadily on the other end of the ship's anchor. That longbow was once again aimed at it. At the critical moment, Su Ming leapt lightly, skillfully using the momentum, and landed steadily on the ship's anchor. Such an operation left Yamamoto's predecessor dumbfounded. Even if he tried 10 times, he might not succeed even once. Yet the man before him handled it with ease, as if toying with the armored giant king. Of course, Yamamoto's predecessor's peril had nothing to do with him. In Su Ming's eyes, this is nothing at all. Just basic maneuvers. This is the level that a reborn survivor of the apocalypse should possess. Every move is like dancing on the tip of a blade. While the armored giant king was still in shock, Su Ming had already continued his attack. Whoosh! 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 Another 3 arrows. On the battlefield of close combat, aiming was completely unnecessary. That massive body had nowhere to escape. The armored giant king's eyes turned red, and scorching steam quickly spread. High-temperature steam instantly enveloped the surroundings, turning the area hazy and making it impossible to see one's own hand. In the mist, the armored giant king frantically swung the ship's anchor. Each of its attacks was unexpected and extremely cunning. The armored giant king attempted to block Su Ming's vision, leaving him at a loss. Inflict 1,000 wounds on the enemy, but suffer 800 yourself. The white mist not only deprived humans of their vision but was equally effective against zombies. Not only did it fail to counterattack, but it also allowed Su Ming to gain the upper hand. Su Ming activated the silver bird claw early, gaining complete control over everything around him. This kind of treasure, which was extremely rare in the previous life, is now being used casually by Su Ming. The silver bird claws in the bracelet are vast in number. The cooldown for the world-destroying skill has finally ended. The armored giant king greedily absorbed the white mist, and when the mist dissipated, it looked around but couldn't find any trace of Su Ming. At this moment, a reckless mutated zombie was sent flying by Lu Wei's intimidating strike. It happened to trigger a 10% stun effect. Coincidentally, the mutated zombie was unable to adjust its body. And coincidentally, it crashed into the armored giant king. This elite zombie, with its massive build, actually caused the armored giant king to lose its footing and stumble slightly. Everything was perfectly timed. Su Ming released a dark red arrow fully charged with power, shooting it right on target. A direct hit stiffly pierced the indescribable part of the armored giant king. Faced with the imposing figure of the armored giant king, ordinary arrows were as insignificant as toothpicks. At this moment, the long-prepared arrow of retribution, thick and long, hard and black, seemed tailor-made for the armored giant king. Ancestor Yamamoto witnessed this scene from afar, his doubts surging like waves. Could that part be? He saw the partial blood flow of the armored giant king, staining his pants red, and the thought sent a chill down his spine. Fear gripped his heart, and he couldn't help but suspect whether the man before him had some unknown peculiar hobby. Su Ming spoke with a slightly awkward smile. Lauda, this arrow was originally aimed at the thigh. I really didn't do it on purpose. As for whether you believe it or not, I believe it anyway. Lu Wei, it's all your fault for attracting the zombies. You have to take responsibility for this arrow. As for the secondary blame, it's that elite zombie. Su Ming completely shirked responsibility, washing his hands of the matter. Lu Wei tilted her head, utterly confused by what she was hearing. She was originally an emotionally indifferent girl with no special traits, making it difficult for her to express her thoughts even if she had them. Although the armored giant king couldn't feel pain, its pristine little chrysanthemum, untouched since birth, was pierced by an arrow for the first time? From a young age, it aspired to become a great mage, and even after turning into a zombie, its goal remained unwavering. At this moment, the armored giant king's face showed an aggrieved expression, as if saying, "You're powerful, just kill me outright. Why must you bully me like this? Although I am not human, you are truly going too far." After the grievance comes overwhelming fury. It was preparing to go all out against Su Ming in a fight to the death. At this moment, the mutated zombie on the ground began to struggle, mistakenly thinking it had grabbed a railing. It pulled hard and actually yanked out the massive arrow. A large hole instantly appeared behind the armored giant king, blood gushing out wildly, splattering the mutated zombie's face. The armored giant king let out a low roar, filled with rage. Unable to defeat the humans before it, how dare this tiny mutated zombie bully it? It swung its massive ship anchor, smashing it toward the mutated zombie with ferocious power, leaving the mutated zombie completely defenseless. After venting, the armored giant king turned around to face Su Ming once more, determined to unleash his final attack, a devastating ultimate move. The mutated zombie lying on the ground finally realized the huge trouble it had caused. Staring at the arrow in its hand, it noticed it perfectly matched the blood hole in the boss's back. This was clearly the boss's new equipment. A lord-level zombie was indeed different. However, the intelligence of the mutated zombie only went so far. Just as the armored giant king was about to make trouble for Su Ming, the mutated zombie once again loaded the arrow of punishment. How could the most crispy on the outside, tender on the inside part endure such devastation? Su Ming revealed an awkward smile. Lauda, I told you it wasn't me. Previously, the mutated zombie was at most partially responsible, but now it's fully to blame. Even Lianshan's ancestor gasped, recalling the old friend from his hometown, Yukio Tachibana. The scene was so stunning that even Su Ming found it hard to look directly. But the most shocking scene had yet to appear. The armored giant king turned his head, staring at the mutated zombie in confusion, unable to understand its intentions. The mutated zombie carefully examined the arrow, as if deep in thought. Suddenly, it slapped its forehead, suddenly realizing that the angle was wrong and it should turn 15 degrees to the left. This depth seems off too, it should be pulled out a bit. The armored giant king finally couldn't bear it anymore, raised the ship's anchor, and fiercely smashed it toward the mutated zombie with immense force. As the armored giant king was fiercely beating the mutated zombie, it finally couldn't hold on. Facing Su Ming's attack, the armored giant king fell heavily, toppling backward like a mountain. The punishment arrow piercing through it stood firm and upright, as if proving the principle of an unyielding spear. At this moment, Lu Wei's battle was nearing its end. In her peak state, her strength had surpassed that of the armored giant king. With Su Ming's permission, she fought with all her might, unleashing her full potential. Ding! Successfully killed armored giant king zombie lord LV9, gained experience *9000, gold coins *900. Ding! The zombie lord has been slain, and the barrier will automatically disappear in 10 minutes. Congratulations to survivor Lone Wolf for becoming the first survivor in the apocalypse to single-handedly kill a lord-level zombie, earning the unique achievement, Lone Hero. The world announcement is about to begin. After hours of fierce battle, all survivors on Blue Star simultaneously received a world announcement from the Orderer. At this moment, the silent world seemed to regain its vitality. Poo. World announcement. Survivor Lone Wolf has created a miracle in the apocalypse, becoming the first person to single-handedly defeat a lord-level zombie. Earned the world's unique achievement, Lone Hero, along with massive rewards. Lone Wolf. How old are you? Why are you so outstanding? What are the other survivors waiting for? Charge. The world announcement was broadcast 3 times. Brother Lone Wolf, it's you again. In my dream, you brought me lots of delicious food. The little fairy was dazed, having been hungry for 4 days. God bless you. Another person from Huaxia. His strength surpasses the strongest in our Lighthouse Nation. We must find a way to eliminate him. A transgender individual from the Lighthouse Nation, woken up by the commotion, drifted back to sleep. Xiao Li. Haven't you found out the identity of Lone Wolf yet? You must locate him before any other organization does. For Huaxia, success is the only option, failure is not allowed, a leader said sternly. Nani? Lone Wolf from Huaxia again? There's an old saying in Huaxia, the one who laughs last is the true winner. Once the captain returns victorious, I'll be able to rise a bit. By sure, Hui said with a displeased expression. Sorry, Master. The announcement just now scared me. Master is the best. Do you know who Lone Wolf is? The kneeling girl, with a nervous expression, bore some resemblance to Lin Rufei. At this moment, Yamamoto Saki looked at Su Ming, trembling all over. Yamamoto Saki saw the Lord-level zombie collapse to the ground with a loud thud, his expression complex. At this moment, his limbs were paralyzed, his body weak, unable to move, like a fish awaiting slaughter. Despite the approaching doom, Yamamoto Saki did not feel fear. He knew that even if he died in battle, the Baisher family still had dozens of elite heavenly soldiers supporting him. These soldiers were personally commanded by Baisher Hao and were far stronger than his own troops. Unfortunately, his team was completely annihilated. For the vast Baisher family, this was insignificant, but for Yamamoto, it represented years of painstaking effort. When he heard the world announcement, his heart began to waver. Could the man before him truly be the strongest in the apocalypse? He was the first to awaken an SSS-level talent. The first to single-handedly kill a Lord-level zombie. Wait, wasn't there a little girl helping him? Does that count as a solo kill? It must have been a coincidence. Across the vast lands of Huaxia, there are over 100 million survivors. Perhaps the lone wolf also killed a Lord-level zombie. Impossible. It couldn't be him. Yamamoto carefully observed the man before him. His movements and techniques clearly lacked formal training. His moves were direct and effective, honed through real combat experience. His voice, however, carried a youthful naivety. How could this seemingly just-of-age young man possess such formidable strength? The apocalypse had only descended 4 days ago, and he was evidently from Star City. The Shiraishi family had operated in Star City for years, yet they had never heard of such a powerful individual. Star City? A strong figure? Yamamoto mulled over these two terms repeatedly in his mind, and suddenly, a name flashed: Lin Rufei. The young master of the Shiraishi family had tasked him with finding Lin Rufei, but unfortunately, she had been killed by an extraordinary powerhouse. The one who killed her used a dagger, not a bow. Could it be that both weapons had been mastered to perfection? Is it possible? Could it be him? Su Ming? This thought flashed through his mind, but Yamamoto Sennin immediately dismissed it. Although the two had similar builds, their demeanors were completely different. The Su Ming he remembered was timid and submissive, always trailing behind women, whereas the man before him stood proudly, with sharp eyes, clearly not the same person. Moreover, last night, over 70 members of the Lin family were completely wiped out, dying gruesome deaths. Most were struck by arrows and then killed by heavy blows, methods strikingly similar to those of the two people before him. Could it have been their doing? Yamamoto Sennin was filled with questions, staring in confusion as Su Ming slowly approached. Strongest Sakura warrior? Captain Yamamoto Sennin? Why aren't you shouting anymore? Su Ming casually pulled a blood-stained dagger from his wristband, a butcher's knife he had specifically sought out at the market. Using a butcher's knife against Sakura people was truly overkill, even an insult to pigs. Yamamoto Sennin slowly raised his head and met Su Ming's gaze, suddenly laughing with resignation. Strongest Sakura warrior? My heavenly soldiers have all fallen into eternal slumber. Do I still deserve to be called captain? Su Ming mercilessly slaughtered his subordinates, turning years of effort into nothing. At this moment, Yamamoto Sennin was so weak that he couldn't even manage to take his own life. He wanted to commit seppuku but couldn't even complete this simple act. Killing is merely a means of revenge, breaking one's spirit is the ultimate form of vengeance. At this moment, Yamamoto Sennin's mental collapse reached 100%. There is an ancient saying in Huaxia, a man's words are kind when he is about to die. Yamamoto Senjin mimicked Hiroshi Shiraishi's catchphrase, and spoke slowly, you can kill me, but there are some questions that have always troubled me. Can you tell me the truth so I can leave in peace? Who exactly are you? Did you kill Lin Roof? Did you massacre the Lin family? Are you Su Ming? Or are you Lone Wolf? Or are you actually the same person? Yamamoto Senjin looked at Su Ming, a trace of longing emerging amidst his despair. Sorry, you have too many questions. Su Ming replied coldly. A glimmer flashed in his eyes. How could he possibly let you leave in peace? Although he originally planned to act immediately, a new idea emerged in his mind. Then let me ask you, was it you who killed Lin Rufei? Yamamoto Sennin asked excitedly. He thought Su Ming was giving him a chance. After all, not every opponent was as talkative as he was. As long as he knew the answer, he could deduce everything else. Do you want to know? Su Ming lightly tapped Yamamoto Sennin's face with the blade, wiping the blood off the knife but not acting immediately. Yamamoto Sennin nodded eagerly, his eyes filled with longing. Actually, Su Ming leaned in, his tone calm. Yamamoto Sennin's smile was still there, but then he saw Su Ming's hand rise and the blade fall. Snap! A crisp sound shattered the silence, like a tear in the stillness. The butcher's knife was indeed sharp, effortlessly severing the head. The head flew several meters away, finally rolling to Luoi's feet, its eyes wide open, shocked by Su Ming's actions. If you were going to kill, you should have done it earlier. Such an opportunity, what a pity. This question, much like what exactly did the pangolin say, would likely haunt Yamamoto's ancestors forever, unable to find closure even in death. Su Ming walked up to the head, nudged it lightly with his foot. Turning the face toward himself, he stepped on it and said, "That face of yours, I still remember it clearly. If you have a next life, don't hesitate so much before taking action," he said coldly, as if scolding a disobedient child. "Look at this, isn't it quite enjoyable to chat with a dead person like this?" Su Ming's lips curved slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Su Ming stepped back, laughed, and waved his hand. Lu Wei immediately raised the black iron hammer. With a loud bang, the head exploded in an instant. The strongest warrior of Sakura Nation, the esteemed captain of the Baisher family, Yamamoto Sennin, has fallen. At this moment, Su Ming's emotions were still difficult to calm. With every successful act of revenge, the shackles in his heart loosened a bit. Seeing one less name on his list of enemies, he felt much lighter. "Next, it's your turn, Hiroshi Shiraishi." Su Ming carefully cleaned up the battlefield, ensuring no equipment was left behind. But with the barrier about to disappear, he didn't have time to thoroughly inspect the spoils. So, he quickly left the battlefield with Lu Wei. After this battle, all elite zombies within the 3 phases had been eliminated. Su Ming noticed the sky was getting darker, which explained why the surroundings were so quiet and why the others were nowhere to be seen. While thinking, he led Lu Wei to deal with the zombies along the way and quietly returned to Phase 1. Near the Baisher Manor, Su Ming chose a house as a hiding spot. The fierce battle just now brought him substantial rewards. He first claimed the rewards from the world announcement. Claimed Lone Hero Achievement rewards, Reputation *1000, Gold Coins *1000, Bracelet storage space expanded to 3 cubic meters. Title obtained, The Ambitious One. The Ambitious One, a unique world title, permanent title, awarded to the first survivor to single-handedly kill a Lord-level zombie. Attribute, all attributes permanently +10. After carrying the title, damage to zombies below the Lord level increases by 35%. All attributes permanently +10 is indeed an achievement for killing Lord-level zombies, with a heaven-defying attribute boost. This puts him directly 8 levels ahead of others. Compared to the previous pioneers, it adds an extra 15% damage, further enhancing strength. However, the damage increase from this type of title only applies to zombies. Tonight, Su Ming's target is humans. Thus, he decisively switched back to the original Chosen One title. Chosen One, after equipping the title, damage is increased by an additional 10%, and damage received is reduced by 10%. Next, he examined the spoils of the recent battle. Surprisingly, despite defeating dozens of mutated zombies, there wasn't a single piece of high-quality equipment. They were all scattered pieces of excellent-grade gear, useless, so he tossed them back into the wristband. Su Ming could only pin his hopes on the remaining 2 treasure chests. Legendary chest from leader-level zombies and mythical chest from lord-level zombies. Last time, he managed to obtain a mythical skill, Deathmark. Su Ming was as excited as a hand-rubbing fly, reverently bowing to the land in all directions. However, the result was disappointing, still 3 excellent-grade loose items, which were discarded without hesitation. And 2 excellent-grade items, Hunter's Gauntlets, Hunter's Shoulder Guards. Hunter's Gauntlets, excellent-grade equipment, specially designed for highly skilled archers, offering outstanding attack power and agility, symbolizing honor and strength. Attributes, Constitution +5, Strength +5, damage increase by 5%. Hunter's Shoulder Guards, excellent-grade equipment, reserved for top-tier archers, providing exceptional attack power and agility, a mark of world-renowned prestige. Attributes, Constitution +5, Strength +5, damage increased by 5%. Just SOSO. At least 4 pieces of the tracker's set have been collected, only 2 more to complete the set. Without hesitation, he removed 2 excellent pieces of equipment and replaced them with the tracker's set. Ding! Hunter's Gauntlets have been equipped. Ding! Hunter's Shoulder Guards have been equipped. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor for successfully activating the 4-piece set effect of the Hunter's set. Hunter's set. 2-piece set, all attributes +2, bow and crossbow weapon damage increased by 10%. 4-piece set, all attributes +3, bow and crossbow weapon attack range increased by 25%. Not bad, the 25% increase in attack range is extremely practical for Su Ming. Whether it's an ambush or killing zombies, he can launch attacks from a greater distance, silently delivering a fatal strike. In addition, there is also a legendary piece of equipment, a helmet. Su Ming's facial muscles twitched slightly. Mask of the Disguiser, legendary equipment, inherited from ancient battlefields, beloved by all its previous owners for concealing themselves from the world. Attributes, Strength +10, Constitution +5. Special passive, when equipped, you can choose to hide your personal information, unless the opponent is more than 3 levels higher, in which case it can be seen through. For Su Ming, who already possesses the Disguise Mask talent, this mask seems redundant. Not only is it a simplified version of Su Ming's talent, but it also occupies a valuable equipment slot. This is because it can only hide personal information and cannot freely alter names, levels, or even change appearances like Su Ming's talent can. Moreover, in the later stages of the apocalypse, the strong individuals in a region almost all know each other. This kind of thing isn't very practical, truly frustrating. Sigh, today I have to work for the little girl again. Su Ming casually tossed the mask to Lu Wei beside him. This little girl had just finished an entire 4-pound Sichuanchongqing grilled fish, along with 2 servings of staple food, leaving Su Ming utterly dumbfounded. However, he didn't feel distressed about these supplies, as he had plenty. It was just that her appetite was truly astonishing. Fortunately, Lu Wei followed him. With her ability to eat 10 people's worth, she would have starved to death long ago in a resource-scarce apocalypse. Su Ming patted his head and suddenly realized, no wonder his luck was bad, he had forgotten the traditional ritual of opening a box, jumping subject 3. He turned to Lu Wei with a smile and asked, Lu Wei, are you full? Lu Wei tilted her head and let out a satisfied burp, responding to Su Ming in her own way. Didn't we agree to dance subject 3 every time we open a box? Su Ming added, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Then, he volunteered to provide accompaniment, singing, the sword rises, the rivers and lakes are filled with grudges. A flick of the sleeve covers the bright moon. The west wind scatters falling leaves and fading flowers. Resting on blades and swords, sleep is hard to find. His voice carried a hint of helplessness but was full of expectation, he was so eager to get something good. With the song finished, the time has come, open the treasure box. During the interlude of the accompaniment, Su Ming did not forget to offer thanks to the bodhisattvas in all directions, muttering prayers under his breath. Su Ming's eyes widened in shock when he saw the contents. Everyone knows that good chests often contain only 1 or 2 items. A purple quality skill book. A golden quality longbow. Ultimate Death God's arrow, increases damage gradually based on flight distance after being fired. Explodes upon first hitting an enemy, dealing massive damage. Cooldown, 6 hours. Hiss, this skill is quite powerful. Su Ming took a sharp breath, thinking that he must let those guys at Baishir Manor have a good taste of this. He couldn't contain his excitement and eagerly looked at the remaining bows and arrows. Top 10 famous bows. Overlord bow, mythical grade equipment, ranked 3rd among the top 10 famous bows of Huaxia, unique equipment. A legendary bow once used by the Overlord, said to be made from the tendon of a dragon, with extremely high power and precision. Attributes, strength plus 20. Passive skill, prodigy, increases critical hit rate by 30% and critical hit damage by 100%. Active skill, heroic spirit, summons the Overlord to assist in battle, inheriting 80% of the host's attributes, lasting for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 12 hours. It's actually a mythical grade weapon. A one-of-a-kind mythical grade piece of equipment. Looking at the dazzling Overlord bow, Su Ming was overwhelmed with excitement. Although this is a mythic level chest, which should theoretically yield mythic level items, it's like buying a lottery ticket, the results are not guaranteed. Most of the time, it's just consumables. Getting a skill book is already considered lucky, let alone obtaining equipment. If equipment can be obtained, that would truly be an extraordinary stroke of luck. In his previous life, Su Ming had opened some mythic level chests, but the equipment he obtained could be counted on one hand. However, this life is different. He directly obtained a mythic level weapon, truly incredibly lucky. Su Ming was glad he chose the max level luck talent, it really brought him exactly what he needed. In the previous battle, Lu Wei was still complaining about not having a suitable weapon, and now one has appeared, hasn't it? Su Ming looked at Lu Wei, a kind smile appearing on his face. How should I put it? This still depends on luck. Even in his previous life, Su Ming only obtained his first mythic weapon, the Bone Jade Staff, by the 8th year of the Apocalypse. Although the Overlord Bow and the Bone Jade Staff are both mythic weapons, their rarity is completely different. The quality of mythic weapons varies. The Bone Jade Staff can be considered a relatively common mythic weapon, as on Blue Star, any treasure chest above legendary level has a chance of containing it. It is not particularly rare, and experts in the Apocalypse have a good chance of obtaining it. However, the rarity of the Overlord Bow is entirely different. As a weapon with a unique attribute, once obtained, others can no longer acquire it. Although Su Ming had heard of such weapons, he had never seen one with his own eyes in his previous life. Weapons with unique attributes like this are far rarer than ordinary mythic-grade weapons. Su Ming couldn't wait to check the attributes of the Overlord Bow. As expected, it truly deserves to be one of the top 10 famous bows of Huaxia. It adds 20 points of strength, fully meeting the standards of a mythic-level weapon. 2 skills, whether it's the passive skill, Renjie, or the active skill, Guixiong, are both quite powerful. The passive skill Renjie increases critical hit rate by 30% and critical hit damage by 100%. In the Apocalypse, critical hit rate and critical hit damage are extremely valuable. Ordinary people have an initial critical hit rate of only 2%, and critical hit damage is 150%, which is almost useless. Equipment related to critical hits and critical hit damage is second only to equipment that increases luck value, highlighting its rarity. The active skill Ghost Hero is a summoning-type skill, where the summon entity directly inherits all of Su Ming's attributes, clearly making it a growth-oriented skill. The summoned Overlord will be a melee character, and although it only inherits 80% of Su Ming's total attributes, Su Ming's attributes are already quite powerful. Moreover, Su Ming has the ability to continuously grow, which means the characters he summons will also keep getting stronger. The only shortcoming is the skill's cooldown time. Similar to Holy Arrow Massacre, it requires a 12-hour cooldown period. However, the skill's duration is quite impressive, lasting up to 10 minutes, which is considered excellent in combat. If a battle cannot determine a winner within 10 minutes, it is highly likely to end badly. This time, Su Ming allocated all the points to strength again. Now, he no longer struggles with the issue of point allocation. Su Ming prepared the equipment for the two of them and enhanced their attributes. Lone Wolf, level 7, no profession. Personal attributes: Strength 88, Spirit 52, Constitution 72, Agility 83. Equipment: Overlord Bow, Vitality Ring, Energy Ring, Holy Arrow Necklace, Spirit Helmet, Hunter's Chestplate, Hunter's Greaves, Hunter's Shoulder Guards, Hunter's Gauntlets, Super Rocket Boots. Main talent: Plundering Hand, SSS. Subtalents: Death's Dance, SS, Max Level Lock, S, Double Strike, S, Earthshaking, S, Max Level Agility, S, Absolute Domination, S, Camouflage Mask, C. Skills: Ghost Hero, Death Mark, Holy Arrow Massacre, Ultra Ultimate Death God's Arrow, Punishment Arrow, Rejuvenation Technique, Little Flying Dagger incoming. Lu Wei, level 5, Elite, no profession. Personal attributes: Strength 84, Spirit 13, Constitution 39, Agility 18. Equipment: Black Iron Hammer, Ring of Vampirism, Shield Necklace, Mask of the Disguiser, Chestplate of Spirit, Greaves of Spirit, Pauldrons of Agility, Gauntlets of Agility, Boots of Agility. Talents: Innate Strength, Titan's Grip, Glutton. Skills: Charge, Bloodthirst, Shock Strike, Disguise. From morning until now, the attributes and equipment of the two have undergone significant changes. Su Ming understood clearly that the strength of the heavenly soldiers at Baishur Manor was not to be underestimated. But in the face of an absolute power gap, all of this seemed pale and powerless. At this moment, Baishur Hao was sitting in the study, quietly waiting for his subordinates to report. He closed his eyes and thought, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the desk, appearing somewhat anxious. Suddenly, he kicked the woman hiding under the desk away and roared, "You useless wench! I've taught you for so long, how have you not made any progress at all?" The woman trembled all over with fear, crawling and stumbling back to her original spot, her face filled with terror. In just a few short hours, this place had witnessed the comings and goings of countless sisters. They were laughing and chatting moments ago, but in the blink of an eye, they had vanished without a trace. From their conversations, it could be inferred that those sisters did not meet a good end. The disheveled appearance, the woman had to work even harder to survive. Shiraishi Hiro's fury interrupted his subordinate's report. Everyone exchanged glances, hesitating whether to speak. Unexpectedly, Shiraishi Hiro waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Everyone felt relieved and quickly exited the room. "Wang Butler." Shiraishi Hiro called out to the last person leaving, "Wang Butler," amidst the crowd. The smug expression on Butler Wang's face immediately vanished, replaced by a fawning smile as he turned to Baishur Hao and said, "Young master, what are your orders? Is the captain still not back this late?" Butler Wang hesitated for a moment but quickly replied, "Young master, probably not. Shall I arrange for someone to investigate now?" He had already reviewed the report in advance, even though it wasn't within his responsibilities. "How is the situation at Phase 3 now?" Shiraishi Hiro asked, his tone laced with impatience. "Young master, the situation at Phase 3 isn't looking good," Butler Wang replied cautiously. "The zombies have been unusually active this afternoon, and there's even a rumor about the discovery of a barrier. However, the specifics will have to wait until tomorrow morning to be confirmed. Has today's tribute from the Wu Flies not arrived yet? Ming Lai actually dares to disregard the rules? All the members of the Black Fly group died in the library. The specific situation is still under investigation," Butler Wang responded cautiously. "Investigation? Investigation? Investigation? Am I asking you, or are you asking me?" Baishur Hao's voice was stern. "Am I asking you, or are you asking me?" His face was full of displeasure, clearly very dissatisfied with this answer. After being reborn, Su Ming was determined to kill Lin Ruofei. In an instant, the entire world seemed to undergo earth-shattering changes. In his previous life, when the apocalypse arrived, Baishur Hao and Lin Roof were still immersed in pleasure, unaware of the turmoil in the world. It wasn't until Baishur Hao grew tired that he orchestrated sending Lin Roof back to Su Ming, letting her continue to torment him. Unexpectedly, Su Ming actually rose to prominence. Thus, Baishur Hao once again devised a scheme to frame Su Ming, causing him to become the target of public criticism and opening the first act of the story. In fact, all the misfortunes Su Ming suffered in the apocalypse were orchestrated by Baishur Hao himself. "Young Master Baishur, I am." A lavishly dressed woman, guided by a portly man, gently pushed open Baishur Hao's room door. She wore a tight-fitting cheapao that accentuated her alluring figure, with a prominently high chest and curvaceous hips, resembling a ripe peach. Her face was pure yet seductive, her gaze like autumn waters, her brows delicate, yet a faint sorrow lingered between them, with traces of tears still visible. From Whitestone Manor to Baishur Hao's room, just a few steps away, she witnessed many scenes of girls being ravaged, and fear along with the urge to retreat overwhelmed her, making her tremble uncontrollably. She wanted to step back, but the man behind her gave her a fierce shove. "Young Master Baishur, this is my daughter. I beg you to show mercy." the man said humbly. Before the apocalypse struck, Baishihao treated him with great respect, but now his official position held no value. For the survival of his family, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and personally hand over his goddaughter to Baishihao. Director Gua, this is your goddaughter, isn't it? Baishihao laughed heartily, clearly pleased with the woman before him. Hee, young Master Baishir, then I won't disturb you any longer. Xiaomei, take good care of young Master Baishir. When you enjoy the good life, don't forget your father. Butler Wang, take Director Gui to collect the supply capsule. Baishihao picked up the woman and walked into the study. Before long, heart-wrenching screams from Xiaomei echoed out of the study. She had originally planned to do her utmost to satisfy Baishihao, only to realize in horror that she was nothing more than a plaything in his eyes, subjected to endless torment. Although his equipment is not large, the tools he uses are endlessly varied. At first, it was bearable, but later the screams turned into cries. Xiaomei had never realized she was so fragile, so vulnerable. The sounds of pleading, cursing, and screams intertwined, echoing incessantly. Baishihao, however, did not mind and instead enjoyed this torturous feeling. But his brows were tightly furrowed. Since discovering Lin Rufe's body in the morning, nothing had gone smoothly, and the pressure was almost suffocating him. Lin Rufe's death and the downfall of the Lin family had happened too abruptly. He disliked such uncontrollable situations. Now, he urgently needed to uncover the truth. At this moment, Hiroshi Shiro's left eye suddenly twitched, followed by a burst of laughter as his body trembled. Left eye twitch means fortune. It looks like something good is going to happen. The woman collapsed weakly to the ground, her clothes shredded into strips, strewn about in disarray. Her eyes rolled back, her face flushed, with bruises and fingerprints crisscrossing her body, unable to move. Su Ming and Lu Wei stood at the foot of the hill below the White Stone Manor, gazing up at the grand mansion atop the hill. The Baishir family had cleverly integrated the entire estate onto the small hill within the community. After their modifications, this hill had now become Baishirhao's private domain. The original road was equipped with several checkpoints. This afternoon, Su Ming and Lu Wei successfully wiped out the heavenly soldiers under the commander's subordinates. Baishihao seemed to have sensed the impending danger and had pulled back his security forces into the estate. This keen intuition has helped him turn danger into safety multiple times. Baishir Manor is situated at a high altitude, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. Now, there are more than 80 celestial soldiers remaining, serving as Baishirhao's personal guards, enjoying top-notch equipment and resources. Compared to the celestial soldiers of Yamamoto's ancestors, their advantages are even more pronounced. With the power of the Silver Bird Claw, Su Ming quietly infiltrated the area outside the manor and discovered that all the passages and key locations leading inside were heavily guarded. The guards were well-trained, exuded murderous intent, and maintained a high level of vigilance. Surprisingly, in just a few days after the apocalypse began, the long-suppressed killing intent of these people erupted like a volcano. Su Ming was deeply impressed by this group, who were clearly Baishirhao's loyal confidants. All members are orphans from Sakura country who were adopted by the Baishir family since childhood. Through indoctrination-style training, they became loyal warriors deeply influenced by the spirit of Bushido. Their loyalty to Baishirhao is impeccable, even to the extent that they are willing to do anything for him. Baishirhao's rise in Huaxia, becoming the foreign war god, would not have been possible without their support. This shows how powerful their strength is. Su Ming carefully observed the surrounding environment, feeling fortunate that he hadn't acted rashly. He originally planned to use the lure enemy jar to attract the zombies and replicate last night's strategy of attacking the Lin family, leading them into the Baishir Manor. However, the heavenly soldiers of the Baishir family had already eliminated all the zombies within the first phase. If zombies are brought from elsewhere, it would not only be time-consuming and labor-intensive but might also attract others' attention. However, there's a benefit to this. Su Ming and Lu Wei won't be disturbed by zombies when dealing with them. Even if it succeeds, the effect will be limited since this place is different from the Lin Corporation building. That building has been completely sealed off, allowing Su Ming to easily take control of the situation and deal with everyone like catching turtles in a jar. Baishir Manor is built on a hill, with convenient transportation and accessible routes. Moreover, the opponent is quite formidable, and if the number of zombies isn't sufficient or their strength isn't strong enough, the outcome might not necessarily be who kills whom. Even if chaos can be triggered, they might take the opportunity to escape. This is precisely why Su Ming did not choose to charge in directly and go on a killing spree. With his strength, it's not difficult for him to simultaneously face off against dozens of fully powered heavenly soldiers. The key, however, lies in Shiraishi Hiro's ability to quickly escape once he realizes he's outmatched. If Shiraishi Hiro, this big fish, slips away, Su Ming might not be able to sleep for 3 days and nights. As a qualified old six, Su Ming chose the most reliable approach. In the eyes of outsiders, the defenses of White Stone Manor are impregnable. But in Su Ming's eyes, flaws can be easily spotted. After all, in the 10 years since the apocalypse, Su Ming had to remain vigilant at all times. Combat skills and movement strategies have long become second nature to him. The next moment, Su Ming felt the boiling hot blood surging within him, passion overflowing. Now, Yamamoto Sanjin had already been beheaded by Su Ming. An important arm of the Baisher family had been completely cut off like this. Inside Baisher Manor, apart from Baisher Hao, there was almost no one else who could pose a threat to Su Ming. Su Ming began to carefully observe every move of the guards, deeply memorizing their every action and word. Before long, a bold plan emerged in his mind. When night fell, although the end times nights were not pitch dark, visibility was still limited under the glow of the red moon. Upon close observation, some clues could still be discerned. The celestial soldiers outside were patrolling, and the manor seemed as quiet as midnight. However, Baisher Hao's study, which was connected to the master bedroom, often saw women coming and going, a common occurrence. Once they were no longer favored, they would be gifted to his subordinates. At this moment, the manor was brightly lit, the atmosphere cheerful. Suddenly, the clock struck 2 in the morning, as if tolling a death knell for the Baisher family. Su Ming moved. After lurking for several hours, he finally took action. 2 o'clock in the morning is the time most people are prone to drowsiness. Su Ming had already concealed the glow of all his equipment. If seen by others, the equipment appears especially eye-catching. The wristband's hide equipment glow function has minimal effect on those familiar with post-apocalyptic equipment. Su Ming knew this perfectly well and could accurately identify the equipment based on the intricate patterns. He said to Lu Wei beside him, "Stay here and follow my orders." Lu Wei did not speak, she just tilted her head in response. This manner of interaction was their unique way of communicating. Su Ming wore a black hunter's outfit, resembling a ghost of the night, blending seamlessly with the darkness. Relying on his extraordinary agility, his figure was as nimble as a wolf, disappearing into the night in an instant. His speed was astonishing, every step landing silently without a sound. A black shadow flashed by, and fallen leaves danced in the air. With the apocalypse looming, the monitoring systems failed, and the celestial soldiers could only guard using the most primitive methods. The celestial soldiers standing on the walls shone flashlights, carefully observing every movement outside the manor. In the past few hours, Su Ming had not been idle. He observed and memorized every move of the heavenly soldiers, including the directions their flashlights pointed. He was fully aware of every visual blind spot. After precise calculations, Su Ming moved fluidly through the darkness, navigating left, right, up, and down along the optimal route he had computed in his mind. His steps were smooth and unhesitant, as if he were strolling in his own backyard garden. Even the flashlight in his hand seemed to resonate with him, automatically avoiding obstacles. Soon, he smoothly reached a visual blind spot beneath the wall. Ah! A young celestial soldier overhead suddenly let out a loud yawn, the sound appearing particularly abrupt in the silent night. This drowsy state lasted for nearly an hour. An hour ago, he yawned for the first time, and the other heavenly soldiers mistakenly thought something unexpected had happened, so they all pointed flashlights at him to examine closely. Countless flashlights aimed in his direction for confirmation. Like the story of the boy who cried wolf, the people behind gradually grew numb. Everyone knows that yawning is contagious. From that moment on, the heavenly soldiers on the outskirts began yawning intermittently too. This yawn became their fatal weakness. When the young celestial soldier yawned, he unconsciously closed his eyes. Su Ming, like a parkour expert, silently vaulted over the wall within a few steps. He took advantage of this time gap and, while the celestial soldier was still savoring the yawn, quietly appeared in front of him. The heavenly soldier opened his eyes and met Su Ming's gaze, filled with doubt and fear. Could all of this be an illusion? His attention was drawn to an abrupt figure, a tall and imposing man draped in a heavy black cloak, wearing a bizarre ghoul mask on his face. The man's appearance instantly stunned the heavenly soldier, and those blood-red eyes made his heart race. Just as he was about to call for help, Su Ming's large hand quickly covered his mouth. At the same time, a glinting watermelon knife sliced through the air, aiming straight for the soldier's throat. Due to the powerful innate ability, the soldier's body instantly froze, and for a brief 0.1 seconds, he forgot about the danger. But a second later, fear spread across his face, yet he could no longer make a sound. Blood spurted from his throat, reaching half a meter high, and he collapsed to the ground like a dead dog. The flashlight in his hand slipped and was about to hit the ground when Su Ming hooked it with his leg. This watermelon knife was none other than today's reward, Lu Huaqiang brand watermelon knife. Lu Huaqiang brand watermelon knife, superior grade equipment. Still troubled by being unable to slice a watermelon in one go? Still worried about blades that can endure multiple cuts? Still disappointed by the inability to pierce with a single stab? A real man should choose the Lu Huaqiang brand watermelon knife. Attributes: Strength +5. Passive: when the target is human, the inflicted damage induces a fear effect in the enemy, lasting 10 seconds. Su Ming looked at the watermelon knife in his hand. The special passive effect targeted at humans was truly powerful. The fear effect rendered people unable to make a sound. It was indeed a good knife. His choice to use the knife for assassination was not a spur-of-the-moment decision but a carefully considered plan. The sound of rushing air when arrows are fired can be too conspicuous. In comparison, a knife is almost silent and doesn't cause much disturbance. He carefully propped the celestial soldier's body against the wall, placed a flashlight beside it, and pretended to slouch lazily as if dozing off. If someone shone the flashlight in his direction, they wouldn't notice anything unusual without closer inspection. Su Ming continued stealthily along the perimeter wall, using the assistance of the silver bird claws to easily locate all the hidden enemies. There were initially 25 patrolling the outer perimeter, now only 24 remained. Under the cover of darkness, Su Ming advanced silently like a ghost. His movements were swift, his assassinations precise and decisive. The knife blade cut like the scythe of death, silently slicing through his target's throats. Every detail was meticulously arranged, leaving no traces behind. His technique was polished, each action as precise as a finely tuned clockwork mechanism, methodical and orderly. His gaze was icy and unwavering, each strike filled with confidence and determination. In just 2.5 minutes, he successfully cleared out all the guards near the walls of the manor. At this moment, the security within the manor had been completely dismantled, leaving only the final group of guards patrolling the perimeter. With only a few people remaining, Su Ming could finally use his bow and arrow without any hesitation. However, eliminating them all at once was not an easy task. They wouldn't foolishly line up in a row, waiting for a rain of arrows to fall. At this moment, the patrolling heavenly soldiers were caught off guard by a beam of flashlight. The source of the flashlight was the heavenly soldier closest to them. "Kuntaro, what's going on? Can't even hold a flashlight steady?" A yawning patrolling heavenly soldier walked over nonchalantly. He had no idea that the Kuntaro he referred to had just had his throat slit with a watermelon knife by Su Ming and would forever keep his eyes closed. The beam of light directed at the patrol team was meticulously designed by Su Ming. He cleverly hid behind a Kuan, using a low wall to conceal his figure. Controlling a Kuan's body, he guided the patrol team closer using the flashlight beam. Several beams of flashlight light shone on them, revealing a Kuan with his head lowered, a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth, looking melancholic and mysterious. This is a scene meticulously arranged by Su Ming. He handled it perfectly. "Kuntaro, you're still hiding cigarettes? Give me one, you idiot, I'm about to pass out." The squad leader and the others took all the cigarettes. "You're really something." Exactly. "Baka, tomorrow I'll go find some cigarettes too." These words acted like a fuse, igniting the soldiers' emotions. Previously, all the cigarettes in the community's supermarket were taken by Hiroshi Shiraishi. After the apocalypse arrived, cigarettes were not regarded as survival supplies, and thus were spared. After all, cigarettes are consumables, and once used up, they can only be replenished through supply capsules. These soldiers are all suffering from severe smoking addiction. A few days ago, the cigarettes they had secretly stashed were completely confiscated, leaving them with a scant few at hand. At 2 a.m., it is precisely the time when exhaustion sets in for both men and horses. If only I could have a cigarette, wouldn't it be blissful like being an immortal? "Kuntaro, why are you smoking like this? You take half a puff, and the wind takes the other half?" At this moment, the patrol team had already approached Kuntaro, but he remained motionless and silent. Everyone wasn't surprised by this, as Kuntaro, apart from training, enjoyed singing, dancing, and playing basketball, and didn't talk much. This is exactly part of Su Ming's plan. For several hours, while the people outside complained incessantly, this guy kept practicing air shooting. At this moment, there was half a pack of fur-ong cigarettes and a lighter on the low wall. He demonstrated a help-yourself attitude to his companions through his actions. They all stepped forward, each pulling out a cigarette tucked behind their ear, and lit one. The smoke they exhaled relieved everyone's lungs. At this moment, they stood in unison in front of the low wall, leaned casually against it, puffing out smoke rings and savoring the tranquility before death. "Brothers, have you noticed that the flashlights of the other brothers haven't moved at all?" Everyone looked around and indeed discovered this bizarre phenomenon. Over 20 brothers on the wall, yet their flashlights remained completely still. Does that make sense? Suddenly, Kuntaro's head tilted to the side, and his entire skull fell backward at an unimaginable angle, exposing the blood vessels and windpipe at the next severed point. The four immediately realized something had gone wrong. They had just opened their mouths when a dark red arrow shot through the air. The arrow of retribution. Under the immense power of the Overlord Bao, the arrow appeared exceptionally massive, even surpassing the one that once pierced through the armored giant king. In the next second, the arrow tore through the sky, precisely piercing everyone's chests. Their hearts and lungs instantly chilled to the core. However, at the moment of life and death, a celestial soldier pulled out a distress signal flare. Distress signal flare, common grade consumable, will not attract the attention of ordinary zombies. After use, it can send a distress signal to nearby companions to assist players in combat activities. The distress signal flare is the most common means of communication in the apocalypse, used to call for help from companions or nearby survivors. But in the later stages of the apocalypse, the distress signal flare became a double-edged sword. Just like the Dark Forest theory, you can never be certain whether the one firing the signal flare is friend or foe. Nor do you know what response it will elicit after being fired. As a result, most people use signal flares cautiously or avoid using them altogether. Even if they see a signal flare, they often choose to keep their distance. The operation is very simple. With a gentle press of the switch, the device quickly rises. When it reaches the highest point, it releases a distinctive smoke marker and emits a piercing buzzing sound. Before the punishing arrow pierced his chest, the celestial soldier hurriedly pressed the switch. In an instant, the distress signal flare shot into the sky. Su Ming widened his eyes, staring intently at the signal flare. Swoosh! An arrow shot through the air. Shooting a signal flare the size of a coin with an arrow? That's no easy feat. Not only does it require calculating the arrow's speed, but also the flare's ascent speed and gravity. Such an operation would even leave Newton astonished, wouldn't it? Others couldn't do it, but Su Ming could. Through precise calculations, he discovered that the flight speed of the arrow far exceeded the ascent speed of the signal flare. At the moment the signal flare was about to explode, the arrow perfectly hit it, directly detonating it. The ammunition that was supposed to release a rescue signal had now become a dud. No smoke appeared, nor was there any buzzing sound. Su Ming was thoroughly familiar with the characteristics of the distress signal flare. Back in the day, when he and Lin Rufei ventured into dungeons together, she often used this thing. Sometimes she used it like playing tricks, which left him quite frustrated. It was precisely because of his in-depth understanding of distress flares that Su Ming had the confidence to hit the target in one strike. Is this reasonable? A heavenly soldier, who had left his post due to an urgent need, saw the scene and couldn't help but ask. To Su Ming, the river, the Ganges River. But no one answered. The next second, an arrow abruptly shot at him, instantly blowing his head apart. Shockingly, the first normal attack of the Overlord Bow turned out to be a critical hit. The heavenly soldier's head instantly shattered like a broken watermelon, leaving only a thin layer of skin connected to the neck. Compared to the Huaxia battle bow, the power of the Overlord Bow is overwhelmingly strong. By this point, all 25 sentry and patrol soldiers outside Baisher Manor had perished. Lu Wei, guard the outside of the house, kill without mercy. Su Mingqiao made a gesture behind him. The emotionless girl listened and came over without any hesitation. At this moment, the villa's door suddenly opened. A celestial soldier walked out dissatisfied, yawning, rubbing his eyes, and muttering. Did that idiot forget the agreement? Or did he sneak off to find a place to nap again? As soon as he opened the main door, a fierce sound of wind suddenly roared. A sharp, chilling arrow pierced through the air, shooting straight at his chest. The powerful impact dragged his corpse back several meters, but fortunately, the man behind him caught him in time, preventing him from falling. The power of that arrow was too great. Before falling, he had already lost the breath of life. Whew! This force caused the latter to take half a step back before slowly speaking. The villa's main door slowly opened, and a strong smell of blood instantly spread, filling the air with an atmosphere of horror. Compared to the massacre outside the villa by Su Ming, this place was even more tragic. In the hall, more than a dozen female corpses lay scattered, a horrifying sight. These poor women, some were once playthings casually gifted by Baisher Hao to the Imperial Guard, while most were plundered by the heavenly soldiers during the apocalypse. In this chaotic era, they had long lost their sanity, driven by desperation. Whether it was elderly cleaning ladies or trending tech influencers, whether a blossoming young girl or a charming mature woman, as long as they are alone, they cannot escape misfortune. As the master, Hiroshi Shiraishi constantly has various women brought to him, but he is indifferent and does not compete with the heavenly soldiers. These heavenly soldiers recklessly treat them as playthings. In the chaos of the apocalypse, rules ceased to exist, and people disappearing became commonplace. The heavenly soldiers inherited Baisher Hao's cruelty, venting like beasts to satisfy their desires. The poor women were utterly unable to resist the repeated assaults of the heavenly soldiers. Under such beastly desires, no one could survive a single night. Some women can barely be recognized after the attack, while others are cruelly dismembered into pieces. Questioning Su Ming was the captain of the Imperial Guard, an elderly man with white hair. Honda Domineering, LV3, no profession, a talent, golden hoop defense. Before Su Ming shot and killed the celestial soldier with one arrow, Honda Domineering had been sitting in the villa hall, meditating with his eyes closed. As the commander of the celestial troops, he always made a high-profile appearance. From Sakura Nation to Huaxia, he accompanied and assisted 2 successive young masters, helping them both become the head of the Baisher family. Although he does not have the Baisher family's bloodline, his loyalty to the family is deeply etched in his bones. This is his pride and honor. However, Su Ming was not familiar with him. Honda Badeo? Only level 3? Although his rank was low, he was the captain of the heavenly soldiers. Su Ming had no impression of this name or face, guessing that in his previous life, he hadn't lived for very long. Honda Badeo pushed aside the corpse in his hand and squinted towards the doorway. Although he couldn't see anyone, he felt a chill creep in, making his hair stand on end. Killing intent. Honda Badeo sensed the endless killing intent emanating from the main gate. He had experienced internal conflicts within the Baisher family and considered himself accustomed to bloodshed and storms. But compared to the overwhelming killing intent outside the gate, those experiences were utterly insignificant. Just in terms of aura, he felt an immense disparity. This is no exaggeration, after all, during the Warring States period, Sakura Kingdom astonishingly split into dozens of small states, each fighting against the other. Ignorance limited his imagination. It wasn't just Honda Dominator. After the questioning, the bustling hall immediately fell silent, and everyone turned their eyes toward the door in unison. These soldiers were incredibly cruel, their hands stained with blood. Especially after the apocalypse descended, their desire to kill reached its peak. All the celestial troop members in the villa felt an intense killing intent. In the next second, the celestial soldiers raised their weapons, aiming at the door. Only the sound of the cold wind gently sweeping by could be heard. The surroundings were terrifyingly silent. "Who's there?" Honda Badeo roared. As soon as the words fell, a powerful aura was instantly unleashed. His strength is probably a level higher than Yamamoto's predecessor. The once noisy villa suddenly became so quiet that only the sound of breathing remained. In the study, Shiraishi Hiroshi came out, pulling up his pants and shivering. Obviously, he still didn't understand what had just happened. "What's going on? Keep playing music, keep dancing." However, the heavenly soldiers did not wait for his orders. Instead, they instinctively formed a defensive line in front of him, their expressions unusually serious. After a moment of silence, no one appeared at the doorway. At this moment, Hiroshi Shiraishi finally noticed his subordinate lying in a pool of blood, an arrow deeply embedded in his chest, making him realize the gravity of the situation. "Have they really come?" Hiroshi Shiraishi's eyes widened in astonishment, his tone flustered yet unable to hide his excitement. Honda Badeo said in a deep voice, "Young master, rest assured, I will absolutely protect your safety." He glanced cautiously behind him and signaled Shiroishi Hiro to stay quiet. Shiroishi Hiro understood, nodded, and quietly stepped aside to observe the situation. Honda Badeo took a deep breath and shouted loudly toward the door, "Why are you sneaking around? If you're intending to slaughter my clansmen, you should provide an explanation." Although his tone was firm, he knew in his heart that the visitor was no ordinary person. The guards outside the manor had likely all been eliminated. Those heavenly soldiers were immensely powerful, with over 20 elites among them. Just yesterday, they successfully cleared dozens of villas, resisting an onslaught from nearly 100 zombies and escaping unscathed, a testament to their capabilities. Wanting to secretly put them to death, not even the King of Heaven might be able to do it. However, surprisingly, the master at the door actually achieved it. Is he human or divine? Su Ming had already left the main entrance, gracefully leaping to the second floor of the villa. As he gazed down at the hall, he saw everyone nervously fixating on the door. There, a burly man with blue hair and clad in full heavy armor stepped in, his eyes glowing as he held a long blade, walking heavily inside. "Heaven opposes me, then I shall defy heaven." This is Su Ming's mythical weapon, the Overlord Bao's active skill, Ghost Hero. His appearance brought an overwhelming sense of pressure, instantly tightening the atmosphere in the room. Ghost Hero, summon the Overlord to aid in battle. Inherit 80% of the host's attributes. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 12 hours. Overlord, LV7, Class, Overlord. Strength, 70, Spirit, 42, Constitution, 58, Agility, 66. Su Ming examined the Overlord attributes. Its level matched his own, with all attributes inheriting 80% of his stats. Moreover, it came with a unique class. Overlord is a powerful tank-type class featuring displacement, control, shields, and guardian skills, granting it exceptional survival and sustained combat capabilities. What surprised Su Ming was that not only could the Overlord be set to automation, but he could also control it directly with his consciousness. For heavenly warriors, such attributes undoubtedly represent an overwhelming advantage. "Everyone attack together, leave one alive." Honda Badeo commanded sternly, "Since you've shown yourself, let's fight a decisive battle." The Overlord's towering figure swept through like a thunderclap, the gleam of the blade descending as heavenly soldiers staggered backward. Screams and wails echoed endlessly, their defenses collapsing in an instant. Despite nearly 50 heavenly soldiers besieging one Overlord, they were utterly at a disadvantage. Faced with absolute attribute superiority, the battlefield had turned into a one-sided massacre. Under Su Ming's control, the Overlord continued to slaughter the heavenly soldiers. These heavenly soldiers hailed from the Baisher family. Although their strength was no match for the Overlord, they still charged forward fearlessly, launching unyielding attacks like moths drawn to a flame. Su Ming's tactical style was grand and flamboyant, highly captivating, yet it also exposed vulnerabilities. As expected, under Honda Badeo's command, the heavenly soldiers started sensing that they were slowly gaining the upper hand. However, this was merely Su Ming's strategy. He deliberately feigned weakness to conceal his true intentions. In the next instant, more than 30 heavenly soldiers surrounded Overlord, pinning him tightly and rendering him immobile. Even so, Su Ming only needed to subtly manipulate Overlord's movements to force these heavenly soldiers to exert their full strength. At this moment, their gathering together was precisely Su Ming's original intention. "Young master, Captain Honda, the power of the Overlord is truly astonishing. The Overlord's armor is incredibly sturdy, we can't even sever his tendons. Don't worry, I have some ropes here. We can try tying up the Overlord." Akishi Hiroshi looked at the dozen heavenly soldier corpses lying on the ground, his heart heavy with grief. As the Chinese saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. "Who exactly sent you here?" "The Baisher family has various instruments of torture. I believe they can surely pry open your mouth. I hope you cooperate and confess properly, or I will make you wish you were dead." Baisher Hao's tone was threatening, showing he had no intention of letting things go. Beside him, Honda Badeo appeared deeply worried. Though the man before them exuded a killing intent no less intense than his own, he remained silent throughout. His vigilance rose. The situation was so unusual, there had to be something amiss. An indescribable feeling surged in his heart. Could this man truly have the power to kill all the heavenly soldiers outside the manor? Undoubtedly, this man was formidable, but he had not reached an unbeatable level. With the strength of the Overlord, he might be able to defeat the heavenly soldiers at the posts one by one, but it was impossible to accomplish all this without a sound. Does he have accomplices? As this thought flashed through his mind, Honda Badu felt a strong sense of suffocation, as if the threat of that arrow had struck again. A strong aura of murderous intent emanated from the corner of the second-floor wall. Honda Badu instinctively looked over, but it was already too late. Su Ming pulled the Overlord bow, with the bow fully drawn. A black arrow filled with the aura of death took shape instantly, whistling as it came. The murderous aura within the arrow dyed the surroundings blood red, as though tens of thousands of lost souls were surging forward wildly. They roared, screamed in agony, and wept, forming a tragic scene. Ultimate Death God's Arrow. Rules are meant to be broken. Super Ultimate Death God Arrow fires a Death God arrow, with damage increasing as the flight distance extends. Upon first hit, it explodes, dealing massive damage. Cooldown, 6 hours. This is a legendary skill obtained from a mythic-level treasure chest. Unlike the single-target damage of the Holy Arrow Massacre, the Death God Arrow focuses more on area destruction. Honda Badeo never expected that someone would aim an arrow at his companion, Overlord. This was not surprising, because Overlord was originally a decoy. Moreover, the duration was nearing its end. Run, away, now. Honda Badeo was just about to speak, but realized it was already too late. The next moment, that black arrow accurately struck a celestial soldier tightly clutching the Overlord's leg. The arrow of death seemed to be imbued with life, blooming into a stunning blood-red rose. Boom! Double strike plus Death's Dance plus the passive attribute of the Overlord bow, activating the effects twice. Ignores defense and shields. An arrow with up to 88 power triggers a 30% critical hit rate, dealing 250% critical damage. Combined with the damage bonus from the Hunter set, it's almost overflowing. For this group of mortal flesh and blood, it's like using a Yasin 105mm caliber rocket to kill a pig. Although Su Ming had imagined the destructive power of the arrow of death, he had clearly not fully anticipated the scale of such slaughter. With a deafening explosion, over 30 heavenly soldiers within a radius of 10 meters were instantly obliterated, leaving not even a single body fragment larger than 10 centimeters. The surroundings were filled with countless scraps of flesh and blood, interwoven and staining the entire hall red. The area, once littered with corpses, now resembled a hell on earth, unbearable to behold. Honda Badeo and Hiroshi Shiraishi stood on the edge of the explosion, narrowly escaping disaster. They stared wide-eyed in shock, as if time had frozen in that moment. Blood and torn chunks of flesh splattered across their faces, bodies, and even into their mouths, yet they remained oblivious. Hiroshi Shiraishi felt an extreme dryness in his throat and involuntarily swallowed. Ugh! He suddenly spit out an eyeball. What is this? Shiraishi Hiro shouted loudly, finally unable to hold back his nausea, and began to vomit violently. Honda Badeo glanced around, staring at the empty scene before him. The good news is that the powerful Overlord has disappeared. The bad news is that his celestial soldier subordinates have completely vanished without a trace. Honda Badeo rubbed his eyes, surprised that with just one blink, his subordinates were gone. At this moment, Su Ming leaped up and heavily stomped on the corpse of the celestial soldier slain by the Overlord. The powerful impact instantly obliterated the corpse. At this moment, the true mastermind behind the scenes finally appeared. As their eyes met, Honda Badeo immediately cowered. The man before him had an ordinary build and seemed harmless at first glance. But the aura emanating from him and his deathly gaze made people uneasy. Upon seeing this masked man with red pupils, Honda Hegemony suddenly thought of someone, Su Ming. Honda Hegemony's rise to this position was absolutely not due to seniority or luck. Anyone he's met has left an unforgettable impression. At first, he couldn't believe it. But comparing it with the image in his mind, whether it was the build or the features, they were exactly the same. Honda Badeo exclaimed in shock, "It's actually you, Su Ming. Could it be that the one who killed Lin Ruofei and destroyed the Lin family was you?" Bai Shihao couldn't believe it either as he heard this. How is it possible? That good for nothing, how could he become so strong? Honda Padao hysterically shouted at Shiraishi Hiro, who was standing behind him with a stunned expression, "Kaitamai, Yumi, quick! Take the young master and leave. Protect the young master with your lives." At this moment, two young girls dressed in tight black clothing, like ninjas, escorted Shiraishi Hiro into the study. With a bang, the door was slammed shut. Su Ming had already placed a death mark on Shiraishi Hiro. No matter where he went, he could not escape the rules of the apocalypse. "Su Ming, I advise you not to be too arrogant." Honda Badeo roared. "Lin Rufei was killed by you, right? The Lin family was wiped out by you too, wasn't it? Yamamoto's ancestors have yet to return, could it be your doing as well? I admit, Su Ming Kuan, your strength is indeed formidable. If you have the guts, face me head on." Rest assured, I, Honda Badeo, value martial virtue highly and won't easily take someone's life. Though Honda said this, he was inwardly filled with disbelief. With his 60 years of martial arts expertise, he couldn't believe this young man named Su Ming. So young, just in his early 20s, yet possessing such formidable power. How could he possibly have defeated Yamamoto Sennin, destroyed the Lin family, and eliminated the heavenly warriors of the manor? Even the ultra-ultimate death god's arrow he saw earlier was hard for him to accept. Instead, he felt convinced that he had fallen into Su Ming's trap, affected by strange apocalyptic skills. As long as he remained slightly vigilant, he could easily subdue him. Honda Badeo continued posturing, clasping his fists, assuming a horse stance, and striking a pose of "please make your move." Although he is only at level 3, equipped with just a few excellent great items, the overwhelming aura he displayed instantaneously even surpasses Yamamoto the Sage. Su Ming smiled. No wonder Honda Dominator is incredibly powerful, yet remains obscure in the apocalypse. Logically speaking, warriors should dominate the apocalypse with their extraordinary physical capabilities. But based on Su Ming's memory, warriors became scarce in the later stages of the apocalypse, and many of them were eliminated within the first month. Martial artists like Honda Badeo focus on strengthening their foundation, accumulating progress over time, and persevering consistently. They resist the temptations of modern conveniences and reject comfortable devices like air conditioning. As a result, when the apocalypse arrives, they are unable to quickly adapt to the new rules. They firmly believe that physical fitness is far more important than personal attributes, thus dismissing the idea of enhancing personal stats. In their eyes, attributes, skills, and equipment are nothing but trivial paths. This long-term experience has led to their blind confidence. Therefore, those so-called strong individuals who refuse to accept the rules of the apocalypse are destined not to survive for long. After all, during the 7-day novice protection period, the attack power of zombies was greatly weakened. Naturally, they believed they could easily defeat the zombies. But once the protection period ends, the strength of zombies will significantly increase, and even ordinary zombies can easily claim their lives. Currently, Honda Badeo's trump cards include not only 60 years of martial arts training but also an A-grade talent, Golden Hoop Defense. Golden Hoop Defense, A-grade talent. Surrounded by a Golden Hoop defensive formation for protection, reducing 60% damage and absorbing damage worth 300% of its vitality. The formation refreshes once every minute. This talent is good, but Su Ming does not intend to consider defensive-type talents. He chooses to take a path of decisive killing and is not interested in pretending to be weak to catch others off guard. Relying on Honda Badeo's talent and 60 years of practice skills, he can even face multiple mutated zombies, an achievement that even Yamamoto Sennin could not accomplish. If Yamamoto Sennin, who possesses the SS level talent Death's Dance, is the sharpest spear of the Shiraishi family, then Honda Badeo is the strongest shield. Sir, the times have changed. Su Ming did not respond and swiftly launched an attack. He struck as fast as lightning, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 arrows in 1 second. The Overlord bow seemed to come alive in his hands, as 2 arrows shot out like serpents leaving their lair, blocking Honda Badeo's retreat. Honda Badeo displayed astonishing reflexes, leaping into the air and, at the critical moment, altering the trajectory of the arrows so they swept past beneath him. Su Ming remained calm and composed. His 4th arrow was released once again, with a clear target in mind. Honda Badeo clenched his teeth tightly, forcibly adjusting his posture in mid-air, and managed to evade the nearly unavoidable arrow through sheer core strength. After landing, he spun twice with the momentum, dissipating the force from mid-air. Su Ming, you bastard, he cursed under his breath, clearly furious about the perilous situation earlier. Being older, he was still gasping for breath after landing. Young man, you lack martial virtue. An old man like me, with over 60 years of training as a celibate, almost ruined in an instant. However, if this is all you've got, then you might as well surrender. Su Ming knew deep down that if the opponent were Yamamoto himself, he definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand that strike. But Honda Badeo managed to do it. Before the apocalypse, such techniques would have been enough to make him a top martial arts master. However, this outdated mindset is completely useless in the post-apocalyptic world. As the apocalyptic game deepened, people became more cunning. Picking out a few scheming individuals could easily lead to their downfall. The old guy's got some skills, Su Ming said coldly, but not much. The test shots of several arrows had given him a deeper understanding of warriors. They couldn't be dealt with using conventional methods, as their physical qualities had reached the peak. Their reaction speed and flexibility far surpass ordinary people, making it impossible to gauge them solely by level or attributes. Since Honda Badeo thought himself highly skilled in martial arts and chose to confront Su Ming barehanded, then let's follow the rules of the apocalypse and teach him a lesson. Without waiting for Honda Badeo to steady himself, Su Ming quickly acted, expertly shooting 3 arrows to force Honda Badeo to leap again. Young man, the same trick won't fool me twice, Honda Badeo loudly warned. Su Ming, however, unleashed his special skill, Holy Arrow Massacre. In just 3 seconds, he fired 20 arrows in one direction, each dealing 30% damage. These 20 arrows poured down like a torrential rain, completely cutting off Honda Badeo's path of evasion. Honda Badeo stared in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. Can a human really do this? This is ridiculous. However, he had forgotten that in this world, even divine skills like the ultra-ultimate death god arrow existed. Compared to that, what was Holy Arrow Massacre? Suspended midair, Honda Badeo twisted and turned desperately in an attempt to evade the deadly rain of arrows. The first 10 arrows barely grazed the edges of his clothing, leaving him completely unharmed. But he was no invincible hero, he couldn't escape all of Su Ming's assaults. After the first 10 arrows, Honda Badeo seemed frozen, unable to move. Despair flickered in his eyes as though he had already foreseen his fate. Once struck, the effect of the S-rank talent true, earth-shaking tremor would halt time for 0.1 seconds. This seamless fusion of skill and talent, the combination was practically tailor-made for him. As a martial arts master, Honda Badeo, despite being on the brink of life and death, relied on his astonishing willpower to protect his vital points. However, under the terrifying effects of the dance of death, all defenses proved utterly futile. The immense impact pinned him against the wall, his eyes wide open, filled with unwillingness and despair. Through Honda Badeo's desperate evasive maneuvers, he managed to dodge the dense barrage of arrows, yet 10 still struck him. The arrow that pierced his arm avoided hitting any vital points. But even so, his strength was gradually fading. When his gaze met Su Ming's, the intense killing intent in the air made him feel a wave of awe. Could it be that he was truly getting old? In just 2 brief exchanges, not only did he fail to approach his opponent, but he was also struck by an arrow, firmly pinned to the wall. 60 years of skill vanished in an instant. The grief in my heart surged like a tide. At this moment, Honda Badeo saw Su Ming raise his weapon once again. Feeling powerless to react, he could only watch as he was pierced by the arrow. You have no sense of chivalry. Young man, we should fight fairly, he shouted furiously. In his eyes, a duel should be a contest of strength and skill. However, everything changed in the apocalypse, becoming so unfair. I'm not a martial artist, so why talk about martial virtue? Su Ming thought the old man was truly pathetic, even somewhat pitiful. Facts prove that just having strength is not enough, one must also keep up with the times. The next arrow shot directly into Honda Badeo's mouth, piercing through the brainstem. Before his death, he only felt a sudden warmth in his throat, then lost consciousness. Another critical hit directly shattered his skull. His legs kicked out, blood gushed wildly, soaking his entire body. In the safe house of the study, 2 young girls stood quietly. They had graceful figures and calm expressions, with a determined look in their eyes. The older sister was named Shisami, and the younger sister was named Yumi. Both were about the same age as Hiroshi Shiraishi, dressed in tight combat suits, one in red and the other in black, like 2 sides of the same soul. The distinguishing sign between them is the direction of their ponytails, Chimi on the left, Yumi on the right. This is Hiroshi Shiraishi's unique preference. Aside from flirting, he also enjoys spending time with the twin sisters. Holding reins made of ponytails, he drives 2 carriages, galloping across the boundless prairie. Their battle uniforms are not those of ordinary secretaries, they may appear fragile, but they are agile and highly skilled, their strength not to be underestimated. When fighting alone, they are absolutely powerful, but when joining forces, even Honda Badeo would feel intimidated. Since childhood, under the arrangement of Shiro Ashiro's mother, they have lived with Shiro Ashiro as cousins. These 2 are not only Shiro Ashiro's personal bodyguards, taking care of his daily needs, but also his indispensable confidants. They have forged Shiro Ashiro's final line of defense with their lives, vowing to protect him to the death, no matter the time or place. In the mid-apocalypse, Bai Shihao easily gave away the pair of sisters to others in order to obtain a mythic-level piece of equipment. It is said that after being given away, the sisters were devastated and met with a tragic fate. Although the pair of sisters tried their best to comfort the panic Bai Shihao, his expression still appeared fearful. As for the assassin, Bai Shihao had speculated countless times but never thought it would be Su Ming. That man who was once easily controlled by him, the man who was timid in front of Lin Ruofei, how could he possibly be connected to the powerful assassin outside? Bai Shihao found it hard to believe. However, Honda Badeo had a knack for judging people and an extraordinary memory, making everything crystal clear to him. Even though Bai Shihao was unwilling to accept it deep down, the reality was right in front of him, and he had no choice but to admit it. Slept with his woman and coveted his old house. Could Su Ming really be planning to take revenge by annihilating the family? Isn't this method a bit too excessive? In Bai Shihao's life, he was entangled with countless women, indulging in pleasures and never caught up in deep emotional entanglements. But he never imagined that he would face a life-or-death calamity because of a woman. When all the clues gradually connected, Su Ming's image became increasingly clear in his mind. It really might be Su Ming. He must have found out about the relationship between Lin Roof and me, acted first, killed Lin Roof, completely eliminated the Lin family, and is now coming after me. Lin Maoron's mysterious death at Star City Hospital should be his doing too. The tragedy of Wu Ying in the library might also be his doing. And there's Captain Yamamoto. His strength should have returned long ago. That's right, it must be him. There's no other explanation. But how does he know? How did his strength improve so quickly? If it weren't for that old guy from the Lin family coming up with that stupid idea, Su Ming would have been dead long ago. I wouldn't have needed to use that bitch Lin Rufei, I could have dealt with him directly long ago. Bai Shihao tried hard to make sense of the current situation, but his thoughts were a mess, and he gradually became incoherent. Young master, please calm down. Uncle Honda is very powerful and will definitely be able to stop that assassin. Even if the killer escapes Uncle Honda, he won't find the safe house. Even if he knows how to get in, there's no correct way. The woman humbly looked at the man in front of her, trying to persuade him. Indeed, this safe house was built to the standards of a fortress and could sustain itself for months even if isolated from the world. But the two women felt uncertain in their hearts. According to Bai Shihao's statement and Su Ming's performance today, can the defensive structures of the peaceful era in the apocalypse really stop Su Ming? Inside the villa, Su Ming faced a hellish scene and signaled towards the door. At the doorway, a little girl was already impatient, tilting her head and lightly following along. Su Ming had no time to pay attention to Honda's corpse at the moment, his gaze fixed on the marked location. After entering the study, everything became clear. The death mark guided them forward. The mark extended from beneath the desk into the ground. Su Ming easily found the hidden passage under the desk. Facing the heavy steel plate, he was completely unfazed. Lu Wei! Su Ming called out softly. Bang! 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 A few heavy strikes, and the 10-centimeter thick steel plate collapsed with a roar under Lu Wei's violent dismantling. The moment the passage door opened, Chimei and Yumi, like black and red lightning, charged at Su Ming with overwhelming killing intent. Shirashi Chimei, LV4, no profession, B talent, born charismatic. Shirashi Yumi, LV4, no profession, B talent, born charismatic. Innate charisma, grade B talent. Possessing this talent allows for body reshaping, altering appearance and figure while maintaining perpetual youth. Increases damage dealt to the opposite sex by 50%. They truly are twins, even their levels and talents are identical. Su Ming immediately checked their information and was surprised that these two stunning women had such ordinary levels and talents. However, in his view, this seemingly unremarkable grade B talent is exceptionally rare among all survivors. Grade B talent, with an awakening probability of only 1 in 10,000. Su Ming had some understanding of the peculiarity of this innate seductive bones, which could reshape the body and maintain eternal youth. Although it granted 50% extra damage to the opposite sex, he viewed it merely as a gimmick. In the late stages of the apocalypse, many wealthy men loved keeping women with this talent, treating them as playthings. This indicates that regardless of the era, there will always be people suffering, while the privileged class continues to exist. Su Ming's standards were already quite high, he hardly considered talents below grade A. Just as the two green daggers were about to slash his throat, a golden light flashed in Lu Wei's eyes. Without waiting for Su Ming's command, she immediately took action. She swiftly charged at the enemy, unleashing a staggering blow. This combo attack is absolutely effective. If the two women don't stop their assault, they will surely die without a burial place. Just as Lu Wei raised the dark iron hammer in a critical moment, the two women felt the terrifying force, and the shadow of death instantly shrouded their hearts. Their fatal strike was about to kill Su Ming, but it was interrupted by Lu Wei's sudden attack. Although they were unwilling, after a brief moment of reflection, reason outweighed impulse. They didn't want to take this risk. Not sure if their blade was faster or if Lu Wei's hammer was stronger? Even if Su Ming were killed, they would surely suffer a heavy blow. With this hammer strike, they might not even have a burial place. They dared not gamble further. Considering young Master Bai Shi's strength, they were unsure if they could escape alive. The overwhelming power demonstrated by Su Ming instilled fear in them, not to mention the little girl wielding a hammer before their eyes. Their instincts told them that this little girl was by no means ordinary. It turns out their concerns were not unwarranted. Even without Lu Wei's help, with Su Ming's exceptional agility, dodging would not be difficult. Moreover, Su Ming's physique is incredibly strong. Even if he took this blow head-on, it would only result in a minor injury, without any danger to his life. After all, his attributes far surpass the enemy. Moreover, the Absolute Servitude gift has a unique protective mechanism, always prioritizing the master's safety above all. Therefore, Ruby launched an attack without hesitation, without waiting for Su Ming's command. Although she didn't hit Chini and Yumi, with one strike, the desk instantly turned to dust, the floor shattered, and the steel reinforcement was exposed. The power of this strike made the two women break out in a cold sweat, thankful they chose to dodge. If hit by this move, there would absolutely be no chance of survival. After resolving the crisis, Lu Wei quickly retreated to Su Ming's side. Although her face was expressionless, she still maintained a combat stance. The two were well aware that with their own strength, a direct victory was almost impossible. With just an exchange of glances, the pair of sisters understood each other and reached a consensus. Having been Shiroishi Hero's pets for a long time, they had developed an extraordinary sensitivity. In Lu Wei, they seemed to see a reflection of themselves. The relationship between Su Ming and Lu Wei seemed more like that of a master and a servant. As expected, all the filthy men in the world are the same. Since they missed the best opportunity for an assassination, directly killing Su Ming seemed almost impossible. Chimei and Yumi began devising a new plan. For the sake of young Master Shiraishi, they were prepared to offer their bodies once again. Two young ninja girls dressed in black and red tight combat outfits swung their short blades, tracing patterns like blooming knife flowers. Then, without hesitation, they placed the two short blades on the ground. As they bent down, their snowy white skin beneath their necks and an endless abyss were revealed. At the same time, hidden in their hands were two poisoned shurikens, ready to strike as concealed weapons at the opportune moment. They unexpectedly pulled out a pure white undergarment from their tight outfits. The next moment, hardened contours were fully revealed. They waved the undergarment, assuming a posture of surrender. Their gazes softened, and the study was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Their confidence stems from B-grade charm and innate talent. The reshaped bodies, be it their faces, figures, or voices, possess a deadly allure to LSPs. Skills honed from a young age, their words seemingly carry a hypnotic power. Both voices are magnetic and gentle, drawing like gravity, flowing like crystal-clear streams, soothing and captivating the soul. Little brother, we can't beat you, we surrender. We've thrown away all our weapons, why don't you come and check? But we can't possibly take off our crotchless tights and thong under our tight outfits for you, right? As long as you spare young Master Baishar, you can do as you please with us sisters. We know how to please men, how about trying it out now? They spoke while twisting their bodies, their movements light and graceful, perfectly executed, truly people accustomed to group activities. Seeing that Su Ming and Lu Wei seemed to have let down their guard, the two women tried to move a little closer. Oh, is that so? Then call me Dad, Su Ming said flatly. The two women exchanged a glance and smiled. Clearly this man had fallen for their peculiar ruse. Daddy! They turned their heads, ninja stars in hand, ready to launch an attack. Although they spoke in seductive tones, Su Ming keenly sensed the killing intent in their eyes. During his 10 years in the apocalypse, he had witnessed far too many people lose their lives due to a moment of weakness. As the two women were about to speak, Su Ming decisively released his arrow. They had completely not expected Su Ming to be so resolute, and their charm skill actually failed in front of him. With Su Ming's move, the ambiguous atmosphere in the air instantly dissipated. The two women could not dodge in time and were directly pinned to the bookshelf, their bodies trembling violently. Then his gaze became unfocused, and the poisoned dart in his hand fell to the ground. Su Ming looked into the secure escape passage. The death mark remained motionless. Shiraishi Hao, upon learning that his two female companions were dead, knew there was no escape for him. Faced with the terrifying strength Su Ming had displayed, he felt utter despair. At this moment, Shiraishi Hiro stood inside the safe house, quietly waiting for Su Ming's arrival. Behind him was a massive world map, marking the Shiraishi family's branches across various locations. Su Ming's expression remained unchanged as he calmly walked forward. He fired an arrow, the arrow of retribution streaking like a meteor straight towards Shiraishi Hiro's knee, carrying an awe-inspiring force. However, when the arrow struck Hiroshi Shiraishi's knee, it emitted a sound of metal grinding, like swords clashing, sending a jolt through one's heart. Clang! Even more astonishing was that this unbeatable arrow of retribution left not a single mark on Hiroshi Shiraishi but shattered into countless dark red fragments and vanished. The once powerful arrow of retribution turned out to be ineffective against Hiroshi Shiraishi. Hiroshi Shiraishi, LV5, no profession, S-class talent, absolute defense, special talent, cannot be plundered. Absolute defense, S-class talent. When your constitution attribute exceeds the opponent's strength/mental attribute, you will be immune to their physical/skill attacks. Hiroshi Shiraishi has allocated all his free attribute points to constitution, reaching an astounding 85 points, while his strength and mental attributes are relatively low, and his agility is not high either. Even someone like Ruvi with 84 points in strength cannot harm him, even Yamamoto Saki with an SS-class talent cannot affect him. Su Ming's mental attribute is only 52 points, so the punishment arrow poses no threat to him. Seeing Su Ming's arrow blocked by absolute defense, Shiraishi Hiroshi let out a slight sigh of relief. Su Ming slung the overlord bow behind him, revealing a hint of helpless resignation. Unexpectedly, he quietly gripped the dagger that had once assassinated Lin Roof in his hand and walked toward Shiraishi Hiroshi again. The dagger handled by Su Ming had its blade smoothed out, specially designed to bring Baishar Hao the unprecedented agony of a dull knife cutting flesh. Today, Baishar Hao will experience what it means to kill with a dull blade, exhilarating. As an enemy in a past life, Su Ming was well aware of Baishar Hao's talents and abilities. When the first strike failed, Baishar Hao regained his former dominance. Facing Su Ming's approach, he remained composed and calmly said, "My talent is absolute defense, with a constitution score of 85. If your strength doesn't exceed this number, all your attacks will be futile. Now, can you listen to me? There's a saying in Huaxia, the bustling world gathers for profit, the hurrying world strives for gain. Su Ming, you have power, and I, Shiro Baishar, have the support of the entire Baishar family. You and I join forces, whether it's the prosperous Star City, the vast Huaxia, or even the entire Blue Star, they will all be under our control. Su Ming, I think we can talk." Baishar Hua stood with his back to the map, waving his arms as if the entire Blue Star was under his control. According to Su Ming's memory, Baishar Hua's words were not empty talk, but in this life, Su Ming wanted to raise the difficulty level for the Baishar family by 100 points. Bai Shihua spoke with some emotion, his eyes full of longing. When the two locked eyes, Su Ming still maintained a calm expression. Shiraishi Hiro's smile instantly froze, and the excitement in his heart was extinguished in an instant. At that moment, Su Ming's dagger effortlessly pierced his leg. Shiraishi Hiro exclaimed in shock, "Ah, how is that possible?" He couldn't believe that Su Ming had easily broken through his absolute defense. With his movements, his agility definitely exceeded 50 points, so how could his strength surpass 85 points? Immediately afterward, Shiraishi Hiro let out a piercing wail. "Sorry, my strength is 88 points. Su Ming removed the ghoul mask from his face, revealing an incredibly wicked smile. Unlike the method used to deal with Lin Ruffy, Su Ming opted for an assassination tactic that suited Sakura Country's physique better. At this moment, he was already wearing rubber gloves. The wound created by the dagger was small, but with Su Ming's immense strength, 2 fingers easily slipped into it. Shiraishi Hiro gasped sharply, completely clueless about what Su Ming intended to do. Then, he slowly tore at the wound, with an excruciating pain surging like a tidal wave. The cutting and impact seemed utterly insignificant by comparison. Time seemed to freeze, and every tug intensified the agony. Since the apocalypse began, Shiraishi Hiro had never experienced such pain. He wailed in agony, his voice like a heart being rent apart. With one slash, Bai Shihua's breakdown value instantly reached 50%. Cold sweat slid down his cheeks, and the agony of fainting and regaining consciousness repeatedly tortured him. His meager strength and agility attributes rendered him incapable of escaping or resisting. His left leg was torn open by Su Ming, exposing the bone beneath, while blood drenched the ground. However, Su Ming took out a bottle of vitality potion from his wristband and poured it without hesitation into Bai Shihua's wound. "Su Ming, I beg you, kill me. Stop tormenting me." The potion's effect began to take hold, restoring Bai Shihua's consciousness, but the torture pushed him to the brink of collapse. "Kill you? Of course, I will. But this has to go slowly," Su Ming sneered, his tone dripping with cruelty. In Bai Shihua's eyes, Su Ming's smile seemed like that of a demon. Before his words had even settled, Su Ming struck again, stabbing Bai Shihua's right leg. Bai Shihua howled in agony, his scream as piercing as that of a slaughtered pig. The muscles on his right leg were ripped apart, and the pain left him trembling all over. At this moment, his face was a miserable mix of tears, snot, sweat, and blood, a pitiful sight. He pleaded with Su Ming to spare him, but all he received was a cold response. "This is just the beginning." With a single stroke, Bai Shihua's manhood was severed, and his body was jolted back to life by the searing pain. Just as he was about to speak, Su Ming shoved something into his throat. As Su Ming spoke, the next blade swiftly pierced Bai Shihua's wrist. "This stroke, I'm repaying you." Su Ming's smile became increasingly sinister. 10 years. You used Lin Roof, drained my blood, fed on my flesh. Bai Shihua stared at Su Ming in panic, full of confusion. 10 years? From the time of using Lin Roof, it has only been a year. He wanted to question him but found he couldn't make a sound. His brother was gripping his throat at that moment. Before he could react, Su Ming raised the blade again, its edge glinting coldly in the air. "This stroke, I'm repaying you too." Su Ming continued, "In the apocalypse, you framed me as a traitor, causing me to be scorned by the masses, hunted by the top 10 masters." Koichi Shiraishi looked completely bewildered, his mind filled with doubt. Could Su Ming have mistaken him for someone else? Why did he suddenly start saying these things? "This stab is my payback to you." Su Ming's smile grew even more intense, filled with disdain and arrogance. "Because it makes me happy." Su Ming's dagger fiercely stabbed towards Koichi Shiraishi, showing no mercy. The dagger rained down like a storm, each strike bringing excruciating pain. Koichi Shiraishi's spirit reached its limit, with each blow pushing his collapse value higher until it finally hit 100%. His eyes dulled, resembling those of a lifeless pig. He let Su Ming attack without any reaction. If not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, others might have thought he was already dead. Is it over just like this? Su Ming took out his overlord bow and released an arrow with unstoppable force. Koichi Shiraishi's body burst like a punctured balloon, instantly exploding into countless fragments. The heavy burden in Su Ming's heart was finally lifted. Su Ming let out a loud, joyous roar, his mood incredibly relaxed. The deep-seated grudge has been avenged, finally feeling relieved and refreshed. Inside Baishir Mountain Villa, everyone except one person had already perished. In the previous life, Baishir opposed Su Ming at every turn, all because of Lin Rufei. Later, Su Ming was besieged by 10 top masters, intensifying the conflict further. The Baishir family, the 10 great experts, and those who have harmed me? Since you've hurt me, then all of you shall be destroyed. The most important thing now is to change professions. Since I have been reborn, I must make good use of my past life's memories to enhance my strength. Su Ming took the map off the wall, carefully rolled it up, and placed it into his bracelet. The Baishir family had secret contact points all around the world, but the specific locations and contacts still required thorough investigation. In this safe house, Su Ming discovered various items looted from Huaxia. Gold and silver jewelry, gemstones and jade, antique calligraphy and paintings, famous knives and swords, everything was there. However, these items are virtually worthless in the apocalypse. Even meticulously crafted famous knives and swords lose much of their sharpness and durability. In comparison, the Lu Huaqiang brand watermelon knife is clearly more practical. Nevertheless, Su Ming still took a large gold watch. Although the wristband can display time, checking a watch is simpler and more straightforward. Gold watches not only show off but also have automatic mechanical movements, making them far more durable than the electronic watches of the previous generation. Su Ming hummed a little tune and calmly walked out of the tunnel. At the study door, the trader's steward Wang widened his eyes, staring at Su Ming and Lu Wei. Although Lu Wei appeared calm, a peculiar expression flickered in her eyes. Su Ming's body was covered in blood, resembling a demon emerging from hell. A few minutes earlier, when he woke up in the night, he witnessed a scene in the villa that was like hell itself, almost losing hold of himself. He crawled to the study room door and saw Shiraishi Hiro's personal ninja nailed to the bookshelf, immediately realizing that his master was in trouble. Just as he was about to flee, he heard Su Ming singing, his legs went weak, and he directly lost control. Awake? Su Ming looked at the disheveled butler Wang and said calmly. He was the only living person left in the Baisher manor. Su Ming knew he had no combat ability, so leaving him until the end was no problem. Butler Wang was adept at understanding people's thoughts and immediately grasped the current situation. The man and woman in front of him must have killed everyone in the Baisher manor. Despite the horrifying scene, Butler Wang still tried his best to suppress his inner fear. Previously, the mountain of support wasn't solid, now it's time to find a reliable one. He was well aware of the principle that wealth comes from seeking, and his words were unusually humble. Good sir, I am not Japanese, I am one of us, a Chinese. My surname is Wang, you can just call me Xiao Wang. Although I come from humble origins, I do have a bit of wit and resourcefulness. If you don't mind, I am willing to serve you, no matter the hardships or dangers. Su Ming was already aware of Butler Wang's existence. After the apocalypse, he secured a place in the Baisher family with his exceptional flattery skills. However, his intent was not to seek status but to offer advice and strategies to Baisher Hao. Butler Wang's methods were unique and had never failed. Baisher Hao's remarkable achievements were inseparable from Butler Wang's meticulous planning. At the Baisher household, there is a saying that Wang Wei, the elite steward, is worth half a metropolis. The survival pressure of the apocalypse has driven many people to extremes. For those who lack strength and can only depend on others, achieving such an outcome was already a rare feat. Later, Su Ming's reputation began to shift, gradually turning into antagonism, eventually leading to his downfall. All of this is closely related to Steward Wang. Su Ming once swore that if he ever caught Steward Wang, he would tear him limb from limb to vent his hatred. Are you Wang Bansheng? Su Ming squatted down and finally asked. You're too kind. Steward Wang immediately put on a flattering expression and responded in a low voice. Wang Bansheng, LV2, no occupation, grade F talent, coin amplification. I swear, I'll chop you into pieces, it's you. Su Ming coldly stared at Butler Wang, gripping a watermelon knife in his hand. No way. Butler Wang panicked instantly upon seeing this. Su Ming gently raised his hand, and Butler Wang could feel the coldness of the blade, as if it had already pierced his body. The knife descended, slicing his left leg with the watermelon knife as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Agonizing pain washed over him, leaving him unable to speak, his body trembling, eyes brimming with terror and confusion. Hero, please, don't kill me. Steward Wang's voice cracked with sobs, filled with despair. Hero, since you seek vengeance for the Baisher family, I have information about their secret informant in Huaxia. Can I trade this for my life? He said, his gaze fixed on the knife in Su Ming's hand, awaiting a response. Su Ming felt a surge of joy. This was truly an unexpected gain. He had originally thought that only Shiraishi Hao knew these secrets, but it turned out that Butler Wang was also informed, truly a pleasant surprise. Although Su Ming had the opportunity to extract information from Shiraishi Hao when killing him, considering Shiraishi Hao's personality, it was impossible for him to disclose anything in the face of death. Su Ming had hoped to find clues in the Shiraishi estate, but the appearance of Butler Wang changed everything. As a traitor, Butler Wang was cowardly and afraid of death, which made him a perfect source for extracting intelligence. But Butler Wang was clearly not satisfied with just that. Enduring the pain, he took out a delicate notebook from his wristband, clutching it tightly to his chest, and tremblingly asked, Good sir, I've heard there's a kind of red vial that can restore vitality. Could you give it to me? No way. Su Ming's tone was firm as he raised the knife again. Butler Wang's face turned pale, his thoughts instantly in chaos, helplessly watching as his right leg was severed. Hero, please. I'll give it to you, everything, just spare me. Butler Wang cried out in despair, but Su Ming's blade showed no mercy, striking down again and again. I swore to dismember him into 8 pieces. The final strike aimed at that once proud head, letting him taste the flavor of despair as it hit the ground. Yawn. Su Ming let out a yawn, appearing somewhat fatigued. After clearing the battlefield, he fiddled with the large gold Rolex in his hand, thinking there were less than 3 hours left until dawn. Su Ming went straight to the top floor and casually picked a bedroom. The room was decorated quite luxuriously, with some unspeakable oil paintings hanging on the walls. The The round waterbed stood out strikingly under the purple lighting, a huge aquarium added a touch of mystery, and the whole room was suffused with an amorous atmosphere. I have to say, the homes of the wealthy are always so plain yet dull. However, as a zombie, Lu Wei doesn't need sleep. Su Ming retrieved a universal supply capsule from his wristband. Lu Wei, once you've finished eating, guard the door for me. Lu Wei eagerly took the capsule and skillfully opened it. This little girl seems to have extraordinary talent in both fighting and eating. Ever since having the little Lolita bodyguard, Su Ming's sleep has become unprecedentedly peaceful. After bathing, he quickly fell into a deep sleep, carrying his exhaustion. When he woke up from his sweet dreams, the time had quietly reached 10 o'clock. Su Ming saw food crumbs scattered beside Lu Wei, and her little hand reached out to him again. Fortunately, I have enough supply capsules. He shook his head helplessly. After eating and drinking to their fill, he took out a Star City tourist map. This was found in by Sherhouse Study, and it marked the locations of major famous attractions and landmarks in Star City. Their next destination is naturally the Star City Museum. There lies Su Ming's predetermined goal, the strongest hidden profession in the archery system, the god of Zongbu. To successfully change professions, he must go to the Star City Museum. The museum houses a national treasure-level bronze artifact, said to be a ceremonial vessel used during the worship of Hoi. This bronze artifact is the key to the job transfer process. Activating the bronze artifact in a specific way will transport you to the job transfer dungeon. After completing the dungeon challenge, you can obtain a job transfer scroll. In his previous life, Su Ming learned about this job transfer process while teaming up with others in the museum. However, he possesses the innate talent of a mage's heart, which grants bonuses to magic-based skills. Therefore, choosing a magic-based profession, necromancer, becomes the optimal choice. However, that is something that happened more than 10 days after the apocalypse began. As of now, it's only the 5th day, and the museum is likely still overrun with zombies. Job transfer tasks are strictly regulated. After the novice protection period ends, players must reach level 10. This is limited to basic professions such as mage, Taoist, and warrior. As for hidden professions, players only need to clear hidden dungeons or complete hidden tasks to obtain the transfer scroll. Once players reach level 10, they can open the scroll and successfully complete the job transfer. Su Ming had an early goal in mind and decided to seize the opportunity by transitioning ahead of time. He stretched lazily and strode out of Whitestone Manor with Lu Wei. He vaguely heard the voices of survivors at the foot of the mountain, clearly discussing plans to ascend it. The security of Star City collapsed overnight, and the neighborhood plunged into chaos due to the fall of the Whitestone family. Su Ming knew that this was only a temporary situation. Re-establishing a new order was only a matter of time. The apocalypse had entered its 5th day, and everyone was gradually adapting to the environment. At this point, merely clinging to life was no longer an option. They had to face reality and seek a way to survive. No matter how resilient a person is, they cannot survive 5 days without food or water. When forced into a corner, people can only step out of their homes and bravely face the threat of zombies. Although somewhat slow to realize, humans differ from zombies in that they possess intelligence. Most of the zombies are currently at levels 4 to 5, making it nearly impossible to confront them alone. As a result, many people choose to unite and face this crisis together. The Star City Museum, Star City Library, and Star City Concert Hall, these 3 iconic buildings stand on the Star City Delta. This place not only attracts out-of-town visitors but also draws many locals for strolls and recreation. Whether on weekends or weekdays, it is always bustling with people. However, when the apocalypse suddenly arrived, a large-scale event was taking place here, with a crowd of 50,000 in attendance. Due to movement control, the surroundings were temporarily sealed off with metal barriers, leaving the survivors with no way to escape. In the blink of an eye, a scene of hell on earth unfolded before them. Even the water in the musical fountain had turned blood red. The speakers in the fountain emitted a hissing sound, and under the multicolored lights, it appeared exceptionally eerie. Whether in the square or inside the building, zombies gathered in dense groups. Through the telescope, Su Ming saw a thick crowd of zombies at the entrance of the museum. In a confined space like the museum, one could use techniques such as bottlenecking to take down the zombies one by one. However, in this open area, the sheer number of zombies made it unlikely that Su Ming could eliminate them all even by shooting arrows non-stop. For Lu Wei, who lacked agility, escaping would be even more challenging. Just as Su Ming was contemplating how to sneak into the museum, he suddenly noticed a group of nearly 100 survivors rushing out of the side hall of the concert hall. These people included band members, dance troupe members, concert hall staff, and a few scattered guests. From their attire and organized stance, it seemed they had just cleared out the surrounding zombies. Leading them was a person dressed in a striking conductor's uniform, adorned with 3 pieces of elite-grade equipment. He spoke eloquently, pointing toward the museum and library, seemingly planning an assault. Most of the other survivors were young, though lightly equipped. Their eyes were resolute and fearless, clearly not ordinary individuals. They also assigned a few people to stand guard, making the entire team appear organized and disciplined within the crowd. However, before the leader finished speaking, some chose to leave, clearly no longer willing to fight. After some discussion, most decided to stay. Interesting, Su Ming said lightly. In the apocalypse, forming temporary alliances is common, but such teams often gather due to shared interests and disband for the same reason. Once interests are involved, the situation becomes complex, and so-called rules and morals are often cast aside. Moreover, in this apocalypse where strength reigns supreme, why not take advantage of them and join forces to eliminate the zombies? As long as they successfully infiltrate the museum, many troubles could be avoided. Star City Concert Hall. Nearly 100 players have gathered here. As the noon bell rings, the apocalypse suddenly arrives. They were rehearsing, preparing for the evening's event. Unlike the crowded museums and libraries, the concert hall appears deserted. However, this group of people here endured one life and death trial after another to escape from the concert hall alive. Afterwards, they took this place as their stronghold, leading other survivors to clear out the zombies in the surrounding areas. All of this was thanks to Lu Tianlong. As the band conductor, he is an avid fan of apocalyptic novels, having read over 1,000 of them. When the apocalypse truly arrived, he demonstrated astonishing leadership skills. While leading people to escape, he not only excelled in organizational ability but also made decisive judgments at crucial moments. He first led the orchestra survivors and successfully rescued the trapped dance troupe and other survivors scattered in the concert hall. He meticulously planned the escape route and led the team to successfully eliminate several small zombie clusters. In the end, he led the crowd to break through, carving a bloody path and turning the concert hall into the only safe haven within the river delta. Lu Tianlong named the concert hall Eternal Star City, inspired by a bar he frequently visited. He excelled in equipment and level, becoming the leader of this group. But in times of helplessness, people are more likely to follow the crowd. After leaving the large group, the chances of surviving alone are greatly reduced. Everyone gathers together because they believe it is better to seek shelter under a big tree. So when Lu Tianlong called out, most people chose to follow him, with only a few deciding to leave. During the zombie hunt, they obtained survival supplies and also acquired some equipment. The thrill of killing and leveling up excited everyone. Despite the hardships, they should have been cautious, but instead grew arrogant. At this moment, Lu Tianlong made a regretful decision. He rashly allowed the survivors to join his Eternal Star City. In just 2 short days, numerous survivors gathered from all directions with different purposes, some for survival and others to try their luck. With more people, unity was lost, and the team became difficult to manage. As the numbers increased, the entire team gradually split into 2 factions. One faction was led by Lu Tianlong, consisting of out-of-town performers, while the other was headed by Huang Ding, comprising a group of newly joined local opportunists. The 2 forces are evenly matched, neither yielding to the other. Those who joined Everlit Star City early firmly believe in Lu Tianlong's leadership and strength, clamoring to charge into the museum. After all, they come from other regions, originally without support, and understand that they must continuously improve their strength to survive. As for the newly joined teams, having never received Lu Tianlong's protection, their goal is simply to rely on the team's safety to hunt down isolated zombies and seek temporary stability. Lu Tianlong knew that a swift victory was better than a war of words. To ensure the survival of Eternal Star City, he had to establish absolute authority. After discussions with several followers, Lu Tianlong reached a consensus. Regardless of whether the other party joined, the large number of zombies in the museum could provide experience, supplies, and equipment. An attack was necessary. However, breaking through the square is absolutely impossible, as there are tens of thousands of zombies gathered there. Once they are provoked, the entire Everlit Star City will face total destruction. Stop arguing. In a few hours, it will be dark. You can explore the concert hall and basement. We'll head to the museum at 8 a.m. tomorrow, Lu Tianlong announced decisively. His followers whistled excitedly in agreement. But Huang Ding immediately stepped forward to voice his objection. There are too many zombies in the museum. Shouldn't we wait another day until more people join the Sleepless Star City operation? According to his plan, more people would join Sleepless Star City tomorrow. Leveraging his relationships in the old Star City, he knew that using coercion and incentives to bring these new members to his side wouldn't be difficult. This way, he could overwhelm Lu Tianlong and the other out-of-towners in terms of numbers, and when the time came, with one command, Sleepless Star City would fall under his control. A chance to leave his mark in the apocalypse. Don't worry, although breaking through the square head-on is very challenging, attacking from the basement should work, Lu Tianlong explained. Workable? There are only about 100 of us, how can we ensure we survive after going in? Huang Ding questioned. This is decided then. As the commander, I declare that my word is final. Lu Tianlong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately made up his mind. Huang Ding and his supporters exchanged smiles, having already decided to watch quietly tomorrow and wait to see Lu Tianlong make a fool of himself. At that moment, the crowd suddenly became noisy, like boiling water churning. Fortunately, the concert hall's soundproofing was excellent, otherwise, it would have surely attracted the zombies. Lu Tianlong knew that no matter how much he tried to explain, those who had decided not to listen would never change their minds. He regretted having taken in so many uncontrollable people just for fleeting power. but he was also unwilling to let go of the domain he had painstakingly built. Ultimately, Lu Tianlong was intoxicated by the admiration of others and the power he held. However, as someone even more ambitious emerged, he began to worry about being replaced. At this moment, Su Ming and Lu Wei had changed into plainclothes, appearing very low-key. In their disguise, their identities were concealed, and from afar, they looked like ordinary people, only slightly more capable. No one noticed them. When a kindly-looking man slowly descended the stairs, the surrounding people remained oblivious. Following closely behind him was a petite, adorable little girl wearing a masquerader's mask. Su Ming took Lu Wei straight to Everbright Star City. Even though he was dressed casually, he still appeared extraordinarily charismatic in front of the crowd, drawing exceptional attention. Of course, he was just slightly less charming than his handsome and suave readers. Originally, the entrance to Everbright Star City was guarded, but the commotion inside had just drawn them away to join the excitement. Thus, the two entered smoothly, avoiding tedious inquiries and registration. As soon as he entered, Su Ming saw Huang Ding hiding in the corner. His striking blonde hair was truly hard to ignore. Once seen, it would be etched in memory forever. The shimmering golden hair was nearly flawless. Sure enough, enemies are bound to meet. In his previous life, Su Ming had encountered Huang Ding at the Xingqing Museum. He claimed to be an old hand of Xingqing, the curator of the everlasting Xingqing, and the living map of the museum. The labels attached to him were countless. At that time, Su Ming was completely clueless about these complex interpersonal relationships and ended up being deceived by Huang Ding's sweet talk, joining his team in a muddled way. Through mutual benefit, both sides displayed considerable strength, and the cooperation was very pleasant. However, when confronted with zombies in the museum, a team of dozens was reduced to just the two of them. After entering the instance, although there were occasional close calls, they ultimately completed the career change. Normally, two people who have experienced life and death together in the early stages of the apocalypse, under difficult circumstances and without conflicts of interest, typically would not turn against each other. As mentioned earlier, such temporarily formed teams are often difficult to maintain in the long run. The key to their lack of conflict lies in the interests not being significant enough. However, once the stakes are high, greed often breaks the rules. After completing the job change, Su Ming unexpectedly obtained a fine-grade necklace, which became the fuse between the two. Sure enough, one moment they were calling each other brothers, and the next they were at each other's throats. Huang Ding's actions undoubtedly showcased the essence of betrayal after crossing the river. Although Su Ming and Huang Ding were evenly matched in strength, the power of the profession god of Zongbu far surpassed Su Ming's necromancer. At that time, Su Ming's level, attributes, and equipment were far inferior to what they are now. In the end, Su Ming gave his all and barely managed to achieve a bitter victory. However, the arrow shot by Huang Ding in his dying moments pierced deeply into Su Ming's shoulder, leaving an indelible scar. During his recovery period, Lin Rufei, under Bai Shihao's clever arrangement, approached Su Ming, setting the stage for the subsequent story. After Huang Ding's passing, no one else could trigger the hidden quest of the god of Zongbu. Regrettably, the god of Zongbu had yet to emerge into the world and perished in a dark corner of the museum. Now, perhaps only Su Ming alone still knows the secret of this mysterious profession. However, when Su Ming and Lu Wei appeared, Lu Tianlong's gaze was immediately drawn to them. The siblings looked very young and were clearly a pair of youthful brother and sister. Su Ming was dressed in 2 pieces of gear, with a Lu Huashan brand watermelon knife hanging at his waist. At this moment, he had already avenged himself greatly and no longer needed to hide his appearance with a ghoul mask. Lu Wei carried a pair of short blades, and the mask of the pretender concealed its purple glow, otherwise, that legendary equipment would be far too conspicuous. However, the mask looked extremely high-end, and the patterns on it indicated it was no ordinary item. When Lu Wei replaced the iron hammer in her hand with the short blades, she had shaken her head in protest. But Su Ming ultimately appeased her dissatisfaction by offering 3 supply capsules as bait. Among this group, only Lu Tianlong and Huang Ding possess 3 pieces of equipment. The others, including even their most loyal followers, are only equipped with 2 pieces of equipment. Clearly, the addition of Su Ming and Lu Wei has strengthened the power of Evernight Star City. The two are a force to be reckoned with. If they choose to join any faction, their strength would directly overpower the opposition. At least in the short term, their influence would undoubtedly grow. As a leader, Lu Tianlong was the first to recognize their importance. He immediately displayed the demeanor of a leader, leading his followers to approach Su Ming and Lu Wei proactively. The crowd gradually quieted down, following Lu Tianlong's steps. People looked in the direction he was heading, their eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. When did 2 experts appear in Star City that never sleeps? Su Ming looked around, deliberately understated, yet still unable to hide his brilliance. Sigh, I thought this outfit was humble enough. Unexpectedly, I still overestimated the capabilities of this crowd. The music hall, initially bustling, suddenly fell eerily silent. I am Lu Tianlong, the manager of Starry City that never sleeps. May I ask how you 2 experts are addressed? Any plans? Lu Tianlong asked in a humble tone. Lu bro, my name is Passerby, and this is my sister Lu Wei. We noticed your team is very strong and would like to consider joining you, Su Ming said with a naive expression. Su Ming was a bit surprised by Lu Tianlong's attitude. It seemed that the leader of Starry City that never sleeps was not Huang Ding. What a con artist. Join our Starry City that never sleeps? You're both welcome. Brother passerby, Sister Lu Wei, Lu Tianlong said as he checked their levels, only to be astonished to find that both had reached level 5. Su Ming's demeanor makes people think he is hard to approach, but in reality, he is much more easygoing than Huang Ding. Even more attention-grabbing is Lu Wei, who, though young, is very reserved and clearly follows her brother's lead. Lu Tianlong warmly shook hands, expressing his welcome to them. Thank you, Brother Lu. Su Ming responded kindly, gripping Lu Tianlong's hand firmly. Their arrival was like a spring breeze bringing rain, instantly alleviating the tense atmosphere in the concert hall. Lu Tianlong pulled Su Ming and Lu Wei into the lounge. Huang Ding's face remained gloomy as he quietly stood aside, not rushing to intervene. He realized the seriousness of the situation. If the two were really taken away by Lu Tianlong, even those followers of his with weak resolve might be influenced. After all, this tactic had been used by Huang Ding himself before, and it had succeeded repeatedly. The next moment, he gathered his followers, a sinister idea surfacing in his mind. At this moment, in the temporary office, Lu Tianlong was having an enthusiastic conversation with Su Ming and Lu Wei. His gaze shifted between the two, revealing an uncontainable joy. Su Ming smiled faintly, sensing the subtle atmosphere of Evernight Star City as soon as he entered. Here, over 100 people are divided into two factions, almost completely isolated from one another. Lu Tianlong and his nemesis Huang Ding are undoubtedly the leaders of these two factions. The arrival of Su Ming and Lu Wei, with their outstanding levels and equipment, made them the focus of both sides vying for their allegiance. However, Lu Tianlong's intense gaze made Su Ming a bit uneasy, and it seemed as though Lu Tianlong sensed his discomfort, even leading Su Ming to question Lu Tianlong's sexual orientation. Buddy, you guys came at the right time. If you have any ideas, just let Brother Lu know. I call the shots here, so I guarantee everything will be arranged perfectly for you. Brother Lu, my sister and I want to try our luck at the museum. We heard you have plans to attack the museum? Although Su Ming said this, he did not intend to stay with the people of the Nightless Star City for long. After all, sneaking into the museum was his true objective. No problem. Buddy, we'll meet up tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Lu Tianlong felt delighted upon hearing this. No problem. Gather at the square at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we'll clear out the zombies together. If we're lucky, we can open up the road to the museum within 2 days. Lu Tianlong felt increasingly delighted. His followers had originally planned to head to the museum as well, and now, with the addition of two strong allies, their strength had doubled, ensuring a smoother journey. Su Ming was secretly pleased. He realized that although this group's abilities were not as formidable as the Baisher family's heavenly soldiers, their equipment and combat skills were worlds apart, making a significant difference. Even for the Baisher family's heavenly soldiers, it would take 2 to 3 days to carve out a path in this densely packed area. However, for Su Ming, this group of people is more than sufficient to act as his cannon fodder. Lu Tianlong rubbed his hands together and said with an apologetic smile, Buddy, Brother Lu has an unreasonable request. I'm short of a handy weapon. You siblings have 3 weapons in total, how about sharing one with Brother Lu? He suggested. Of course, I won't take it for free. I'm willing to exchange 10 supply capsules for it. What do you think? Since they have a request, it's a deal. If I don't charge them heavily, wouldn't I be at a loss? Su Ming smiled awkwardly. Brother Lu, you know the drop rates for these items. Among them, weapons have the lowest drop rate. Exactly. Lu Tianlong watched Su Ming take out a weapon and wave it in front of him, indeed noticing this pattern. Check out my Lu Huashine brand watermelon knife, green quality, increases strength by 5 points, excels in slicing, chopping, stabbing, mastered in all. When used for killing, it can even inflict a fear effect on the opponent. Good knife. Truly a good knife. Lu Tianlong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. After hearing Su Ming's description and seeing the attributes of the knife with his own eyes, he concluded that this was no ordinary item. You say this knife still belongs to your Lu family, are 10 supply capsules worth it? Then Brother Lu, I'll add another 10 supply capsules. He slapped his thigh, appearing excited. Lu Tianlong's eyes gleamed with excitement, as this was already the best he could offer. For the people of Eternal Star City, supply capsules had already become a hard currency for exchanges. Whoa! This guy completely misunderstood. Su Ming could have as many supply capsules as he wanted. Su Ming looked at the supply capsule with a pained expression. Brother Lu, we need to save this survival material for the brothers. Is there anything else? After 10 years in the apocalypse, Su Ming's acting skills had reached perfection, fully worthy of an Oscar statuette. He looked at the items Lu Tianlong took out from the wristband, his eyes showing disappointment. Although there was a variety, the quantity was scarce, and most were ordinary tools and potions. Su Ming glanced over casually and found nothing worthwhile. Lu Tianlong noticed Su Ming's mood, his heart tightened, knowing that this time he might have disappointed the brothers. Brother Lu, isn't there something special, something tough? Su Ming was evidently not very interested. Seeing this, Lu Tianlong's mind turned, and he said mysteriously, Brother Lu, there really is something special and tough here. How ruthless. Su Ming obviously showed some interest and asked, "This high-level thing, buddy, you definitely haven't seen it." Lu Tianlong smiled mysteriously and pulled out a scroll from his wristband. Unknown scroll, legendary scroll. Only those who know how to use it can open it. Su Ming was stunned. Isn't this the mission scroll that triggers the class change instance in the museum? It can only be obtained from zombies, near the museum or from treasure chests, with an extremely low drop rate of legendary quality. Just where did Lu Tianlong get it from? This move is simply like Qin Shi Huang encountering Chu Yushuan, truly a win. Su Ming was overjoyed inside but maintained a calm demeanor. It seemed Lu Tianlong had inadvertently obtained this scroll and was clearly unaware of its significance. Wow, brother Lu. A legendary scroll? This thing must be super valuable, right? Su Ming asked exaggeratedly. Bro, didn't I tell you? This is what I call the real deal. Fierce enough? Lu Tianlong bragged. It said that this scroll was accidentally obtained by a member of Nightless Star City from a treasure chest monster near a trash bin outside a museum. Even Su Ming felt that the drop rate for treasure chest monsters was ridiculously low. He really couldn't figure out how that member got so lucky. This news caused a sensation in Nightless Star City, but even after trying various methods, the owner couldn't open the scroll. In the end, they had to trade it for a supply capsule. The scroll changed hands multiple times, with no one uncovering its secret. All they got in exchange was a capsule, turning it into the laughingstock of Nightless Star City. Eventually, the scroll ended up in Lu Tianlong's possession. He studied it repeatedly but never got any results, so it became a toy he used to show off to new members. After all, finely crafted items are rare, let alone legendary ones. However, the vanity brought by showing off was fleeting. Once people learned the secret of the scroll from their predecessors, it became yet another joke. At this point, to Lu Tianlong, it was less practical than the watermelon knife in Su Ming's hands. Bro, this is a legendary scroll, a treasure you can't easily come by. Lu Tianlong immediately said to Su Ming, then stuffed the scroll into his hands. Su Ming was utterly confused. What a generous person. Lu Tianlong looked at him, knowing that sooner or later he would learn the scroll's story, and then suggested, bro, why not take these 20 supply capsules as well? He didn't want any discord over this, fearing that if the siblings ever turned against him, the loss would be too great. Su Ming was about to refuse when he felt Lu Wei gently poke his thigh. Your sister is still growing, as her brother, just take it. Otherwise, brother Lu will be upset. Wow. All I can say is Lu Tianlong really knows how to pave a wide path. Lu Tianlong was as happy as a child, fiddling with the watermelon knife in his hand. He was in an exceptionally good mood and had a lot to say. Having a brother like Su Ming is truly a blessing cultivated over 8 lifetimes. This weapon is his new gear, bringing his total equipment count to 4, enough to give him an edge in front of Huang Ding. Do you know, buddy? There's actually a small path that leads directly to the museum, Lu Tianlong said excitedly. There's a hidden passage in the basement leading to the museum. There aren't many zombies there, but a leader-level zombie is guarding it. Someone tried before, but they never succeeded. This news made Su Ming's eyes light up, and he secretly rejoiced this was exactly the opportunity he wanted. Others may not be able to handle the leader-level zombie, but Su Ming was not afraid. Even a lord-level zombie could be dealt with, let alone this small leader-level zombie. Seeing Lu Tianlong's face full of joy, Su Ming casually chatted and effortlessly extracted the information he wanted. Soon, he obtained all the information he needed. With this information, Su Ming decided not to travel with them anymore. Let's go outside for a walk and gain some experience. But I suggest you don't rush into the museum for now. After gathering the intel, Su Ming turned and left the office with Lu Wei. Lu Tianlong listened, his face full of joy. Every time they improve their strength, their chances of defeating Huang Ding increase a bit. However, Su Ming's subsequent words did not catch his attention. Alright, buddy, you go ahead. In the Delta, just mention my name, Lu Tianlong, and it'll work. Lu Tianlong said confidently as he sent the two away. The people of Evernight Star City looked on in astonishment at this scene. The captain was so close with the two young men, calling them brothers and personally sending them off. Back at the concert hall, Lu Tianlong was grinning foolishly, playing with a watermelon knife, unable to put it down. Lu, where'd you get this weapon? A few followers asked curiously. Hee, of course, I traded it with a passerby. You'd never guess I only used 20 capsules and that scroll. The passing the drum scroll? Boss, that's awesome, everyone exclaimed in unison. There's only 1 hour left until nightfall. We need to first locate the secret passage mentioned by Lu Tianlong, then find a safe place to wait until sunrise tomorrow before launching an attack. At the same time, we also need to evaluate the strength of the leader-level zombie. Most zombies are generally around level 5 now, but I've already reached level 7. If I can reach level 10 before entering the class transfer dungeon, my strength will greatly improve. After completing the job change, my strength will increase exponentially, so I can be more confident in the battles ahead. Su Ming walked out while pondering. Suddenly, he realized something was amiss. Why do we have to wait until tomorrow to act? Previously, he couldn't defeat the zombies at night, but at the Star City mansion last night, he successfully made his way in and out of the zombie horde 7 times. Now, relying on his and Lu Wei's strength, they can completely handle the nighttime zombies. This merely shows that Su Ming is still constrained by the mindset of his previous life. When people were afraid of the dark, trembling in their homes, Su Ming, with his numerous golden abilities, became someone the zombies feared. Moreover, when night falls, he doesn't have to worry about clueless individuals suddenly showing up and ruining his plans. Having made up his mind, Su Ming resolutely continued forward with Lu Wei. From the moment he stepped out of Everbright Star City, his keen instincts had already sensed an unusual atmosphere. More than 10 people stood at the entrance, and from the moment he exited, they followed closely behind, clearly targeting him. Su Ming felt a bit helpless. He was a good person after all. Wasn't this bullying an honest man? Sure enough, as Su Ming reached the stairwell, they surrounded him tightly. Leading the group was none other than that striking tuft of blonde hair, Huang Ding. Grandmaster Pride, LV6, no profession, grade B talent, quick draw. Su Ming originally didn't plan to let Huang Ding off the hook, but he didn't expect this guy to come knocking on his door himself. At this moment, Huang Ding, surrounded by a crowd, walked over and directly blocked the two of them. His meticulously groomed hair stood out amidst the crowd, adorned with a gold chain and a gold watch, complete with sunglasses, bracelets, and gemstone rings. It was as if all the expensive items were piled onto him, showcasing the style of a nouveau riche. Huang Ding shrugged, and a subordinate beside him immediately helped him take off the suit draped over his shoulders. Holding a cigar in his mouth, a trace of arrogance gleamed in his eyes as he said to Su Ming, "Kid, Lu just showed you that toilet paper scroll, didn't he? I advise you to stay away from him, or you won't even know how you died." Lu Wei stepped in between the two at this moment, interrupting Huang Ding's words. Huang Ding sneered at Su Ming, saying, "Humph. Want your sister to step forward while you hide behind her? Don't think you can rely on being a minor. When I unleash my power." Su Ming furrowed his brows tightly as Lu Wei pulled out a short blade from her chest. Huang Ding scoffed disdainfully, "With this motley crew, you dare challenge me?" Behind him, 10 subordinates each had a power level of over 5, their overwhelming numbers and aura crushing. In the face of such an advantage, anyone would seem utterly powerless. Huang Ding's subordinates began to mock, feeling that Lu Wei and her group were overestimating themselves. They thought there was no need to step forward and could just boast from the sidelines. However, those in Lu Tianlong's camp were long accustomed to such situations, knowing full well the difference in power. At the entrance of Star City that never sleeps, some members of Lu Tianlong's faction had already turned to leave, heading off to report the situation to their leader. At that moment, Lu Wei made her move. Fearlessly, she dashed forward, quickly closing the distance to Huang Ding. Then, 2 short blades struck precisely at Huang Ding's neck, producing a crisp sound. Crack! Huang Ding's head instantly separated from his body, cutting his words off completely this time. The followers who had been trailing behind him were stunned at the sight, immediately panicking and exchanging uneasy glances, instinctively tightening their grip on their weapons as they hesitated over whether to retaliate. After all, they were just a loosely assembled group, with no real loyalty to speak of. But Su Ming didn't care in the slightest, waving his hand to signal Lu Wei to attack again. In an instant, dozens of bodies fell to the ground. Su Ming calmly stepped over Huang Ding's corpse and continued onward, leaving behind a crowd of onlookers, frozen in shock. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Lucy's sudden move left people shocked. Everyone seemed accustomed to such scenes and was not surprised by the death of several companions. Su Ming and Lucy gradually walked away as the onlookers began to stir. "Someone's been killed. Someone's been killed," a survivor shouted. "That little girl took them all down in a few moves. Is that even reasonable? So brutal, I'm going to throw up." After receiving an urgent message from his follower, Lu Tianlong quickly grabbed his Lu Huaqian brand watermelon knife and rushed to the scene. He saw a dense crowd gathered at the staircase leading to the basement, the atmosphere tense. What's going on? Could it be? Lu Tianlong was filled with doubts and even a hint of panic. He wondered in his heart, could it be that Huang Ding led people to besiege the Su siblings? "Huang Ding, what exactly have you done?" He forcefully pushed through the crowd and saw a scene that shocked him. The dozen or so people lying on the ground, weren't they his archenemy Huang Ding and his gang? What surprised him even more was that their equipment hadn't been stripped, indicating total disdain for such things. Lu Tianlong almost burst into laughter. Did the greatest enemy just die like that? However, thanks to professional training, he suppressed his amusement. At this moment, a loyal follower stepped forward voluntarily to explain what had happened. Cold sweat ran down Lu Tianlong's back, and he felt fortunate for having proactively extended goodwill earlier. If he makes any slight movement, the outcome might be the same as Huang Ding's. He looked around and ordered his subordinates to deal with the bodies. The survivors who originally followed Huang Ding now turned to join his ranks, their eyes showing awe and respect. They believed that Su Ming and Ru Wei were invited by Lu Tianlong specifically to deal with Huang Ding. Lu Tianlong returned to the office, staring at the freshly confiscated equipment. Though he felt excited inside, he recalled Su Ming's instructions before leaving and thought to himself, could there be something behind this that I'm unaware of? Would this count as a grand gift I've given to Lu Tianlong? I just hope he remembers what I said and stops bothering me at the museum, Su Ming muttered to himself. Originally, he planned to deal with Huang Ding himself, but upon seeing Huang Ding's expression, he lost interest. It wasn't just because the opponent was too weak, but also because that guy's arrogance triggered Lu Wei's protective instincts, and he was promptly taken away. The place Lu Tianlong mentioned was easy to locate, but the basement's layout was rather complex. The underground parking lot of the 3 halls is shared, and since it is free, it is packed with various vehicles. Zombies are everywhere in the basement, especially those hiding in cars. Every time you pass, you can hear the sound of rolling and roaring. Su Ming, accompanied by Lu Wei, quietly put on their gear. With the equipment on, Su Ming felt relaxed and agile, drew his bow and arrow, and accurately shot the zombie's head. Much stronger than melee weapons. Against ordinary zombies around level 5, Su Ming can kill them instantly with either a knife or a bow and arrow. Using a bow and arrow allows him to be more composed, especially when facing multiple zombies. Even the occasional elite zombie is dealt with by him in no more than 3 seconds. On the way, Su Ming walked and stopped intermittently, and by nearly 6 o'clock in the evening, he found the location Lu Tianlong mentioned. At this moment, all the survivors had safely returned to the shelter. After several days of struggling to survive, they deeply understood the threat of zombies at night. Zombies during nighttime undergo temporary evolution, becoming much stronger. Ordinary zombies are akin to elite zombies. Meanwhile, the strength of elite zombies reaches the level of a leader. You should know that during the day, leader-level zombies are as powerful as the combined efforts of 100 players of the same level. Now, only Su Ming dares to act at night. He looked up, and the sign at the entrance indicated that this was indeed the expert passage of the library. Through this passage, you can directly reach the conference room on the first floor of the library. He took a silver bird claw from his wristband and carefully observed the interior of the passage. As expected, there were no obstacles inside, only a few zombies scattered in the meeting room. Su Ming silently entered the meeting room. The zombies had no time to react and fell one after another under his arrows. After putting away the Overlord Bao, he and Lu Wei were now in the meeting room. The room was full of bloodstains, clearly evidence of a fierce battle. Su Ming found a few relatively clean tables and took out a supply capsule from his wristband. Lu Wei, without any reservation, began cheerfully enjoying herself. Su Ming started taking stock of the gains from this journey. Including the zombies he had eliminated before, his experience points were already more than halfway to reaching level 7. Tonight's goal was to delve deeper into the museum and strive to level up to 9. However, the journey yielded little gain, with only a universal resource capsule in hand. He decided to skip this item, believing that after the novice phase, keeping some necessary consumable resources to exchange for coins would be more worthwhile. A few excellent grade pieces of equipment held no particular value to him, so he directly tossed them back into his wristband. Luckily, the storage space of the wristband had been expanded to 3 cubic meters, and with Lu Wei's cultivation space, it could barely hold some additional items, otherwise, it would have already been full. At that moment, an inconspicuous little stone caught Su Ming's attention. Enhancement stone, excellent grade consumable item. Equipment enhanced with. This stone will receive upgrades. The first enhancement is guaranteed to succeed, but as the enhancement level increases, the failure rate also rises. Su Ming revealed a smile, something useful had finally dropped. Theoretically, enhancement stones can strengthen all equipment. Upon success, they boost attributes by 10%, with a maximum enhancement level of 10. Moreover, there is a talent that allows the enhancement level to be extended to level 20. He decisively placed the enhancement stone on the Overlord Bao, as enhancing mythical equipment yielded the greatest benefits at the moment. Ding! Would you like to enhance top 10 famous bows? Overlord Bao requires the consumption of 100 coins. Current success rate, 100%. Enhance. Ding! Enhancement successful. Congratulations on obtaining Overlord Bao +1. Top 10 legendary bows. Overlord Bao +1, mythical grade equipment. One of the 10 legendary bows of China, unique equipment. It is said to have been used by the Overlord, rumored to be made from the tendon of a dragon, possessing extremely high power and accuracy. After enhancement, the attributes have improved. Attributes: Strength +20, +2, Passive Skill, Elite, increases critical hit rate by 30%, +3%, and critical damage by 100%, +10%. Active Skill, Ghost Hero, summons the Overlord to assist in battle, inheriting 80% of the host's attributes, lasts for 10 minutes, cooldown of 12 hours. Su Ming raised the Overlord Bao high, and the dim indoor lighting made him appear even more imposing. In addition to the golden glow emitted by the mythical grade equipment, there was also a faint white halo surrounding him, which is the special mark of +1 equipment. Each time the equipment is enhanced, its color changes. After obtaining the +1 Overlord Bao, Su Ming was revitalized. He briskly walked toward the conference room door as usual. The fire escape diagram behind the door clearly illustrated the layout of the first-floor library. The library ranks second in the number of zombies among the 3 buildings, and its density exceeds that of Xingqing Hospital. Xingxing Library has 5 floors, and according to Lu Tianlong, Su Ming must go to the 2nd floor. Through the corridor connecting the library and museum, he can directly enter the museum. Looking back, Lu Wei is still gnawing on a pig's trotter. Lu Wei, hurry up and get moving, Su Ming shouted. Lu Wei pouted, reluctantly putting down the pork hock. This little girl was like a foodie, seemingly never full. Do your best later. Once we get to the museum, I'll prepare a roasted whole lamb for you as a midnight snack. Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. This little girl was quite adorable. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei immediately perked up, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Although she regained her expressionless demeanor, her gaze revealed genuine emotion. She gripped 2 black iron hammers tightly, as if intending to vent all her anger on the zombies. Su Ming pushed open the door and found a dozen mutated zombies walking toward them. They were wearing high school uniforms, apparently still studying when the apocalypse began. Su Ming lightly raised his hand, and the arrow shot through the air, precisely triggering a 33% critical hit effect, blowing the zombie's head apart. This successfully enhanced Overlord Bao saw all passive attributes, except for Ghost Hero, increase by 10%. Once the enhancement reaches level 10, the effects will double. The zombies noticed Su Ming and Lu Wei's presence and charged toward them. The average attributes of these zombie high school students exceeded those of zombies of the same level by around 20%. However, in Su Ming and Lu Wei's eyes, this gap was insignificant. Let loose and hold the doorway, Su Ming commanded. Lu Wei immediately strode toward the zombie horde. In her eyes, these zombies were nothing more than ingredients for her midnight snack. Relying on her 84 points of strength, Lu Wei took down a zombie with a single blow. Compared to Su Ming's agile dodging, Lu Wei appeared much more direct and fearless. She was unafraid of the zombie's sharp teeth and claws, remaining true to herself even after getting injured. Facing the zombies' attack, she did not back down, making their heads explode and blood splatter everywhere. Fortunately, the Apocalypse gear had cleaning functionality, otherwise, she would have already been a mess from the blood. It seems the decision to give the blood-sucking ring to Lu Wei was the right one, otherwise, her body would have suffered severe injuries. Rose now seemed to have turned into a fighting machine, standing firmly at the doorway. Meanwhile, Su Ming displayed an exceptional grace, his shots precise, with each arrow hitting its mark and ensuring every zombie fell to the ground. In just a dozen seconds, the two dealt with the group of zombies and arrived at the first-floor passage. Although they did not cause a big commotion, the low growls of the zombies still attracted more of them. Blocked by a horde of zombies ahead, unable to move forward. However, Lu Wei did not back down and bravely charged forward again, enduring the zombie attacks. She used Shock Strike to send the surrounding zombies flying one by one. The next second, Su Ming's Overlord Bao was fully charged. The Arrow of Retribution. A dark red arrow, as thick as a forearm, whistled out. It mercilessly harvested the lives of mutated zombies. 1, 2, 3. With this strike, the arrow successfully pierced through over a dozen zombies before finally stopping. With Lu Wei's help, Su Ming's attacks became even more relentless. As long as a critical hit was triggered, even a mutant zombie could be taken down with a single arrow. After an hour of intense battle, Su Ming finally made it through the hall with Lu Wei and safely reached the area near the restroom on the first floor of the library. Fortunately, the firefighting blueprint indicated that the fire escape door opposite the restroom was designed as a normally open type. Choosing this route was clearly much simpler than forcing their way through the hall to the second floor. They quickly ran into the bathroom, put on ghoul masks, hoping to avoid the zombies attracted outside. The number of zombies outside was enormous, and clearing them all would take at least 3 hours. Typically, zombies returned to their original spot 10 minutes after losing their target. After an hour of continuous shooting, Su Ming felt his forearm ache. He took out a bottle of white potion and drank it in large gulps. Stamina potion, common consumable. Immediately restores 10% stamina, then restores 2% stamina per minute for the next 10 minutes. Only one potion of the same type can be effective at a time. This potion, along with the vitality potion and energy potion, is one of the most basic potions in the apocalypse, yet it doesn't come cheap. In his previous life, Su Ming would never have been so extravagant. After swallowing the potion, Su Ming clearly felt the soreness in his forearm diminish. He turned to look at Lu Wei and found that she looked as if she had just climbed out of a pot of spicy hot pot, her entire body covered in a mixture of red and white. If not for the hint of fair skin on her hands, one might have mistaken her for a new, unknown species. Lu Wei, stay here and keep watch. I'm going to check the restroom, Su Ming instructed. Lu Wei nodded and immediately used a hammer to firmly block the restroom door. Even if a zombie passed by, Lu Wei could take care of it with a single swing. As Su Ming approached the restroom, he sharply sensed a strong presence emanating from within. To fully deal with these zombies was the only way to face the imminent high-ranking leader-level zombie without worry. He walked cautiously to the sink and carefully leaned in for a look. Inside the men's restroom, a few zombies were motionless, seemingly having mutated while using the toilet, their pants halfway down, stuck above their knees. When they spotted Su Ming, these zombies became unusually excited, rushing toward him all at once. Su Ming was secretly glad he hadn't brought Lu Wei along. The scene was simply too horrifying for him to look directly at. As it turns out, walking with your pants half down really does increase the risk of injury to sensitive areas. With a series of thuds, several zombies toppled over like dominoes. The leading zombie fell right in front of a sign that read, "A small step forward, a giant leap for civility." A few pale white buttocks were blatantly exposed in front of Su Ming. Despite lying on the ground, they still struggled to crawl towards Su Ming. This greatly reduced the mobility of this group of zombies. If they weren't mutant zombies, Su Ming would even suspect a few mischievous kids could easily deal with them. This sounds somewhat absurd, but after careful thought, it's indeed exaggerated. The horrifying scene made Su Ming involuntarily accelerate his attacks. Fortunately, he had no risky ideas, and after a few arrows, this group of zombies gave a final twitch and completely ceased to exist. Although the earlier commotion didn't cause a disturbance, for safety's sake, Su Ming still decided to proceed cautiously. However, although the silver bird claw enhanced Su Ming's perception, certain mutant zombies or specialized zombies remained difficult to detect. Thus, the cautious Su Ming raised his overlord bow and shot an arrow into each compartment. The restroom is a place where it's easy to hide. Opening a compartment is like opening a blind box. Danger could appear at any moment. He certainly didn't want to be suddenly ambushed by a lurker hiding in one of the compartments during a battle. What? You're asking if this would harm the innocent? Ridiculous. Come on, it's the 5th day of the apocalypse. In a library overrun by zombies, could there still be any survivors? There actually are. Suddenly, an arrow pierced through the shoulder of a survivor. Su Ming looked at him apologetically. "Brother, I'm really sorry, it was an accident." He smiled and said, "If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your forgiveness." However, the man had already turned blue, his body cold, clearly long dead. After finishing in the men's restroom, he steadily walked toward the women's restroom next door. A sign at the entrance of the women's restroom read, "Under maintenance, do not enter." Su Ming directly bypassed the sign and entered the women's restroom. He quickly scanned the area and found that the structure was similar to the previous women's restroom. It should be noted that these women's toilets were all entered by Su Ming after the apocalypse. He certainly doesn't have a glorious history of barging into women's restrooms. Despite being the same type of restroom, compared to the men's restroom next door, this one appeared exceptionally clean and completely empty. This scene left Su Ming feeling a bit dazed, as if this place hadn't been affected by the apocalypse. But he sensed a powerful aura emanating from the accessible stall at the farthest end of the women's restroom. This stall is the only one with a locked door. Su Ming, drawing from his experience in the men's restroom, shot an arrow at each stall. When he reached the last stall, he sensed that the creature inside seemed to have noticed him. Then, 2 low growls came from inside the stall, one high-pitched and one low-pitched, as if responding to him. Hold on. Hold on. 1 hole, 2 low growls? 2 zombies? In his mind, the figures of Cece and Lily involuntarily emerged. Su Ming leaned down and peered inside through the gap under the door. All he saw were 2 sturdy black calves, and he even thought he might be mistaken. 2, right? Moreover, that pure black skin was not clothing but genuine skin color. Are they native inhabitants of Demon Capital, or foreigners from the African Union region? The zombie was unhappy with Su Ming's interruption and struck fiercely, completely destroying the partition wall. With one blow, the partition wall crumbled entirely. In an instant, a familiar scene appeared before Su Ming's eyes. As expected, a muscular black male zombie is firmly holding up the peach-shaped buttocks of an Asian female zombie, displaying astonishing strength. The female zombie's hands are wrapped around the black male zombie's neck, with a leather cord tied around it. 2 alluring legs in torn black stockings gently rest on the black zombie's waist, with her entire body suspended in midair. The black and white zombies, their skin marked by the characteristic pale gray of zombies, are pressed tightly together at this moment. The tank zombie seen on the first day of the apocalypse in the livestream is exactly the same, except the previous one was pushing a tank, while this one stands upright at an incredibly high level of difficulty. I thought the zombies online were already strong enough, but I didn't expect there to be something even more formidable. At that moment, the black zombie charged towards Su Ming with steady steps. Meanwhile, the female zombie emitted a low growl, wielding a mutated giant rabbit in her hand. Seeing these 2 rolling their eyes back and baring sharp teeth in such a terrifying manner, Su Ming couldn't help but think of wanting to unlock a mysterious cheat code. Indeed, these 2 zombies each have their unique strengths. Although Su Ming was captivated, his grip on the overlord bow did not falter. He aimed at the left leg of the black zombie and shot an arrow, hitting the target precisely. In an instant, its knee took a direct hit, the kneecap shattered, and its body wavered unsteadily. Just as its right foot was about to stabilize, the second arrow followed swiftly. The black zombie, now with both knees pierced by arrows, collapsed with a loud crash echoing through the restroom. Su Ming condensed that familiar punishment arrow on the overlord bow and thick, dark red arrow that obliterated the zombie couple's mouths in a single shot. He fired several more arrows before completely eradicating the zombie pair. Ding! Successfully killed a mutant elite zombie LV8, gained experience *160, gold coins *16. Although its strength was comparable to the leader level zombies during the daytime, in Su Ming's eyes, there was no difference. While clearing the battlefield, Su Ming unexpectedly discovered 2 work IDs. It turned out the man was named Leo, a soccer coach. At Sichuanchongqing Academy, the woman was named Yoshi, a library employee. Surprisingly, she was actually from Sakura country. I'm sorry to meet you in such circumstances, Su Ming said softly. These names sound somewhat familiar. Could it be Leo and Yoshi? Isn't that the leader-level zombie from the museum in my previous life? It seems like an old acquaintance. Back then, to escape its pursuit, the team of dozens was almost completely annihilated, with only Su Ming and Huang Ding narrowly escaping. In his previous life, it was Invincible, becoming the strongest zombie in Star City. But this time, it wasn't even able to evolve before falling into Su Ming's hands. It seems that the Leo and Yoshi from the previous life were indeed powerful, but today's Leo and Yoshi are not. Oomph. Important information release. Good evening, all survivors struggling in the post-apocalyptic world. I'm here to give spoilers again. The post-apocalyptic world has now opened a brand new enhancement system. Survivors, why not give it a bold try? Next are the reinforcement rules. Please listen carefully. First, equipment must reach legendary grade or above to use enhancement stones for reinforcement. Second, the quality of enhancement stones directly affects the success rate of reinforcement. Third, during the reinforcement process, you can choose to use a guarantee charm or a luck charm to increase the success rate. Fourth, the maximum enhancement level is +10. When the enhancement level is above +6, if the enhancement fails, the equipment may directly vanish. As for the other rules, they are left for everyone to explore on their own. The Orderer spoke with absurd humor, delivering the message to the survivors of the apocalypse. Su Ming was already well aware of this. When equipment is enhanced to +5 and +10, additional special states will also be obtained. However, in his previous life, aside from a +8 weapon, he opted for a more cost-effective plan, upgrading other equipment to +6. The enhancement process is incredibly costly. Without strength and determination, he would never dare to attempt it lightly. In the Huaxia Nation, those who can enhance all their equipment to +10 are extremely rare. However, in this life, Su Ming seemed to be endowed with extraordinary luck and abilities. He set a small goal for himself, to upgrade all his equipment to level 10. He bent down, there were only 2 supply capsules in front of him, and his heart tightened. Could I really be this unlucky? Please, give me a reinforcement stone. Sure enough, his words came true. After careful searching, he found a strengthening stone, normal grade, at the feet of the zombie. This strengthening stone was no different from the ones he had used before, all being the lowest grade. Advanced strengthening stones are rare and extremely expensive. He cautiously placed the strengthening stone on the Overlord bow, and a familiar system notification sound rang in his ears. Ding! Would you like to enhance top 10 famous bows Overlord bow +1? This will consume *100 gold coins. Current success rate is 60%. Kind reminder, you can use a guarantee charm or fortune charm for additional support. If the enhancement fails, the enhancement level will reset to 0. Enhance. Su Ming said softly. A 60% success rate, what's the harm in failing? The probability in the apocalypse isn't like the illusory ones in mobile games on Blue Star, it's real. Generally, people don't use runes before +4. Everyone uses regular enhancement stones because advanced stones and runes are too expensive. As a golden light flashed, the white glow emanating from the Overlord bow turned a pale green, appearing particularly dazzling. Ding! Enhancement successful. Congratulations on obtaining top 10 famous bows, Overlord bow +2. Strength attribute increased by 2 points, critical hit rate increased by 3%, critical hit damage increased by 10%. Not bad, the first step of the long march has been completed. Just as Su Ming was about to leave, he noticed a legendary treasure chest glowing with purple light in a hidden corner. The surface of the treasure chest was engraved with intricate and mysterious patterns, each line exquisite and captivating. If it weren't for Su Ming, who had experienced 10 years of the apocalypse, ordinary people wouldn't notice at all. Vocal. Isn't this a wild treasure chest? Su Ming exclaimed in surprise and excitement. He gently crouched down, placing his hand on the mysterious treasure chest. Ding! Opening a legendary treasure chest requires 60 seconds. Or use a master key to open it directly. This type of wild treasure chest is different from the treasure chest Su Ming obtained from the leader-level zombie. The treasure chest dropped by leader-level zombies can be stored in the bracelet and opened at any time. However, this type of wild treasure chest cannot be moved or stored and requires time to open. During the opening process, the hand must remain on the chest at all times, and if removed, the timing will have to restart. It's somewhat like the process of placing and dismantling explosive packs in shooting games. The higher the treasure chest level, the longer it takes to open. Chests that require extended periods to open also test the patience and teamwork of the squad. In his previous life, Su Ming encountered a mythical level treasure chest that required 10 minutes to open. However, due to its lengthy opening time, he was interrupted multiple times. When opening a wild treasure chest, he must ensure no interruptions. At this moment, Su Ming saw Lu Wei guarding outside the door and felt relieved. Open the treasure chest. He gently placed his hand on the chest and said resolutely, "Survivor Lone Wolf is opening a legendary treasure chest. 60, 59, 58. Ding. Successfully opened a legendary treasure chest, gaining reputation *10, experience *500, gold *235. These are the fixed rewards for wild treasure chests, yielding some reputation, experience, and random gold each time they're opened. Next, he couldn't wait to see the other rewards inside the chest. To his surprise, he obtained 2 more pieces of excellent grade equipment, a hunter's mask and hunter's boots. Finally, he completed the full hunter's set. Hunter's mask, excellent grade equipment. Granted only to exceptionally skilled and experienced shooters, it boasts remarkable attack power and agility, symbolizing honor and strength. Attributes, Constitution +5, Spirit +5, attack speed increased by 10%. Hunter's boots, excellent grade equipment. Reserved for elite shooters, it provides outstanding attack power and agility, serving as a mark of dominance. Attributes, Constitution +5, Spirit +5, movement speed increased by 10%. Ding. Hunter's mask has been equipped. Ding. Stalker boots have been equipped. Ding. Congratulations to the survivor for successfully activating the 6-piece effect of the Stalker set. Stalker set. 2-piece set, all attributes +2, damage of bow and crossbow weapons increased by 10%. 4-piece set, all attributes +3, bow and crossbow weapon attack range increased by 25%. 6-piece set, all attributes +5, bow and crossbow weapons automatically load magical arrows. Chu Yusin touches the power switch, electrified delight. All attributes +5, equivalent to gaining a full 4 levels of attribute points. The effect of this 6-piece set is truly transformative. The final passive skill allows you to simply draw the bow to spontaneously condense magical arrows, ready to fire. Right hand freed, attack speed doubled. Moreover, there are 2 rare legendary quality enhancement talismans, 1 minimum guarantee talisman and 1 luck talisman. In the apocalypse, these are truly scarce. Guaranteed Charm, legendary consumable, ensures no reduction in enhancement levels and prevents equipment from disappearing upon failure in equipment enhancement. Disappears after use. Lucky Charm, legendary consumable, increases enhancement success rate by 15% upon use. Disappears after use. Roar. At this moment, the sound of an intense fight came from the entrance. Su Ming gripped the Overlord bow tightly and advanced swiftly. The previous battle with the zombies had clearly attracted more enemies, with at least 100 zombies gathered outside the bathroom door. Lu Wei was already struggling to deal with the hordes of zombies. These zombies were extremely aggressive, instilling fear, and Lu Wei was on the verge of being overwhelmed. To make matters worse, more zombies were continuously surging from all directions nearby. The zombies' mutation at night is horrifying. Not only do their attributes improve, but more importantly, their perception and unity are greatly enhanced. This is why, despite Su Ming's caution, the sound of his fight with 2 zombies still attracted the attention of the zombies in the hall. If it were daytime, those zombies wouldn't have noticed anything unusual in the restroom. Zombies at night are truly terrifying. Su Ming's heart stirred, and he quickly formulated a strategy. He decided to use Lu Wei's skills to successfully fend off the surrounding zombies. Next, he planned to find a breakthrough and fight his way out of the encirclement. Finally, he was going to dash toward the fire escape on the opposite side to completely escape from these zombies. After making up his mind, Su Ming quickly gave Lu Wei an order: activate the shield and bloodthirst skills. The shield skill came from the necklace seized from Lin Maoying, while bloodthirst was Lu Wei's support skill. Lu Wei had too few skills. If there had been suitable skill books, he should have prepared some for her long ago. Body shield forms a shield around the body, absorbing 100% of damage for 10 seconds. Bloodlust increases attack power by 50%, attack speed by 50%, and lifesteal effect by 30% for 40 seconds, followed by a hunger state. When the skill is activated, a pale yellow shield surrounds Lu Wei, fending off the ferocious zombie attacks. As Bloodlust is activated, Lu Wei's crimson pupils emit an intense red glow as she runs. The black iron hammer in her hand seemed to come alive, creating afterimages with every swing. The weapon, weighing dozens of pounds, felt as light as a toy in her grasp, effortlessly controlled. Lu Wei delivered a powerful blow, sending all the attacking zombies flying. Before the airborne zombies could hit the ground, their bones shattered under Lu Wei's hammer, producing crackling sounds. They bled from their 7 orifices, with flesh and entrails splattering everywhere. Due to the powerful impact, these zombies were repeatedly sent flying, yet those behind them only wanted to keep attacking. Hit by the corpses of their companions, they were left dazed and even knocked over a few zombies behind them. However, Lu Wei did not stop, and every part she attacked sunk deeply. Under the protection of the bloodthirst skill, Lu Wei's combat power reached its peak within 40 seconds, becoming unstoppable. With her bold and sweeping style, she instantly turned the tide of the battle. The originally disadvantaged situation gradually regained balance. Su Ming tightly gripped the Overlord bow, leveraging the 6-piece hunter set, and joined the fight. No longer needing the cumbersome process of knocking an arrow, a magical blue arrow instantly materialized on the bowstring. This magical arrow contained unparalleled power. The arrow flew out with a sharp whistle, shaking the eardrums. Snap! Excellent shot! Su Ming praised in his heart. This arrow accurately struck the mutant zombie's head, the powerful impact forcing it back several meters. This surge of power swept through like a tide, causing the enemies behind to retreat in defeat. Su Ming's arrival instantly eased the tense battlefield, and the two quickly took control of the situation. Facing the endless stream of zombies, Su Ming skillfully took them down one by one with precision, their bodies piling up into obstacles. This not only created a unique pathway but also successfully blocked part of the zombie attacks. Theoretically, as long as Lucy can hold on, eliminating these zombies is just a matter of time. However, though Lucy is strong, without activating the Bloodthirst skill, she simply cannot withstand it. Activating the Bloodthirst skill is crucial, but its duration is only 40 seconds. Lu Wei, fall back. Su Ming stared intently at Lu Wei's bloodthirsty state, until it reached 38 seconds. Then, he decisively issued the command. Upon receiving the instruction, Lu Wei swiftly retreated in a reverse charge, unhesitatingly returning to Su Ming's side. Ahead, the fire door was tightly blocked by zombies. Su Ming gripped the Overlord bow firmly, drawing it to a full moon shape, and a black arrow whistled forth. The arrow emanated a dense aura of death, its intense impact causing the library to tremble. The emotionless mutated zombies paused in the face of this killing intent, as if sensing the immense power contained within the arrow. Super Ultimate Death God's Arrow. Its power instilled fear in any living creature. The arrow aimed straight at the mutated zombies barricading the fire door. The arrow pierced into the zombie's body, releasing an explosive burst of energy. The black arrow shaft bloomed into a magnificent blood-red rose, symbolizing the demise of life and the arrival of death. With a booming sound. Although the damage of the ultimate Death God arrow increases with distance, the target was not far away, and the destructive force of the skill was enough to annihilate nearly 100 zombies nearby, turning them into debris. Seeing the area cleared of zombies, Su Ming softly said to the weakened Lu Wei, return to the cultivation space. Lu Wei had suffered serious injuries, and hunger had caused her attributes to drop by 80%, making her unable to participate in battle for the time being. Inside the cultivation space, Su Ming had already placed the universal supply capsule gifted by Lu Tianlong for her to access anytime. If Lu Wei were to collapse here, all their previous efforts would be in vain. In the next moment, Lu Wei's body shattered like a crumbling mosaic and instantly vanished without a trace. Taking advantage of the zombie's lack of reaction, Su Ming relied on his extraordinary agility to forcibly rush into the fire escape. He had no time to count the spoils of battle and could only hurriedly stash items into his wristband. After a few quick turns, he dashed into a second-floor office, breathing heavily. The mere seconds of action had taken a toll on him. Su Ming's office was the safe house Lu Tianlong mentioned, very close to the passage. Looking back now, that watermelon knife was really worth it. As Lu Tianlong said, there are almost no zombies here, one could even say not a single one. Su Ming wasn't surprised by this, as most leader-level zombies are unwilling to let other zombies enter their territory. Therefore, the silence here feels exceptionally profound, with even the ticking of the clock outside clearly audible. The ultra-ultimate Reaper arrow from earlier instantly obliterated over 100 zombies. The incessant stream of messages flooding Su Ming's ears left him overwhelmed. Ding! Successfully killed mutant zombie LV5, gained EXP *50, coins *5. Ding! Successfully killed mutated zombie LV6, gained EXP *60, gold *6. Ding! Level up to level 8, received 5 free attribute points. Ding! Talent, Hand of Plunder, remaining uses, 1. This strike boosted Su Ming's level by half. The opportunity for Plundering Hand increased by 1 more time. After some thought, Su Ming allocated all 5 points of free attribute to Strength. With the help of the S-level talent, Max level Agility, his agility automatically increased by 5 points. During the previous battle, Lu Wei's condition wasn't very good. She sustained multiple injuries, with some wounds even exposing the bone. She would need at least 2 days of rest to gradually recover. Su Ming noticed that her original equipment also suffered varying degrees of damage. Fortunately, there's an ample supply of superior-grade equipment, with a wide variety and considerable quantity. Even if this little girl uses them casually, there's absolutely no need for concern. Su Ming directed his consciousness into the wristband to observe Lu Wei, who was indulging herself in the cultivation space. She sat cross-legged in the cultivation space, holding a massive battle-axe stake in her hands, with a large bottle of soda hanging from her lips. She devoured the steak wildly, as if eating meat had become part of her DNA. During the meal, Su Ming was stunned to see that as Lu Wei ate, the scratches and bite marks on her body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this rate, she would be ready to fight again in just an hour. Could it be that Lu Wei could recover simply by eating? Surely missed some piece of information just now. With doubt, Su Ming searched through the information in the wristband. Indeed, he found a clue among the flood of messages. It turned out that after entering the wristband, Lu Wei awakened a new talent while eating. Life Return, a special ability obtained after prolonged eating that allows for rapid digestion of food to absorb energy, effectively healing wounds and replenishing stamina. Note, the effect doubles when consuming meat. It's simply like a mouse biting a joyful cow, truly, mouse food, impressive. Su Ming couldn't help but sigh, finally understanding why Lu Wei favored eating meat. This Lu Wei is a genius in every aspect. Even Su Ming feels a bit envious of this talent, recovering strength just by eating. Every improvement in Lu Wei's strength noticeably increases the help she provides to Su Ming. While Lu Wei was still recovering, Su Ming quickly checked the spoils from the recent battle. Since the enhancement system was activated, the drop rate of enhancement items has noticeably increased. In this battle, he obtained 2 excellent grade enhancement stones. Compared to ordinary grade, excellent grade enhancement stones have a higher success rate. As everyone knows, enhancing is something that can easily make people lose control. The sooner you use it, the sooner you enjoy it, straightforward as that. Daring to use excellent grade enhancement stones to strengthen +2 equipment is truly unique in the entire post-apocalyptic world. Without hesitation, he placed the enhancement stone, excellent, onto the Overlord bow, and a familiar system notification sounded by his ears. Ding! Do you wish to enhance the 10 famous bows Overlord bow +2? Requires spending *100 gold coins. Current success rate is 50%. Friendly reminder, you can use a guarantee charm or a luck charm for enhancement. If the enhancement fails, the enhancement level will reset to 0. Enhance directly. Su Ming said softly. No wonder it's an excellent grade enhancement stone. The success rate from +2 to +3 reached 50%. Su Ming remembered that the success rate of ordinary enhancement stones was only 20%. Ding! Enhancement successful, congratulations on obtaining top 10 famous bows, Overlord bow +3. Su Ming didn't even look, directly slapped another enhancement stone onto the Overlord bow. The success rate of enhancing to +4 is only 30%. He's already driven by impulse, whatever happens. If this enhancement fails, the long march will have to start over from the beginning. After the enhancement system notification ended, Su Ming closed his eyes. Every time he enhanced, he could feel the adrenaline surge and his heart race. Enhance directly. Su Ming swallowed hard. Ding! Enhancement successful, critical hit triggered. Congratulations on obtaining top 10 famous bows Overlord bow +5. The reinforcement turned out to be a critical hit, truly a rare occurrence. It's unclear whether it was max level luck taking effect or his unique method of reinforcement. A flash of golden light passed, and the glow of the Overlord bow turned deep yellow. With the special effects still active, it appeared exceptionally dazzling. Su Ming couldn't wait to check the Overlord bow's attributes. Reinforcing it to +5 would grant additional bonuses to the equipment. Top 10 famous bows Overlord bow +5, mythical level equipment, one of China's top 10 famous bows, unique equipment. Legend has it that the Overlord once used this bow, said to be made from dragon sinew, boasting extraordinary power and precision. After reinforcement, the attributes were enhanced as follows. Strength +20, +10. Passive skill, elite, critical rate increases by 30%, +15%, critical damage increases by 100%, +50%. Active skill, Ghost Hero, summons Overlord for support, with all attributes inheriting 80%, +20% from the host, lasts 10 minutes, 12-hour cooldown. As expected, the Overlord bow's strength, critical rate, and critical damage all increase progressively by 10% per level. The active skill, Ghost Hero, boosts the summoned, Overlord's overall attributes by 20%, which corresponds to a +5 effect. So thrilling. If I could plunder a talent with a 100% enhancement success rate, that would be absolutely incredible. Su Ming clenched his fist, waving it excitedly. At this moment, the attributes were already quite astonishing. Lone Wolf, level 8, Strength 103, Spirit 67, Constitution 82, Agility 88. Suddenly, a piercing howl shattered the tranquility outside the house, sending shivers down the spine. Earlier, as Su Ming stepped onto the staircase, he could already sense the suffocating and oppressive atmosphere permeating the air. He drew back the curtain and looked outside, only to see a small, skinny zombie. It was like a bolt of lightning, instantly tearing a massive mutant elite zombie to shreds. The skinny zombie then hung upside down by its legs in a corner of the hall, tightly closing its eyes as if asleep, as though nothing had happened. However, at that moment, the zombie seemed to sense something and suddenly opened its eyes wide. A bewitching red light flickered in its gaze, locking directly with Su Ming's stare. One man and one zombie stood there, staring at each other for a long time, as though time had frozen. He knew he was standing on the zombie leader's territory, and a slight mistake could lead to trouble. After several minutes of stalemate, the zombie leader finally slowly closed its eyes. Su Ming cautiously restored the curtains to their original state, having carefully observed the surrounding environment earlier. The entire space was covered with white spider webs, conveying a sense of oppression and mystery. Countless cocoon-like sacks wrapped in spider silk hang around, their terrifying contents unknown. On the ground, walls, and spider webs, hundreds of red-eyed spiders the size of kittens roam, surrounded by black smoke. A short young girl with long chestnut hair hanging down to the ground is suspended upside down. She looks to be in her early 20s. Her makeup is exquisitely alluring, breathtaking. Even more shocking, 8 long spider legs suddenly grew from the girl's back. The end of each leg transformed into a dagger shimmering with a cold green glow. Joragumo mutant zombie leader Joragumo, meaning Lady Spider. She has a unique habit of capturing men and draining their blood. Level 10, leader class. Base attributes: Strength 10 plus 5, Spirit 10 plus 5, Constitution 60 plus 30, Agility 80 plus 40. Talent 8 Spider Venomous Claw. The Venomous Claw's enhance jumping and climbing abilities, increase attack by 50%, plus 25%, and carry venomous properties. In the spider web area, ignores terrain and boosts vitality recovery speed. Special talent, cannot be plundered. Paralyzing Bite. Attacks contain venom, poisoning enemies. Poison targets have their attack and movement speed reduced by 25%, plus 12.5%, and 50%, plus 25% chance of missing attacks. The effect lasts for 10, plus 5, seconds. Skill, Puppet Strings, manipulates spider silk to create puppet strings from defeated units, making them fight for her. Extreme Hunger, extreme thirst for life, significantly increases attack power, and enables lifestealing. Under the Blessing of the Night, the strength of this leader-level zombie is comparable to that of a lord-level zombie. The plus symbol that Su Ming saw represents the attributes boosted by the night. Although the strength and spirit attributes are not high, with the nighttime boost, agility reaches as high as 120 points, making it extremely difficult to hit her. Her talent and skills are considered quite formidable even among leader-level zombies. Originally, her agility of 120 was already extraordinary, and with the enhancement of the 8 spider venomous claws, her jumping power and movement speed became even more impressive. Within the web-covered area, she moves effortlessly, and her paralytic bite is exceptionally strong, capable of reducing the enemy's attack and movement speed while causing attacks to miss. She is clearly suited for plundering. The spider cocoons hanging in the hall and hundreds of little spiders are undoubtedly her puppets on strings, serving as her primary means of offense. Extreme Hunger has compensated for her attack power shortcomings, enhancing her endurance in prolonged battles. Truly powerful. Su Ming understood in his heart that this was the same type as the armored giant zombie he encountered in Phase 3 of Star City Mansion. This type of zombie's physical abilities are close to human limits. Once surpassed, they evolve into a superhuman existence. The Joragumo before them seems even harder to deal with than the powerful armored giant zombie. Even the elite soldiers of the Baisher family might not be able to gain the upper hand. It's strange that such a powerful zombie remains obscure in the apocalypse. Recalling the previous life, the conjoined zombie hidden in the bathroom, Leo Yoshii, most likely evolved into a leader-level zombie after defeating this Joragumo. To be cautious, it's best to wait until daylight, when the attributes of the Joragumo weaken, before taking action. However, at this moment, the faint voices of a man and a woman clearly reached Su Ming's ears in the hall. Their names are Jin and Chang. On the first night of the apocalypse, a night without stars, the two finally confirmed their romantic relationship. Their level is not low, leveling up to level 5 in a zombie pack library is no easy feat. However, this afternoon, while trying to escape from the pursuit of an elite zombie, they accidentally entered this place and ended up getting captured by the Joragumo. Jen looked at Chang, who was wrapped in spider silk, and felt an overwhelming fear. Her voice trembled as she said, Chang, I'm scared. Although Chang was seriously injured during the battle with the Joragumo, he still tried to comfort her. Jen, don't be afraid. Someone will surely come to save us. He endured the pain and conveyed strength to his girlfriend. Ajin silently nodded, tears streaming uncontrollably. Yes, Ajin. It's so good to have you. I know you're the best to me. Actually, you could have escaped. There was no need to take risks for me. Ajin felt regretful in his heart. If only he were stronger, perhaps the outcome would be different. Ajin. Ajin's eyes reddened, her voice trembled, and suddenly her pupils dilated, as if frightened by something. What's wrong, baby? Ajin just asked, but a chilling sensation emerged from behind him. Web. It's the Joragumo. Asian's eyes widened in terror as she noticed the Joragumo silently approaching Chang. The moment she warned him, Chang's body instantly froze, unable to move. For a long time, he had witnessed several barely alive survivors being sucked dry by the Joragumo. Could it be his turn now? Trembling, Chang turned his head and saw that face which terrified him. Those blood-red eyes were staring at him intently. Suddenly, a moist tongue brushed against him. The blood-red eyes burst forth with a dazzling light, and a voice, laced with enchantment, spoke, Little brother, does big sister look beautiful? Achyang trembled in fear, but his gaze suddenly became resolute and exceptionally calm. He spat at Joragumo with contempt and cursed, Joragumo, you ugly freak, crawl away. Before he finished speaking, that long tongue stabbed into Achyang's brain like a knife. The previously radiant Joragumo now had a face ashen with rage, looking particularly unpleasant. In her previous life, Joragumo never cared about skepticism or ridicule from others. Whether it was criticism of her lack of ability or her insufficient education, she always smiled silently, because she was a uniquely independent person. As such a girl, it's not easy to find a wealthy second-generation heir. But she was born in an era of advanced technology, which gave her more opportunities. Her face was reconstructed with hextech from Kinchi land, costing a fortune. Therefore, what she cannot tolerate the most is others pointing fingers at her appearance. From beginning to end, what she couldn't tolerate the most were those sweet couples in front of her, especially those seemingly unbreakable, pure romances. In her previous life, she regarded making money as the primary goal of living, which almost became her instinct. Thus, love was nothing but trash to her. Even after becoming a zombie in the apocalypse, her mindset remained unchanged. The Joragumo initially planned to sow discord between the young couple, letting them see the fragility of emotions. Unexpectedly, this man mercilessly called her an ugly freak. "Ah Chang, Joragumo, what exactly did you do? I'll take your life." Ajin widened her eyes, seeing a blood hole appear on her boyfriend Ah Chang's temple as his hands hung limp. At that moment, her eyes turned red. Ah Chang's tragic death and his resilience in his final moments instantly shattered her hope. Then, countless spider threads pierced into Ah Chang's bloody holes, and his blood was quickly drained. Strangely, Ah Chang's closed eyes seemed to regain their vitality. He moved his body mechanically and uttered a voice as if from another world. "Sister Luo, you're so beautiful, I really like you." That voice and movement completely imitated the way Ah Chang behaved when he was alive. "Your girlfriend is still beside you. Isn't this inappropriate? Oh dear, why are you taking off my clothes? That dead fish eyes, flat as a board, how can she compare to Sister Luo's figure? Little brother, you're really like a male dog, always licking non-stop. If I'm a male dog, then what are you? A female dog? Little brother, you're so bold. Your girlfriend is standing right there watching. Can't do anything about you, though. Just this once, but next time, you can't treat Sister Luo so outrageously. Let me show you that I'm even more impressive. Wow. Big brother, your skills are truly strong and extraordinary. Hee hee, do you like it? I like it, I just like big skills." The Joragumo staged a self-directed play right in front of Asian. The next second, under the Joragumo's control, it brazenly began engaging in NTR acts right before Asian's eyes. "You vile woman! Joragumo! You've gone too far!" Asian screamed helplessly, but to no avail. The entire space was filled with Asian's curses and the Joragumo's frenzied moans. Splash! After a piercing scream, Ah Chang's body was completely drained, his shriveled form collapsing weakly to the ground. The Joragumo let out a satisfied burp, her eyes filled with disdain and arrogance. Ajin's tears had dried up, her voice hoarse to the point of being almost inaudible. She stared blankly at the Joragumo, her heart filled with despair. "Missy, try this big guy later, he's quite something." Joragumo teased with a laugh, pointing at the corpse of the mutated elite zombie she had just killed. That thing was as thick as an arm, it might be the death of her. Ajin gritted her teeth in pain. "You disgusting wench, I swear I'll kill you." Joragumo wasn't in a hurry to enjoy Ajin's body, she was reveling in the act of torment. The fear and screams on people's faces were her only joy after becoming a zombie. At this moment, Su Ming appeared with Lu Wei. "Hey, you plastic surgery freak." As the words just fell, a blue crystal arrow tore through the silence of the hall, aiming straight at the green glowing chest of the Joragumo. The arrow lightly brushed against the spider silk during its flight, immediately alerting the Joragumo. The distance was too close, even with 120 agility, there was absolutely no way for her to dodge this arrow. However, at the critical moment, dozens of small spiders emerged, blocking the arrow's path. But the Joragumo had clearly underestimated the power of Su Ming's arrow. A 45% critical hit rate makes a critical hit perfectly normal. With double strike, death stance, and 250% critical damage, combined with enhancement gear and titles, the power instantly reached its peak. The little spiders scattered in mid-air, blooming like dazzling fireworks. After killing over a dozen little spiders, the arrow lost its force due to its downward fall. Although most of the damage was shared by the little spiders, an arrow precisely pierced Rokurokobi's thigh. Her blood-red eyes instantly flashed with intense murderous intent, terrifying to behold. Rokurokobi sneered coldly, "Oh? Another pair of playthings." Clearly, Su Ming and his plastic surgery freak team have already angered her. Ding! Detected lone wolf encountering Joragumo mutant zombie leader, triggering hidden mission, Queen of the Sea's Wrath. Mission description: before becoming a zombie, Joragumo was a queen-like figure. After getting engaged and falling in love, she mercilessly abandoned her ex-boyfriend. She hid the engagement from her boyfriend to marry a wealthy heir. After being exposed at the wedding banquet, she even sent her boyfriend to jail. She manipulates 5 high-quality men with her 5 fingers, a top-tier player in the game of emotions. When the apocalypse arrived, she was on a date with her lawyer boyfriend in the library. Mission objective: eliminate the Joragumo mutant zombie leader. Mission rewards: gold *1000, reputation *1000, experience *2000, enhancement gift pack *1. Task time limit: 4 hours. Task penalty: failure or abandonment of the task will result in automatic teleportation out of Star City Library, and level reduced by 1. Ding! Would you like to accept the task? Opponent is too strong, highly recommended to choose no. Su Ming had long anticipated that facing such a powerful zombie, a corresponding task would certainly exist. Accept the mission. He knew that against zombies like these, a swift victory was essential. This zombie had nearly 100 minions, dragging it out for too long was absolutely unmanageable. Young man, hurry, this zombie is too formidable. Ajin warned him nervously, feeling that the zombie was truly too strong. Although Su Ming successfully launched a sneak attack on the Joragumo, Ajin still doubted his strength. Unexpectedly, Ajin's throat was constricted by the spider silk of the Joragumo, leaving her motionless, her fate uncertain. Summon Overlord. Protect Lu Wei and attack together. Su Ming shouted urgently, too pressed to worry about her safety. After upgrading the Overlord Bao to +5, the summoned Overlord inherited attributes completely identical to Su Ming. Overlord, Level 8, Profession, Overlord, Strength, 103, Spirit, 67, Constitution, 82, Agility, 88. As a tank class, Lu Wei, the Queen Guardian Berserker, is the perfect choice. The Joragumo originally thought Su Ming would back down, but unexpectedly, he took the initiative to attack. In the next moment, she suddenly vanished between the bookshelf and stone pillar. Hundreds of small spiders charged towards Su Ming and his two companions. Su Ming then realized that this was no small spider, but a monster pieced together from human heads and limbs. Every face, every pair of eyes glimmered with a chilling light, making one's skin crawl. The Joragumo was incredibly fast, and Lu Wei soon lost sight of it. Two massive iron hammers madly attacked the small spiders nearby, smashing them into pieces with every strike. However, the number of small spiders did not visibly decrease, as the shattered parts quickly reassembled under the pull of the spider silk. Meanwhile, Overlord remained by Lu Wei's side, relying on the same attributes as Su Ming to help her avert danger multiple times. Su Ming also began collaborating with Lu Wei to precisely eliminate the small spiders. At first, Su Ming acted as the commander while Lu Wei served as the main force. However, it didn't take long before Lu Wei and Overlord were struck by the attacks of some small spiders during the battle. At that moment, a faint gray glow flashed across their bodies, indicating that they had been hit by the Rokurokubi's paralyzing bite. This poison effect lasted for 15 seconds, severely impairing their movement and attack speed, while the 75% miss rate caused them major frustration. Gradually, the scales of victory began to tilt toward the Joragumo. She cleverly concealed herself on the ceiling, watching the fierce battle between the three with amusement, thinking to herself that these three relied solely on brute strength and posed no real threat. Only Su Ming made her feel threatened. He was the commanding core of the trio, with unparalleled attack power, swift movements, and precise strikes, causing her small spiders to retreat one by one. Helpless, the Joragumo decided to step in herself. As long as she could strike Su Ming, he would succumb to the poison, drastically reducing his movement and attack speed, making it effortless to defeat him. Once he was subdued, the remaining two would surely be unable to resist her attacks. She calculated in her mind that once she controlled these three, they would become her puppets on strings. Strong men always have one flaw: they are overly confident, always trusting their own judgment, and often neglect the protection of others. The Joro spider darted swiftly across the room, appearing briefly on the bookshelf beside Su Ming before floating to the ceiling above his head. Watching him remain unresponsive, she sneered inwardly, just a useless man, hopelessly clumsy. The opening above Su Ming's head was obvious, and the Joro spider chuckled silently. This time, you'll undoubtedly fall into my grasp. In an instant, the 8 venomous claws behind the Joro spider radiated a ghostly green glow, precisely sealing off all of Su Ming's escape routes. In her twisted past life shaped by her parents, she had mastered the art of manipulating men, with countless heroes and warriors once falling for her charms. Today, yet another man was about to become her plaything. At that moment, Ajin regained consciousness midair. The sight before her caused her to shiver involuntarily. Watch out, she called out desperately, knowing full well that it was almost impossible to avoid the danger within such a short distance. At the critical moment, a woman's mournful cry pierced through the air, echoing across the entire hall. Just as the 8 venomous claws of the Joragumo were about to pierce Su Ming's body, he slightly raised his head, twisted his body at an incredible angle, and aimed the Overlord Bao at the Joragumo. Holy Arrow Massacre! He sought to cleanse all darkness from the world. In midair, the Joragumo had nowhere to escape, becoming a sitting duck for Su Ming. Leveraging the talent of the armored giant king True Earthshaker, with a 100% trigger rate and a 0.1 second pause upon hit, the Joragumo froze instantly. Then, within 3 seconds, 20 crystal arrows were fired in succession, raining down in a torrential storm, each carrying an astonishing critical hit rate of 70%. She was instantly knocked back several meters by the powerful impact before being gently caught by a web of silk. Ever since Su Ming acquired the True Earthshaking talent and paired it with the Holy Arrow Massacre, the area above his head had become a no-go zone for anyone, where intruders would face devastating attacks. Looking at the wretched state of Joragumo, Su Ming aimed and launched another attack. Without missing, every shot hit its mark. Although Joragumo possessed a formidable physique with 90 points, under Su Ming's relentless assault, she still suffered severe injuries. Her body, riddled with arrows, resembled a porcupine. Hidden on the ceiling, she curled into a ball. Su Ming's previous strike had only added to the arrows embedded in her. She gazed at the 3 broken poisonous spider claws with fear filling her heart. Su Ming's attacks had caused her vitality to plummet sharply. Without the knight's enhancement, she might not have even had the chance to escape. Ever since evolving into a leader-level zombie, she had never experienced such a crushing defeat. As a leader-level zombie, she was supposed to possess a certain level of intelligence, but she was utterly puzzled as to how Su Ming had discovered her. In fact, it was all thanks to Su Ming's death marker skill. From the very first moment they made contact, Su Ming had quietly marked her. Every subtle movement she made could not escape Su Ming's observation. Thanks to the death marker, Su Ming's movement and attack speed had significantly increased, making him evenly matched with her. When she appeared in Su Ming's line of sight again, she had just stepped into the range of the Hand of Plunder skill. Taking advantage of the gap after the Holy Arrow's attack, Su Ming decisively used the Hand of Plunder. Plastic surgery freak, your talent's not bad, I'll take it. With this single remark of plastic surgery freak, Su Ming increased her breakdown level by 10%, pushing it straight to a 90% probability. Ding! You have used Hand of Plunder on the mutant zombie leader Joragumo. Current breakdown level, 45%, weakness level, 55%, current plunder success rate, 100%. Talent successfully plundered. Due to 8. Spider Venom Claws being a special talent, it cannot be plundered. Successfully plundered the second talent. Remaining uses, 0. Ding! You have acquired an S-level talent, Paralysis Bite. Talent level, S-level. Paralysis Bite, all attacks carry venom, poisoning the enemy. While poisoned, enemies suffer a 25% reduction in attack and movement speed, and poisoned units have a 50% chance to miss their attacks. The effect lasts for 10 seconds. Su Ming happened to be missing this type of talent that increases negative effects on enemies. Although its effect is slightly inferior compared to the A-level slowing talent, the ability to stack 3 different debuffs is simply too advantageous. Su Ming's series of actions was absolutely flawless. Since the talent was already in hand, Su Ming began to attack with full force. At this moment, Joragumo was hiding in a corner, where there were 5 tortured survivors. Their eyes were hollow and helpless, seemingly resigned to fate, perhaps believing that death would be a kind of relief. Without mercy, Joragumo plunged the remaining 5 venomous spider claws into the survivors' brains. Under the stimulation of the toxin, they seemed to see beautiful scenes, their faces breaking into long-lost smiles. This is Joragumo's skill, Extreme Hunger, capable of increasing attack power by 100% within 5 minutes, accompanied by a vampiric effect. Her 3 broken venomous spider claws are rapidly growing new bones, emitting a dazzling green light. Joragumo twisted her neck, her joints making a crackling sound. But what use is that? The Joragumo clearly didn't grasp the meaning in Su Ming's words, only hearing the phrase plastic surgery freak. The tide of the battle began to change drastically as the poison effects on Lu Wei and the Overlord wore off. Joragumo was astonished to find that her venomous skills seemed to have lost their effectiveness. On the contrary, Lu Wei and Overlord fought with increasing vigor, quickly gaining control of the battle. Under their relentless attacks, the once numerous small spiders were now reduced to a few survivors. Joragumo, enraged, commanded a puppet army composed of dozens of dried corpses. These mummies, under her command, fiercely attacked Su Ming and the other 2. However, in Su Ming's eyes, this was nothing more than the enemy's desperate struggle before death. Lu Wei and Overlord relied on their own abilities and didn't need Su Ming's instructions to confront the enemy's assault, effortlessly blocking it. Without the interference of the paralyzing bite, everything became much easier. When Joragumo prepared to launch her second wave of attacks, Su Ming's arrows seemed almost sentient, continuously shooting toward her. Having previously experienced the power of Su Ming's arrows, Joragumo dared not be careless and could only drag her newly recovered body to dodge in all directions. Despite her desperate efforts, more than half of the arrows still accurately hit her. Each hit was accompanied by 0.1 seconds of dizziness, causing Joragumo immense suffering. After being struck by an arrow, her movement speed and attack speed decreased by 25%. Joragumo felt her body grow heavy, making it increasingly difficult to move. Even the puppets on strings she controlled twitched chaotically due to the brief delay. Faced with Su Ming's strength, the arrows could even penetrate through bookshelves and pierce into reinforced concrete. The current predicament left Joragumo feeling hopeless. She had to act quickly. She hurriedly fled, carrying her last food supply Ajun with spider silk, rushing toward the museum passage. At this moment, she had no time to worry about those marionettes, let alone look back at Su Ming's methods. She knew well that even the slightest distraction would result in falling into Su Ming's deadly trap. The strength of the man before her was completely beyond her expectations. Under Su Ming's relentless offensive, the Joragumo retreated step by step like a stray dog. Suspended in midair, Ajun witnessed the changes in the situation on the field, too shocked to close her mouth. She, like a god overlooking everything, clearly saw the movements of the 2. Su Ming's movements were precise, without a trace of excess, and he could always pinpoint the location of the Joragumo. Every attack from the Joragumo was effortlessly dodged by Su Ming, rendering them completely ineffective. Ajin watched in stunned amazement. In her view, it was already the limit for an ordinary person to fight against elite zombies. However, Su Ming was facing a leader-level zombie, with strength comparable to a lord-level zombie, which left her feeling incredulous. Why is he able to remain so composed? A name emerged in Ajin's mind, Lone Wolf. Could he be Ah Chang's idol, the strongest man in Huaxia? Ah Chang had said that, on the entire blue planet, perhaps only Lone Wolf could defeat Joragumo. Just as Ajin was lost in her thoughts, the gravely injured Joragumo quietly approached her. The Joragumo seemed to have escaped Su Ming's attack and now saw Ajin as her last hope for survival. By devouring you, I might still have a chance to make a comeback. One of the venomous spider claws pierced into Ajin's mind, and under the paralysis, she felt no pain. In that instant, Ah Chang's figure appeared before her eyes, as if waving at her. Stupid man, I will definitely come back. At that moment, Ajin smiled at Joragumo. Joragumo was stunned, unable to understand why someone on the brink of death could still smile so brightly. In the final moments of her life, Ajin seemed to glimpse a dark red arrow. The arrow of retribution. Su Ming's punishment arrow was fully charged, instantly bringing Ajin back to her senses. The arrow accurately targeted the face of the Joragumo, a face crafted at a cost of hundreds of thousands in Kimchi country, and deeply embedded itself in the concrete wall at the end of the passage. Immediately afterward, Su Ming's arrows poured down like a torrential rain, completely overwhelming the Joragumo. Seeing the Joragumo's life gradually fade away, Ajin finally closed her eyes in peace. Meanwhile, Su Ming was met with another wave of screen-spamming frenzy. Ding! Successfully killed Joragumo mutated zombie leader LV-10, gained experience *5000, gold *500. Ding! Hidden task, Wrath of the Ocean Queen has been completed. Ding! Task rewards received, gold coins *1000, prestige *1000, experience *2000, enhancement gift pack *1. Ding! Level increased to level 9, gaining 5 free attribute points. Ding! Talent, Hand of Plunder, remaining uses, 1. The 5,000 experience points obtained after killing the Joragumo, combined with the 2,000 points from the hidden task, allowed Su Ming to smoothly advance to level 9, even accumulating some extra experience. However, when confronted with the level of regular zombies, Su Ming discovered that gaining experience had become difficult. This ultra-bright, time-transcending upgraded experience was something he had never felt before. Afterward, Su Ming calmly collected the treasure chest dropped by the Joragumo and disappeared at the end of the passage. After passing through the passage door, Su Ming thoughtfully blocked the door. He knew that new zombies would soon invade the Joragumo's territory, but he wasn't sure about the strength of these zombies. To prevent the fruits of his hard work from being exploited by others, he decided to act cautiously. Looking around, the storage room turned out to be the museum's cleaning area, unexpectedly preserving the quietness and tidiness from before the apocalypse. Su Ming's arrival did not cause any disturbance. It was already early morning, and, through the perspective of the silver bird claw, the situation inside the museum was complex. Zombies were numerous and exuded a faint, powerful presence. With several formidable skills still on cooldown, Su Ming decided not to delve further. Fortunately, it seems someone had temporarily been living in the storage room. There was an iron-framed bed inside and a showerhead for bathing. Su Ming casually grabbed a handful of supply capsules and gave them to Lu Wei. Next, he was about to indulge in the moment he had been looking forward to most, inventorying his spoils. He found a table and laid out all the newly acquired items one by one. Among them was a legendary treasure chest obtained from defeating the Joragumo, as well as an enhanced chest awarded for completing a hidden quest. However, under the post-apocalyptic game mechanics, Su Ming felt a bit resigned. Despite killing a mutant leader-level zombie at night, the rewards were no different from killing a leader during the day. The difficulty doubled, but the rewards remained unchanged, a clear manifestation of the orderly's unique dark sense of humor. Su Ming glanced at Lu Wei, who was gnawing on bones while twisting her body and dancing the movements of Module 3. Just then, he opened the legendary treasure chest. 3 supply capsules were opened as a bonus meal for the day, alongside 2 high-quality enhancement stones and a legendary skill book. Soul Eating Hand General Skill. Weapon required, melee two-handed weapons. Void Grip, seize an enemy in front while draining their blood energy, then unleash it in a burst to fling them away. The impact can harm enemies behind, while granting the caster a 30% strength boost for 10 seconds. Grasping Judgment, can grip enemies in defensive states but is ineffective against certain opponents. Hiss. Su Ming drew a cold breath. What a powerful skill. This name reminded him of the signature move of a comedian years ago, the Dragon Claw Grab. Joking aside, this skill is absolutely a divine technique for close combat, high damage, lifesteal, area damage, control effects, and even the ability to increase one's strength. Its cooldown time isn't even long. Although Su Ming chose the archer profession and couldn't use this skill himself, he knew it could sell for a good price. Just as he was about to store the skill book back in his bracelet, Lu Wei stopped her movements, extended her hand towards Su Ming, and stared directly at him. Could it be that you want this? Su Ming was somewhat surprised. The last time he saw her take such initiative was when she wanted the wrought iron hammer. Lu Wei gently nodded. Although slightly unwilling, Su Ming handed the skill book over to Lu Wei. After all, she was far better than Lin Roof, that useless burden. Her increased strength would be more beneficial to him. Can summoned creatures really learn the skills of survivors? This was something Su Ming had never considered. Currently, his combat strength far exceeded that of Lu Wei, who lacked sufficient skills and often appeared powerless in battles. This new skill might help Lu Wei gradually narrow the gap between them. Lu Wei, who received the skill book, originally expressionless and with her head tilted, unexpectedly curled her lips slightly as if expressing joy in her own way. Su Ming thought that even when faced with a delicious roasted lamb, Lu Wei might not display such pure happiness. Ding! Congratulations to Lu Wei for successfully learning the skill Soul Devourer's Hand. Next, Su Ming turned his attention to the enhancement chest obtained through the hidden quest. As the name suggests, the enhancement chest produces items related to enhancement, such as enhancement stones, enhancement talismans, and even auxiliary skill books. This special chest is typically only obtained through hidden quests or dungeons. However, considering that the Overlord Bow has already been enhanced to level 5, the success rate for further enhancement would decrease, and if failed, the equipment might break. At this moment, if one wishes to continue enhancement, they must rely on a guaranteed charm or a success charm to safely advance further. He has 2 excellent grade enhancement stones and 1 legendary grade enhancement stone in his hands. In addition to 2 guarantee charms, there is also 1 success charm. Typically, this kind of treasure chest only grants 3 items, but this time Su Ming obtained 6. If the orderlies saw this, they would probably cry. In the apocalypse, every absolute success talisman is extremely precious. Absolute Success Talisman, mythical grade consumable. Enhances equipment with guaranteed success and disappears after use. As the name suggests, any equipment blessed by it will inevitably succeed in enhancement, regardless of the enhancement stones used. Su Ming looked at the remaining items in his hand. 3 excellent grade enhancement stones and 2 fine grade enhancement stones. Plus 3 guaranteed symbols, 1 luck symbol, and 1 success symbol. Isn't this worth upgrading? Of course not. The damage he deals is already sufficient for the current situation, and even upgrading to plus 7 or plus 8 might not result in significant improvement. Moreover, without confidence to reach plus 10, overthinking will only add to the troubles. After enduring 10 years, can't I hold out for just a little while longer? Alright, let's leave it here for now, get some rest early, and prepare for the tough battles ahead tomorrow. Su Ming muttered to himself, arranged everything, and peacefully fell asleep. At noon on the 6th day of the apocalypse, Su Ming slowly woke up. With Lu Wei's protection, his sleep was exceptionally peaceful. Today's goal is clear. Delve into the museum and find the special exhibition hall that triggers the hidden profession quest. Last night, he had already studied the museum's layout through the map behind the storage room. Open the door. With everything ready, Su Ming softly said to Lu Wei, who stood at the entrance. Then, he smashed the door lock with an 80-pound sledgehammer, instantly breaking it open. The loud crash attracted countless zombies, swarming toward the sound. Fire in the hole. Su Ming quickly hurled a bait jar accurately toward the door. This action immediately caused a commotion among the zombies. Unfamiliar with such a scene, they were all drawn to it. The decoy jar is quite valuable, and only someone as magnanimous as Su Ming would dare to use it this way. In an instant, the zombies began to exhibit obvious reactions, their eyes lighting up as they stared at the decoy jar like ravenous wolves. The zombie horde behind them also sensed the unusual aura and began surging forward recklessly. Amid the terrifying silence, only the low growls of the zombies could be heard as they moved closer in droves. Suddenly, an arm intertwined with crimson and black extended from the air, gripping a zombie's throat tightly. It was the soul-devouring hand. A skill Lu Wei had just learned. The zombie had lost its sense of pain and fear, but the power of the soul-devouring hand rendered it unable to resist. Its struggles seemed utterly futile, its limbs flailing in the air as it tried to break free from the giant hand. But no matter what, that hand clutched its throat like an iron clamp. That hand was like a bottomless black hole, continuously draining its vitality. The zombie's body began to weaken, its ferocious face revealing pain. Although it couldn't make a sound, the agony on its face was unmistakable. Blood surged within its body, as if about to burst out. In the next moment, blood gushed out from the zombie's pores, forming a crimson fountain. The powerful impact knocked the zombie back, causing the horde of zombies behind it to collapse one after another. The air was thick with a strong stench of blood, suffocatingly oppressive. This skill is truly domineering. The power is calculated based on the strength attribute. At this moment, Lu Wei is enveloped by a golden aura, clearly indicating a strength boost. However, the zombies behind quickly filled the gap, charging at Lu Wei with an even fiercer momentum. Su Ming was well prepared. He fired the long-charged retribution arrow, heavily wounding the enemy. Since acquiring the soul-devouring hand, Lu Wei's combat power has advanced by leaps and bounds. The so-called one-man guards the pass, 10,000 cannot break through. After prolonged slaughter, a large pile of zombie corpses had already accumulated at the entrance, nearly blocking the exit. The corridor outside the door was also filled with zombies attracted by the sound, estimated roughly to be in the thousands. They are still desperately trying to crowd in. Su Ming and Lu Wei have no chance of breaking through head-on. The seemingly hopeless situation is actually part of Su Ming's plan. He deliberately attracted these zombies to come here, with the intention of escaping from another location. Su Ming has already memorized the layout of the museum, including the load-bearing walls and partitions, with absolute clarity. Lu Wei, open the wall. Su Ming closed the main door and instructed her. Without hesitation, Lu Wei swung the 80-pound sledgehammer in her hand down forcefully. In an instant, the wall was smashed open, revealing a hidden space. It was the museum's equipment room, filled with various devices and instruments. The equipment room is hidden and difficult to discover, making it a secret location within the museum. The scene before their eyes was horrifying, like a hellish Azura realm. There were at least 100 corpses, including both humans and zombies, brutally sliced into pieces with clean cuts, clearly done by a sharp weapon. In one corner of the equipment room, a woman was tightly bound to a chair, letting out a heartbreaking whimper, her tone indicating that she had already become a zombie. Su Ming approached and saw a female zombie dressed in a museum guide uniform. Her eyes were covered with goggles, a ball gag stuffed in her mouth, her limbs bound and stretched with thick ropes, her clothes tattered, and small umbrellas scattered on the ground. Clearly, she had suffered inhumane treatment, and the name tag on her neck showed that she had been a beautiful woman in life. In the apocalypse, depravity is everywhere. Some challenge the limits of humanity and even unleash violence on zombies without restraint. In the corner, more than a dozen naked female corpses with beautiful faces were neatly arranged. They had all suffered unspeakable abuse, without exception. Su Ming carefully observed and noticed that some of the marks had not yet dried, which stirred his emotions. For the weak in the apocalypse, death sometimes seems to provide a form of relief. But Su Ming knew that this idea was not entirely correct. Surprisingly, despite the help of the silver bird claw, Su Ming had not felt anything unusual from last night until now. Obviously, there were some secrets hidden in this equipment room. Suddenly, Su Ming keenly sensed a figure silently passing behind him. His heart stirred, and he calmly said to Rovi, let's go. Just as he turned around, a vicious roar came from above his head. Heh, trying to leave? Iron Brother will send you to the afterlife today. A short man suddenly leaped down from the overhead storage rack, holding a sharp horizontal blade in his hand, slicing fiercely toward Su Ming's head. The blade shimmered with a piercing white light. This was a common melee skill known as crescent slash. The attack's range far exceeded the horizontal blade itself, making it hard to defend against. If it were someone else, they would likely have been terrified and completely flustered by this sudden attack. This man had repeatedly killed his enemies with this move, brimming with confidence. As long as he killed Su Ming, he could add another adorable little girl to his beauty collection. He noticed that Su Ming was using a bow and arrow. At this distance, even a deity wouldn't be able to intervene. However, Su Ming remained calm, swiftly sidestepping to avoid the blade. He even grabbed the man's wrist with one hand and forcefully slammed him to the ground. The man's vision went black as blood quickly gushed from the top of his head. Bang! Su Ming smashed the man's head with a single palm. Trying to ambush me, how interesting. Su Ming felt his grip loosen as the person he had captured suddenly vanished. It turned out that the man had activated Swift Wind Step, forcibly concealing his figure. Ha! Brother Iron is very angry, and the consequences will be severe. Su Ming shook off the blood on his hand and looked toward the man darting around in the equipment room. The moment he made contact, he cast a death mark on the opponent. Promoting evil and punishing good, LV6, no profession, as talent, enhancement master. Promoting evil and punishing good, as the name suggests, was not a good person even before the apocalypse. It could be said that he had committed almost every crime listed in the penal code. However, his abilities allowed him to repeatedly escape the punishment he deserved. In the apocalypse, people with such antisocial personalities, whether they turn into zombies or remain human, pose a great threat to others. That said, while this person is no good, his talent is indeed impressive. Su Ming chuckled softly, secretly thinking to himself how close it was. Fortunately, I didn't instantly eliminate the opponent, otherwise, it would have been a huge loss. It's really true that what you lack comes to you. This is one of the most profitable talents in the apocalypse. When I first awakened the talent, Justice Enforcer, I was quite excited. After all, it's an S-class talent. It sounds so high-end and impressive. He originally thought he could reach the pinnacle of his life again in the apocalypse. However, since the apocalypse began, this talent hadn't brought him any practical benefits. If not for the Order Enforcers publicly announcing the enhancement rules last night, punish evil and promote good might have long forgotten about this talent. After all, not everyone has Su Ming's max-level luck. Since awakening his talent, he only obtained his first enhancement stone yesterday. Unfortunately, lacking legendary equipment, there was nothing he could enhance. Taking advantage of the crowds at the museum event, he began to act. That's right, it was the same organization Su Ming saw at Star City Hospital. At that time, Yen Yi Changshan was scouting the museum with his subordinates, preparing for a large-scale theft and attempting to smuggle national treasure-level artifacts abroad. This made his starting situation quite disadvantageous. However, things always have two sides. Those who survive in the harsh environment of a museum often grow faster than those raised in a greenhouse. They can truly feel the brutality of the apocalypse. When the companions around him turned into zombies due to punishing the good and rewarding the evil, he quickly hid in the equipment room, successfully surviving the initial purgatory. Later, he used the equipment room as a base and began hunting zombies. Whenever he encountered survivors, he would pretend to invite them into the equipment room before killing them. The knife, equipment, and skill books in Yang Yiqingshan's hands were all seized from other survivors. Su Ming didn't notice this, mainly because he possessed a special piece of equipment, the Cloak of Concealment. Although this equipment had no additional attributes, it could perfectly hide his figure and presence. To be honest, apart from the zombies, most of the survivors in the museum had died at the hands of Yang Yiqingshan. His strength and cruelty are evident. However, such people usually have a fatal weakness. As the killings increase, they become extremely arrogant. Yang Yiqingshan, whether from hitting his head or inventing his own strategy, always shows off in front of Su Ming with flashy movements, looking like a ridiculous clown. At this moment, he was about to approach Su Ming but inadvertently stepped on a woman's organ, producing a faint sound. Then, a strange arrow tore through the air, breaking the silence. Yang Yiqingshan was startled. The arrow seemed to have opened a celestial eye. Even though he had concealed himself using wind step, the arrow still precisely aimed at him. He swung his saber horizontally, attempting to block the arrow. Bang! With a loud crash, his proud weapon was actually shattered by the arrow. And that wasn't all. The immense impact caused his grip to break. Although the arrow's power had weakened, it still pierced through his left shoulder. Yang Yiqingshan gave a cold smile, clearly a ruthless character. He endured the intense pain, hid to the side, bit his lip, and gasped for breath. He thought he would be safe as long as he made no sound while invisible. However, he was wrong. In fact, those marked by Su Ming's death mark have nowhere to hide. Promoting evil and punishing good, he naively thought it was his own doing. Wait until I kill the man in front of me, then I'll devour this woman alive. Looking at the items at his feet, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Damn it. Bit me when alive, I killed it, and now it won't leave me alone even after death? In the next moment, an arrow silently shot out, just as the swift windstep effect ended. Promoting evil and punishing good was firmly nailed to the wall, finally unable to endure the pain, letting out a massive roar. He gazed at the siblings in front of him, his eyes gleaming with barely concealed excitement. Although he had yet to fully grasp the current situation, his tone undeniably softened. Boss, you're incredible. Way better than me. The girl next to you, she's a zombie, right? I am a key member of the Black Plague organization. Spare me, we're actually the same kind of people. Our organization is spread across the globe. We are destined to dominate this world in the future. At that moment, Su Ming made his move. Ding! You used plunder hand on survivor, promote evil and punish good. Promote evil and punish good's pre-collapse rate, 50%, weakness rate, 60%. Talent plunder successful. Remaining attempts, 0. Ding! You acquired S-level talent, Master of Enhancement. Good eyes, you actually spotted that Lu Wei is a zombie at a glance. Shut up! Su Ming interrupted him coldly. Again, the Black Death Organization. He had encountered them before at Star City Hospital. This was just another reason to kill him. An arrow shot out, striking right in the mouth of the evildoer. After a few tremors, the body completely lost its life. Faced with such an enemy, Su Ming would not give him any chance to struggle. Su Ming checked the talent he had just acquired. Talent, Enhancement Master, S-Class. Talent Level, S-Class. Enhancement Master, years of experience derived from failed enhancements. Allows the use of multiple enhancement stones simultaneously, with probabilities stacking. Simply put, it enables the use of multiple enhancement stones at once to guarantee 100% success. Only those who have experienced it know that enhancement in the post-apocalypse is practically a bottomless chasm. In the previous life's game, countless survivors were tormented by it. Now, with this talent, Su Ming no longer has to guess the success rate or pray for luck. He took out the enhancement stones he had just gathered at the door of the storage room one by one, 6 outstanding grade enhancement stones, 2 excellent grade enhancement stones, and a pile of ordinary enhancement stones. The Binjiang Delta itself was a treasure trove of enhancement items in Star City, and with Su Ming's luck attribute, obtaining these enhancement stones wasn't surprising. Still not at plus 10? Su Ming placed the enhancement stone, ordinary grade, on the Overlord bow, and a familiar system notification sounded in his ears. Ding! Do you want to enhance top 10 famous bows Overlord bow plus 5? Requires consumption of gold coins * 1000. Current success rate is 8%. Kind reminder, you may use a protection charm or a luck charm for reinforcement. If the enhancement fails, the enhancement level resets to 0, and there is a certain chance of destruction. Su Ming calculated the success rate, 102%. The extra 2% is a bonus. Truly impressive, what a bold and honest move. A 1000 gold coin enhancement per attempt, probably only Su Ming is capable of pulling this off. Ding! Enhancement successful. Congratulations on obtaining Overlord Ball plus 6. Ding. Enhancement successful. Congratulations on obtaining Overlord Ball +7. Ding. Enhancement successful. Congratulations on obtaining Overlord Ball +8. The stones were used up, but there was still a guaranteed success talisman. Su Ming took out the golden shimmering talisman from his wristband. Ding. Enhancement successful. Congratulations on obtaining Overlord Ball +10. Congratulations to the survivor Lone Wolf for becoming the first survivor in the apocalypse to enhance equipment to the maximum level and earning the unique achievement, Quantum Transformation. The world announcement is about to begin. In the next moment, all survivors on Blue Planet were stunned to receive a global announcement from the Order Keeper. Ooh poo 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 poo. World announcement. Order Keeper reports. The mysterious hero from Huaxia Lone Wolf has once again demonstrated extraordinary strength in the harsh conditions of the apocalypse, becoming the first person to enhance equipment to the maximum level and earning the world's unique achievement, Quantum Transformation, along with massive rewards. You lazy bunch, if you don't work harder, you won't even be able to afford a 79 gold eyebrow pencil. After releasing 3 consecutive announcements, this news was like a bombshell, instantly detonating the entirety of Blue Star. From the activation of the enhancement system to the global announcement release, it surprisingly took less than a day. Most survivors have never even seen what enhancement stones look like, and even if they have, how many can possibly own legendary equipment? Looking across Huaxia, the total number of legendary equipment at this moment is only a little over 100, while in smaller countries, it is even harder to come by. Although everyone had long speculated about Lone Wolf's Huaxia identity, the Orderer has now officially confirmed it. Lone Wolf brother, have you come? Stinky Treasure has been waiting for you for so long. I want chicken, chicken. Little Fairy, on the verge of passing out, drooled at the corner of her mouth upon hearing the announcement. Ah, SIBA. If it weren't for being short just a few hundred enhancement stones, the protagonist of this world announcement would definitely be our great cold underworld country. A genius boy from the Kimchi Nation angrily stared at the +4 katana in his hand. Shao Li. According to intelligence analysis, Lone Wolf should be somewhere in the central Huaxia region. Quickly send someone to find him. The leader in military attire solemnly stepped out of the safe house and issued the command. Bakayaro? Another Huaxia person? Why has Shiraishi-kun been out of touch for so long? Elder, it seems you'll have to personally make a trip to Star City. Meanwhile, Su Ming, who was in the Star City Museum, happily received his newly obtained rewards. Claiming the Mass Variable Achievement Reward, Prestige *1000, Gold Coins *1000, Bracelet Storage Space expanded to 3.5 cubic meters. Title obtained, God of Reinforcement from Ancient Greece. Ancient Greek God of Enhancement, Unique Title, Permanent Title, the first survivor in the apocalypse to upgrade equipment to max level. Attributes, permanent +1 to all attributes, and enhancement success rate permanently increases by 50% when the title is equipped. Su Ming understood that this time's achievement reward could not compare with those previous world-level achievements. Compared to those earth-shattering achievements, this time was simply insignificant. But even a tiny mosquito is still meat. This permanent increase in enhancement success rate will undoubtedly save him a significant amount of enhancement stones. Save where you should, spend where you must. Next up is the +10 Overlord Bow. Top 10 famous bows. Overlord Bow +10 mythical equipment. One of the 10 famous bows of China, a unique item, rumored to have been used by the Overlord, with extremely high power and precision. After undergoing enhancement, its attributes have also been improved. Attributes, Strength +20, Passive Skill Leader Among Men, increases critical rate by 30%, +30%, increases critical damage by 100%, +100%. Active Skill Ghostly Hero, summons the Overlord to assist in battle, inheriting 80%, +40% of the host's attributes. Duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, 12 hours. Only saying an increase of 40 points in strength, 60% critical hit rate, and 200% critical damage had Su Ming feeling extremely excited, unable to resist the urge to shout, who else? He safely returned Lu Wei to the space. The upcoming mission required agility and parkour skills, and it was undoubtedly his responsibility. Finding an opening, Su Ming quickly left the equipment room. Most of the zombies had already been drawn to him due to the previous distraction. He took a hurried glance and accurately grasped the dynamics on the field. He shot an arrow to set the rhythm, followed by a flurry of arrows, carving out a path for himself. The zombies fell under his arrows before they could even let out a roar. Next, Su Ming once again demonstrated his exceptional maneuvering skills and precise judgment. In this zombie-infested museum, he can always keenly identify the safest path. He skillfully uses his bow and arrow to create noise and cleverly employs decoy jars to guide the zombies' movements. His steps are light, his posture agile, as if he were freely traversing between murals. High-difficulty moves, kids, do not attempt to imitate. After shooting 2 more zombies, Su Ming swiftly turned around and steadily entered the special exhibition hall. Just as expected, the special exhibition hall was packed with zombies. When the apocalypse descended, they surged in like a tide, gathering together to admire the bronze ritual vessel borrowed from the outer pavilion, the Hoi Cauldron. The Hoey cauldron was massive in size, majestic and solemn, with extremely exquisite craftsmanship. On either side of the cauldron's body were engraved the large characters Ho and E, emanating an aura of overwhelming grandeur. At the front of the cauldron, a carving depicted the scene of E shooting down 9 suns, a sight to behold, and on the back, there was an image of eliminating 6 harms, incredibly lifelike. These two designs complemented the inscriptions inside the cauldron, which detailed Hoyi's heroic deeds, shooting down 9 suns, eliminating 6 harms, and ultimately being betrayed and killed by his disciple Fongmang with a peachwood stick. Later, he was honored by Di Jun as the god of all ghosts and the leader of the spirits. Hoey embodied 3 distinct forms: human, deity, and ghost. During his lifetime, he was a semi-deity and semi-human divine figure. After death, he became a semi-ghost, semi-deity ghost king. At the arrival of the apocalypse, a mysterious magic array appeared beneath the Hoey cauldron, with a faint blue glow continuously swirling within. It captivated everyone's attention, clearly concealing something precious. When Su Ming stepped into the special exhibition hall, the scroll in his arms seemed to emit a subtle response. This was the Unknown Scroll, a legendary scroll he obtained from Lu Tianlong at the Eternal Star City. The scroll could only be opened by someone who knew how to use it, and it was the key to unlocking the dungeon. By entering the magic array with the scroll, one could be guided to the job transition dungeon. It is worth noting that the drop rate for this scroll was incredibly low. Su Ming and Lu Wei had killed nearly 100 zombies here without managing to obtain even a single scroll. When Su Ming appeared, the zombies inside the exhibition hall turned towards him in unison, their eyes flashing with terrifying blood-red light. However, to enter the dungeon, one had to deal with these zombies first. Although Su Ming could easily eliminate these zombies with the ultra-ultimate Death God arrow, he decided to reserve this powerful skill for the upcoming job transition dungeon. Thus, before the zombies could act, Su Ming initiated his plan. He drew his bow and fired an arrow, the dark red punishment arrow streaking straight toward the Hoey cauldron. The bulletproof glass shield protecting the cauldron shattered instantly, and a piercing alarm echoed throughout the exhibition hall. However, the indomitable punishment arrow dissolved into countless fragments the moment it touched the Hoey cauldron without causing the slightest fluctuation, not even making a sound. Lulu Lulu Lulu, time to eat. Before the words had even settled, Su Ming swiftly pulled out a decoy jar, unhesitatingly stomping on the head of a zombie, casually tossing the jar like an artist. Finally, he successfully stepped into the teleportation magic circle. The moment he entered the magic circle, the surrounding zombies seemed to freeze. Time stopped at this moment. Ding! Detection of lone wolf holding an unknown scroll. Would you like to accept Hoyi's summon and begin the trial? Ding! Detection of lone wolf carrying an unknown scroll. Would you like to accept Hoyi's summon and begin the trial? Accept! Su Ming looked at the unknown scroll gradually disappearing in his hand and decisively answered. Lone wolf has responded to Hoyi's summons and is about to begin the trial. Next, the world in front of Su Ming's eyes turned from white to blue. He instinctively closed his eyes. He felt his body lighten, as if floating in the air. A beam of light flashed, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself standing on a platform suspended in mid-air. The stone-paved road beneath stretches straight ahead, ending at a few mysterious stone doors. The first door is red, the second golden, and the third black, symbolizing Hoyi's 3 forms: human, god, and ghost. This environment is similar to when Su Ming awakened his hidden profession earlier, yet not entirely the same. When he awakened as a necromancer, back then, there was only one black stone door. Simply complete one trial, and you can obtain a job transfer scroll. A terrible thought surged in his mind. Could it be that this time he would have to undergo 3 trials? Since you've come, better stay calm. Su Ming resolutely walked toward the first scarlet gate of humanity and placed his hand on it. Instantly, a message sounded in his ears and on the wristband panel. Congratulations to the survivor Lone Wolf for successfully unlocking Hoyi's first trial. First trial, hero of shooting the suns. Trial description: Hoyi is a mighty archer wielding a red divine bow. After undergoing millennia of refinement, his archery skills are extraordinary, and his will is steadfast. He once assisted Emperor Yao, shooting down 9 suns to save the earth. Trial requirement: in this mysterious trial, you must emulate Hoyi, using the temporary equipment sunshooting bow to shoot down 9 suns, leaving 1 in the sky to maintain the earth's brightness. Trial restriction: all equipment and skills are disabled. You must rely solely on your archery and wisdom to complete the challenge. Trial reward: sunshooting bow, temporary equipment, job change fragment *1. Trial duration: time is unlimited, but the time inside the instance differs from the outside world. Trial punishment: if you fail to complete the trial, you will be trapped here forever and unable to return to reality. Su Ming felt a bit confused. This time the system's information was completely different from his experiences in his previous life. In his previous life, when clearing the necromancer, the trial was similar to a tower defense gameplay. That trial had over 100 failures before finally achieving success. This time, the restrictions were so numerous that Su Ming found himself frustrated. He slowly pushed open the stone door, and the scene before him transformed in an instant. He realized he was standing on the dawnlit prairie, surrounded by morning mist. The prairie was yellowed and, due to the mist, its details were indistinguishable. But he could clearly feel the dry ground, and with every step, he could hear the crisp sound of brittle grass being crushed. At this moment, the legendary artifact appeared on his back, the sun-shooting bow. Ahead, a group of people walked slowly. In the dawnlight, their figures appeared thin and weary, like lifeless ghosts. Su Ming hurried to catch up, but to his surprise, they spoke first. We're almost there. You said the tallest mountain on the eastern sea is just ahead. Your archery is unparalleled, you are our last hope. Su Ming frowned slightly, suddenly realizing he had taken on the appearance of Hui. Through the conversation, he understood that the trial's storyline was identical to the story passed down for millennia. In the distant eastern seas, a magical great tree stood tall in the deep waters, known as Fusang. On the branches of this tree rested 10 three-legged crows, which were the suns spoken of by people. These 10 suns took turns each day, bringing light and warmth to the world, maintaining harmony. However, the day-to-day repetition made them feel bored, so they decided to travel the skies together. This decision, however, brought unexpected consequences. 10 suns shone simultaneously, causing the earth to become unbearably hot. Forests were scorched, the land dried up, and crops and vegetation withered under the blazing sunlight. After an unknown amount of time, Su Ming finally arrived at the East Sea. He climbed the towering mountain, at the foot of which lay the boundless ocean. Looking down at the crowd behind him, they excitedly pointed to the east and shouted in unison, "Look, the sun has risen." At that moment, 10 suns simultaneously rose from the sea's horizon, joyfully playing in the sky, but bringing devastating disaster to the land of Huaxia. The temperature suddenly rose, and the earth emitted a dark red glow, like embers freshly taken from a raging fire. Ding! Trial countdown, 5 minutes. The trial will restart upon failure. Su Ming tightly gripped the sun-shooting bow as the scene before him twisted and warped, the entire world gradually vanishing amidst the rising steam. The red bow and arrow in his hand began to transform, enveloped in a golden radiance. A familiar feeling surged in his heart, as if some force was calling to him. The power is coming. Su Ming took a deep breath, focused his mind, and slowly pulled the bowstring. Such strong force. He couldn't even draw the bow? The sun-shooting bow is said to possess a force of 10,000 pounds and arrows weighing 1,000 pounds. It seems I underestimated you. He exerted himself to try again, but couldn't even gather the arrows. Su Ming could even hear the disappointed murmurs of the people at the foot of the mountain. It was unimaginable how Huang Ding in his past life managed to pass this trial. "Kid, I'll only teach you once." A deep and powerful male voice echoed in his mind. It was the commanding voice of Hui. Su Ming was not surprised, calmly closed his eyes, and allowed his consciousness to merge with the voice. In his mind appeared the image of Hui shooting the suns. He adjusted his breathing, and everything around him seemed to disappear. He seemed to see Hui practicing archery day after day through endless years, enduring the trials of millennia. In the next moment, Su Ming abruptly opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing within them. He gripped the sun-shooting bow tightly, bending it into an astonishing arc. Su Ming's movements were as smooth as flowing clouds in water, full of power, as if he had merged with the heroic spirit of Hui. In an instant, a golden arrow condensed in his hand, soaring straight into the sky. The arrow pierced through the air, the sky erupted, and a blazing fireball fell, transforming into a three-legged crow. Su Ming didn't pause and pulled the crossbow again, aiming at his target. The bowstring hummed, and another sharp arrow shot out like lightning, striking down 2 suns once more. At this moment, only 7 three-legged crows remained in the sky, their glowing red eyes fixed on Su Ming. Su Ming once again fired an arrow with force, successfully shooting down 4 suns this time. The remaining 3-legged crows trembled all over, spinning in circles in the air. Su Ming continued shooting, and the arrows hit their marks accurately, causing all 9 suns to vanish one after another. Feathers fell one after another, and the light and heat of the 9 three-legged crows gradually faded away. The people at the foot of the mountain saw this and cheered one after another. "All right, all right, all right," Hui exclaimed good 3 times in a row. In the apocalypse setting, Hui remembered that the last person who passed the first trial practiced for 2.5 years, yet the man before him succeeded in 1 attempt. Su Ming felt his consciousness blur. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back on the trial platform. Ahead of him stood the golden stone door, representing the second trial of the Gate of Gods. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor Lone Wolf for successfully completing Hui's first trial. Rewards received: sun-shooting bow, temporary equipment, job transfer fragment *1. The system's prompt sound was pleasant and melodious, and a scorching red divine bow appeared in Su Ming's hand. Upon inspection, he found that this bow was not as powerful as his original Overlord bow. At the same time, a radiant job change fragment appeared before him. Job change fragment, mythical item, exclusive fragment for job change, God of Zongbu. Collect 3 fragments to synthesize a job change scroll, or use directly, but its effectiveness will be diminished. It seems Huang Ding has only passed the first trial. Who would have thought that the weakened Zongbu god is even stronger than the necromancer? Su Ming took a deep breath, striving to adjust his state. Time is frozen during the trials and is completely different from the real world, so there's no need to worry about the passage of time. Physical exhaustion is irrelevant, and food and water don't need to be considered. Only by completing the trial can one return to reality. He understood that this trial dungeon was extremely difficult, with over 90% of survivors permanently lost here, unable to live nor die. Therefore, maintaining a positive mindset is the key to passing the trial. Su-Ming placed the job transfer fragment into the wristband and stepped toward the golden stone gate ahead. This stone gate was different from the previous red gate of man, bringing a sense of warmth upon touch. He pushed the door open without hesitation. The system prompt sounded again, receiving new information through the earpiece and wristband panel. Congratulations to the Sunshooting hero Lone Wolf for successfully unlocking Houyi's second trial. Second trial, the path to apotheosis. Trial description: in the world, there are several ferocious birds and beasts lingering among humans, unwilling to return to the mountains and forests. By order of Emperor Yao, you must slay these 6 ferocious beasts and embark on the path of divine ascension. Trial requirements: eliminate the 6 exotic beasts Yayu, Zhaoqi, Zhuing, Defeng, Fengxi, and Xiuxi. Their level and strength will match your capabilities. Trial restrictions: all equipment and skills are prohibited, relying solely on your archery skills and perseverance to complete the challenge. Trial rewards: plunder hand usage *1, job change fragment *1. Trial time limit: no time restriction. Trial penalty: if the trial cannot be successfully completed, one will be permanently trapped here with no chance of returning to the real world. Once the challenge fails, the trial will immediately reset, requiring a complete restart from the beginning. 6 legendary mythical beasts must be consecutively slain. Su-Ming was well aware of the notorious reputation of these beasts. They suddenly appeared in the 5th year of the apocalypse, born as Lord-level mutant beasts. By the later stages of the apocalypse, Zhuing and Xiuxia even grew into Emperor-level mutant beasts. In the Huaxia region, an operation was launched to exterminate the 6 plagues. Su-Ming was fortunate enough to participate, though at the time he was just an insignificant junior mage. The golden stone door opened with a thunderous roar, and the scene before him changed dramatically. In the sky, only a blazing sun remained, radiant and dazzling. Cheers erupted behind Su-Ming. They were the passionate calls of people bidding farewell to Houyi as he embarked on his magnificent journey to eliminate the 6 evils. However, as he took his first step, the voices behind him suddenly vanished. This was the last human voice Su-Ming heard during the trial. In the sky, a massive dark red symbol appeared, pointing the way forward for him. His steps were firm, each one filled with strength and determination, striding boldly toward the central plains. Looking up at the sky, the sun and moon alternated, stars twinkling, as if witnessing an ancient and mysterious legend. If the previous trial tested individual strength and skill, then this trial tests perseverance and tactics. After 7 days and 7 nights of arduous journeying, Su-Ming finally found the location of the Yayu under guidance. Yayu exotic beast leader was originally a celestial being in the heavenly realm, pure in nature. However, after being wrongfully accused and killed, it was cursed and transformed into an exotic beast with a dragon's head and a snake's body, its personality turning brutal and becoming a man-eater. Level 10, Leader Class. Basic attributes: Strength 80, Spirit 1, Constitution 80, Agility 80. In mythological tales, Yayu was no match for Yi and was easily shot and killed by Yi with a bow and arrow. Now, as a mere leader level, Yayu's attributes probably couldn't even defeat Lu Wei. The agitated Su-Ming drew his bow and shot arrows, and despite lacking equipment bonuses, managed to kill it in a thrilling moment. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor Lone Wolf for slaying Yayu Beast Leader. The progress of the second trial, 1/6. Next, Su-Ming embarked on a long journey, with nothing around him except the arrows in the sky guiding his way. He traversed through Mingzhongyuan, headed south to the marshes, east to Qingxiu, west to Sanglin, and north to Xiangshui. Slayed Zhaoqi Beast Leader. The progress of the second trial, February 6th. Slayed Dafeng Beast Leader. The progress of the second trial, March 6th. Slayed Fengshi Exotic Beast Lord, second trial progress, April 6th. Slayed 9 Infants Exotic Beast Lord, second trial progress, May 6th. As the battle progressed, Su-Ming noticed that the level and strength of the exotic beasts were constantly increasing, making the challenge even tougher. However, he still remembered his opponent's skills and attack patterns clearly, feeling silently pleased. The advantage is mine. Yet, with his skills disabled, he could only watch those formidable enemies helplessly, feeling utterly powerless. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. How much sorrow can one have? Like eunuchs stepping into a brothel. At this moment, his gaze fell on the familiar direction pointed by the arrow, south. Southern region again? Orderly one, are you messing with me? Su-Ming muttered to the sky in exasperation. He couldn't understand why, when eliminating Zhaoqi in the south, they didn't conveniently deal with Xiuxia as well. He cursed as he walked, not pausing even during the trial, but instead using this time to unleash the full potential of the sun-shooting bow. Each time he drew the bow and shot an arrow, his movements seemed to recreate the heroic posture of Houyi. Finally, he arrived at the shore of Dongting Lake and stepped onto a solitary boat. Xiuxia Exotic Beast Lord, Xiuxia, also known as Bash, inhabits Dongting Lake and preys on fishermen. The snake in the phrase greed has no bounds, like a snake swallowing an elephant refers precisely to it. Level 12, Lord Tier. Basic attributes: Strength 120, Spirit 10, Constitution 120, Agility 50. Legend has it that he shot Boss Snake with an arrow and chased it to the west, where he cut it into 2 segments. Boss Snake's remains, transformed into a hill, known as Bailing. Today, a towering stone sculpture of Hui slaying Boss Snake stands in Bailing Square. Su Ming's small boat drifted to the center of the lake, and before him was Boss Snake's colossal head. It surged forth with waves as vast as mountains and seas, crashing toward him. Even without skill enhancements, his archery remained concise and direct. He swiftly drew his bowstring and shot an arrow at the Boss Snake. The arrow streaked through the air like a meteor, piercing straight into its tongue. Immediately afterward, he fired 3 more arrows, each aimed at the Boss Snake's critical 7-inch spot. One arrow penetrated entirely, leaving only a trace of its feathered tail visible. However, against such a massive Boss Snake, these arrows seemed no more than superficial pricks to its flesh, causing no substantial harm. The Boss Snake glided gracefully toward Su Ming and suddenly launched a fierce attack, its gigantic jaws biting down and instantly tearing the small boat apart. Su Ming reacted swiftly, leaping up to evade the fatal strike. The Boss Snake opened its jaws wide, glaring ferociously at him, seemingly ready to swallow him whole. What a pity! Let's try again! Ho Yi's steady voice echoed through the air. In the next moment, fresh crimson blood stained the entire Dongting Lake, and the lake's surface returned to tranquility. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor Lone Wolf for slaying Xiao Snake Beast Lord. The progress of the second trial is 6/6. Good boy, seems I underestimated you. Ho Yi in the void closed his eyes. Every detail of Su Ming shooting Xiao Snake earlier replayed in his mind as if in slow motion. It was only after he fully grasped the subtleties within that he slowly spoke. It turns out that at the moment Su Ming was about to be devoured by the Shangliu serpent, he skillfully drew the shooting sun bow in an astonishing arc while facing the serpent's gaping maw. Even the exalted Hui could sense the immense power contained within that arrow. The arrow shot toward the throat of the Shangliu serpent like a cannonball. Breaking free from the obstruction of the serpent's tough scales, the arrow pierced effortlessly into its most vulnerable spot, the heart. This was a combat strategy realized after the sacrifice of 1,000 lives during the previous life's campaign to hunt down the venomous snake. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor Lone Wolf for successfully completing Ho Yi's second trial. Rewards obtained: Job change fragment *1, plunder hand usage *1. When Su Ming heard this familiar voice again, a feeling of having been through lifetimes surfaced in his heart. He didn't know how long he had spent in this trial. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back on the platform. Beyond the black stone gate not far away lay the final trial. That was the third trial, representing the Gate of Ghosts. Su Ming carefully placed the transfer fragment into his wristband and murmured to himself as he walked, contemplating the final challenge: strength, perseverance. What could the last one be? For ordinary people, merely passing the first 2 trials would likely leave them mentally and physically exhausted. But at this moment, Su Ming's gaze was resolute, his steps steady, showing no sign of retreat. If the red gate of humanity was at normal temperature and the golden gate of divinity was warm, then upon touching the black gate of ghosts, Su Ming instantly felt a bone-chilling cold. This was the breath of death, sending shivers down his spine. Immediately afterward, the system's notification sound and the wristband's panel almost simultaneously activated. Congratulations to the survivor Lone Wolf for successfully unlocking the third trial of Hui. Third trial, the King of 10,000 Ghosts. Trial description: the great Hui was betrayed by his disciple Feng Mang and, after his death, was enshrined as the god of Zongbu, becoming the supreme ruler of 10,000 ghosts. Trial requirements: in this trial, you must evade Feng Ming's pursuit. The system will provide your real-time performance rating based on your combat skills, and only achieving grade C or above is considered passing. Trial restrictions: there are no restrictions on equipment and skills, allowing you to fully showcase your archery and intelligence. However, note that you only have 10 arrows, so using them wisely will be key to success. Trial reward: Job change fragment *1. Trial time limit: unlimited. Trial punishment: if you cannot complete it, you will be trapped here forever and unable to return to the real world. After failing the challenge, the trial will reset. Now, it's time to showcase your archery skills and wisdom in this game of life and death. The black stone door opens, and Su Ming finds himself in a lush jungle. Tall trees surround him, the ground is covered with dry grass, and sunlight cannot penetrate the dense foliage. He stood within a blue magic circle. 100 meters away, a man holding a bow and arrow was confronting him. Su Ming understood that once he stepped out of the circle, the trial would officially begin. This trial was essentially a scripted event. The system would evaluate his performance based on survival time and damage dealt to the enemy. Su Ming remained calm and quickly assessed the opponent's condition. Feng Mang, level, profession, Godslayer. Basic attributes? Talent? Skills? Goodness, Feng Mang's level far surpasses Su Ming's, and apart from knowing he's a Godslayer, everything else is unknown. Kid, here's a piece of advice. Try to live a bit longer. Ho Yi reminded him. What if I kill him? Su Ming's lips slightly curled. Kid, you're too naive. Hui was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to refute. Although Su Ming passed the first 2 trials with only 1 life, he knows full well the strength of Feng Meng. Feng Meng has mastered almost all of his skills, and their strength is in no way inferior to his own. Su Ming's words are not unfounded. If all his equipment and skills were prohibited, he wouldn't have such confidence. Despite facing an unknown enemy, Su Ming remains full of confidence. When he took the first step, Feng Meng's first hidden arrow shot out. "You sly devil." Su Ming heard the sound of the bowstring, and instead of retreating, he charged toward the arrow. The overlord bow in his hand was already eager to act, releasing its own arrow. The 2 arrows met in mid-air, forming the shape of a before falling to the ground together. Current rating, D level. This means that no matter what Su Ming does in the upcoming trials, he will successfully pass. Not bad luck. Feng Meng growled softly for the first time, thinking this arrow was just a coincidence. Many challengers had fallen to his first arrow. However, Hui, who was watching from the sidelines, was shocked by the scene before him. Why did Su Ming choose not to retreat but instead take the initiative to confront? Could it be that he truly wanted to kill Feng Meng? Impossible. Among the survivors, Feng Meng's strength could be considered emperor level. How could this mere human possibly defeat the Godslayer? Yet when Su Ming's arrows collided perfectly with Feng Meng's arrows 10 times in a row, this went beyond the realm of skill. It felt more like provocation. With each collision, Su Ming took a step closer to Feng Meng. Such a calm demeanor undoubtedly brought unprecedented pressure to Feng Meng. Current rating, C level, B level. A level. Only he could continuously match Feng Meng with 10 arrows. In contrast to Su Ming's calm demeanor, Feng Meng's anger became increasingly apparent. Once, he learned archery from Yi and, after mastering all the techniques, was brimming with confidence, thinking no one could rival him and even killed Yi. Yet now, faced with Su Ming's archery skills, he began to doubt himself. The sense of defeat within Feng Meng caused him to lose his balance gradually. He became restless and agitated, muttering curses uncontrollably, and at this moment, his anger and stress peaked, seemingly ready to explode at any time. As an observer, Hui couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying level of this young man's archery skills, surpassing his own. However, Su Ming's quiver held only 10 arrows, which were already used up, while Feng Meng still had 1 arrow knocked on his bowstring, aimed directly at Su Ming's throat. He mockingly gazed at Su Ming's empty quiver, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Die, vermin," he sneered. At that moment, a dark red arrow miraculously formed out of thin air on Su Ming's tyrant bow. The arrow of retribution. Although the 6-piece set effect of his hunter gear had been sealed, limiting him to only 10 arrows, this did not affect his other abilities. He could still automatically conjure arrows. How is this possible? Feng Meng's eyes widened in disbelief. Back in the day, his master Hui had performed the nib arrow technique, biting onto the final arrow tight with his teeth. Yet today, this person was breaking all conventions, conjuring an arrow out of nothing. The arrow of retribution ruthlessly devoured Feng Meng's final arrow and pierced him directly. The newly acquired S-grade talent paralyzing bite from Su Ming took effect, enveloping Feng Meng in a faint gray aura, reducing his attack speed and movement speed by 25% for 10 seconds. Current rating, S-class. After being hit by an arrow, Feng Meng put away his bow and pulled out a peachwood stick from somewhere. Back in the day, he ambushed and killed Hui with this peachwood stick. People often say that spirits fear peachwood, perhaps because Hui, later known as the Lord of 10,000 Ghosts, also perished under the peachwood. In that sense, Feng Meng could be considered the founding ancestor of thieves. He skillfully sneaked into the shadows, aiming at Su Ming's back, preparing for a sneak attack. However, Su Ming remained unfazed, effortlessly drawing the Overlord's bow, as if everything was under his control. "Even if you still have arrows, it's impossible for you to hit me." Feng Meng moved in the darkness at an incredible speed, his figure resembling a specter in the night. Feng Meng, the pride in his heart, would never allow him to fail. However, in the next moment, his hair suddenly turned silver, and his entire body became enveloped in a silver-white aura. Ultra instinct? Kid, it seems the battle is already over. Hui's tone bore no trace of pity for Su Ming. For Hui, seeing Su Ming persist until now and achieve an S-rank evaluation was already satisfying. In Hui's eyes, when Feng Meng displayed the gift of ultimate mastery, the outcome of the battle was already determined. After all, both Feng Meng and Hui had undergone thousands of years of tempering and combat to awaken this gift. No matter how strong Su Ming was, it was difficult to challenge such a transcendent innate ability. Whether the next attack would hit Feng Meng was completely uncertain. The ultimate instinct allows the body and consciousness to separate, enabling each part of the body to sense surrounding dangers beyond instinct, eliminating the need for the brain to think. Even in a concealed state, Feng Meng still leaves behind a silver-white afterimage. His movements are exquisite, and even Su Ming is aware of the vast gap between their agility. Feng Meng's deep blue eyes locked onto Su Ming, calculating how to cruelly sever his head. He made his first move by wielding the peachwood stick he had used to slay Hui, showing how much he valued Su Ming. In an instant, Su Ming felt killing intent coming from all directions, yet his gaze never left Feng Meng, and his face showed no trace of fear. Feng Meng was puzzled. Why did the man in front of him close his eyes? Was it because he knew he was no match and was deliberately feigning weakness? Or had he lost his sanity? Su Ming was a madman. He understood that conventional tactics would be completely ineffective against Feng Meng. At that moment, he seemed to recall every instant of the trial. He carefully savored every battle, every move he made. At first, he could still sense the shadow of Hui, but gradually, that shadow was replaced by his own image. Then, Feng Meng sprang into action, swiftly charging forward with the peachwood staff raised high. And Su Ming? Facing this fierce killing intent, he remained as steady as a mountain. The peachwood stick suddenly swung down, aiming directly for Su Ming's head. Su Ming tilted his head slightly, and the peachwood stick did not strike fatally but landed heavily on his shoulder. Although it didn't hit a vital spot, the power of this strike was still formidable. The pursuer's shoulder's equipment was almost shattered in this hit, with only 10% durability remaining. If it weren't for Su Ming's impressive physique, his shoulder blade would have likely been crushed. This was the first time he was truly injured after his rebirth. The battle is over. It seems to have ended. Feng Meng and Hui proclaimed in unison. Feng Meng's strike hit the target, and he relaxed, feeling that the man before him named Lone Wolf had finally run out of tricks. But just as Feng Meng let down his guard, Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes, enduring the intense pain in his shoulder. The Overlord bow was drawn to its full string. This transformation shocked Feng Meng, who hadn't expected this young man to have a backup plan. How is this possible? The two exclaimed in unison. At this moment, the distance was so close that even with the ultimate freedom technique, it was hard to dodge this fatal strike. Holy arrow massacre! 20 arrows seemed to be imbued with life, roaring like a swarm of furious missiles, rushing toward Feng Meng. Arrows danced, spun, and twisted in the air, mocking Feng Meng's helplessness. With a 60% critical hit bonus from the Overlord bow and a 25% critical hit bonus from the Holy Arrow Slaughter, nearly every shot carried a lethal critical strike. Under the slowing effect of the S-tier skill Paralytic Bite, Feng Meng's movements became clumsy. His steps were heavy, and his positioning stiff. At the same time, the overwhelming effect of true earth-shaking power swept in, making Feng Meng's body feel as if it were trapped in a quagmire, rendering even the most basic escape utterly unattainable. Just like that, Feng Meng's entire body was pierced by arrows, with anger and pain intertwined on his face. Current rating for the third trial, SS level. He looked up at the sky and shouted angrily, "You old geezer. How many more tricks haven't you taught me yet?" He mistakenly thought it was Hui secretly causing trouble, but he didn't expect Hui to look equally bewildered. With the assistance of numerous talents and equipment like Double Strike and Death's Dance, Feng Meng suffered significant damage. At this moment, Feng Meng's mental defenses had completely collapsed. Just then, Su Ming quietly unleashed the Hand of Plunder. Although Su Ming couldn't fully comprehend Feng Meng's talent, he knew that this ancient Chinese powerhouse's abilities were absolutely extraordinary. Ding! You used Plunder Hand on Feng Meng. Current collapse level, 50%, weakness level, 15%, current plunder success rate, 65%. Talent Plunder successful. Due to special talents Arrow of Precision and Godslaying Arrow, plunder is not possible. Successfully plundered the third talent. Remaining attempts, 0. Ding! You have acquired an SSS grade talent, Perfect Freedom. Talent level, SSS grade. Ultimate Instinct Technique, greatly enhances perceptive abilities. By consuming energy points, both perception and perceptive range can be further enhanced. Additionally, this talent allows the body and consciousness to operate separately, enabling reflexive movements in various parts of the body without requiring commands from the brain, significantly boosting speed and reaction capabilities. The plundered SSS grade talent turns out to be the third-ranked talent? Just hearing the names of the top two talents, never miss. And Godslaying Arrow reveals their extraordinary nature. Su Ming couldn't imagine just how powerful those two talents might be. Since acquiring the Hand of Plunder, this is his first time encountering an SSS grade talent and attempting a plunder. At that moment, his perceptive abilities became even stronger than when using the Silver Bird Claw. You sly old fox, so you're relying on this talent to fight me, huh? Su Ming chuckled softly, instantly activating Ultimate Instinct. His hair visibly turned white, clearly under the influence of the talent. However, the rapid consumption of energy was accompanied by a significant enhancement in perception, granting Su Ming an unprecedented level of insight into his surroundings. At last, he understood the secret behind Feng Meng's extraordinary sensory abilities. Obviously, Feng Meng's uncanny accuracy and masterful positioning all stemmed from this talent. What have you done? Feng Meng was utterly shocked to discover that the talent he had relied on all this time had vanished. Current rating for the third trial, SSS level. Su Ming coldly said, "So the rating has reached SSS level? I wonder what the rating would be if I killed you." Before he finished speaking, he summoned Overlord and Lu Wei. Facing the situation before him, Feng Meng's face turned ashen. He never expected this man to have yet another trick up his sleeve. This is no longer the point. The talent has already been obtained. Su Ming summoned Overlord and Lu Wei with the aim of speeding up the trial's progress. Ever since losing Perfect Self, Feng Meng's Peachwood staff posed no threat to Su Ming. Despite the intense battle, it was not difficult for Su Ming. His long-prepared ultimate death god arrow finally killed Feng Meng. In the final moments of his life, Feng Meng's face showed anger and fear, appearing twisted. Putting away the Overlord Bao, Su Ming felt an unparalleled sense of relief, as if all the pressure had been released. From a god's perspective, the enforcer seemed schizophrenic, excitedly recalling the battle just now, talking to himself. What's going on? Why did you call me over? Is this the strongest clash change dungeon in the Huaxia region? What's the rating of this trial? SSS? But his strength has far exceeded the standard for SSS. What are you talking about? Beyond SSS level? You should know, SSS level requires surviving for more than half an hour. Half an hour? He not only survived for 30 hours but also killed the gatekeeping boss. What did you say? The gatekeeping boss was killed by him. But the highest rating for this trial is only SSS level. Give him an SSS level evaluation. Additionally, after killing the gatekeeping boss, he must receive the ancient inheritance. After the orderer uttered his deep voice, everything was settled. Su Ming waited for a while after defeating Feng Meng before hearing the system prompt. Ding! Lone Wolf survived 30 hours in the trial, receiving an SSS rating. Ding! Lone Wolf dealt over 10% damage to Feng Meng, receiving another SSS rating. Ding! Lone Wolf achieved an overall performance rating of SSS in the third trial. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor Lone Wolf for successfully completing Houyi's third trial. Rewards obtained, job change fragment *1. It seems that just reducing Feng Meng's health by 10% is sufficient to meet the requirement. Even if I killed him, the rating would only be SSS level, Su Ming murmured softly, responding to the system prompt. This is not a personal issue specific to Su Ming. The reason the rating is SSS level is because the trial ceiling is set this way. When designing the trial, no one anticipated that someone would actually defeat Feng Meng, whose strength as an ancient warrior could rival that of an emperor-level zombie. Su Ming looked at the last profession-changing fragment in his hand. Meanwhile, the divine artifact sun-shooting bow on the bracelet had also vanished. In an instant, the three mythical fragments fused into one deep crimson scroll, exuding an aura of mystery and majesty. Job change scroll, Zongbu God, super divine level item. Upon reaching level 10, using it automatically changes your profession to the hidden class Zongbu God. Note, this scroll is bound, non-tradable, and cannot be dropped. This is practically Qin Shi Huang knocking on the door and outright win. In the previous life, Su Ming obtained only the legendary level Necromancer profession scroll. The level of the Zongbu God turns out to be the highest super god tier. In Su Ming's understanding, the rarity of super god tier hidden professions is likely even less common than the possessors of SSS tier talents. Unfortunately, the system has not yet unlocked the job change feature, and Su Ming's level has not reached level 10, so he cannot change jobs for now. Looking around, Su Ming discovered that after successfully killing Feng Meng, he did not leave the trial arena but was instead teleported back to the platform once again. What's going on? Logically, after completing the trial and obtaining the job transfer scroll, the trial taker should be teleported out, but why have they returned this time? Could it be a glitch? If they're really stuck in a bug, maybe they could write a light novel titled Reborn for 10 years stuck for 10 years, and 10 years later I'm invincible. This can't be restarted. Su Ming hurriedly checked the task information on the wristband, only to find unfinished items marked after the trial mission. It seems the matter isn't over yet. At that moment, the system suddenly emitted a notification sound, and Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor Lone Wolf for completing Houyi's summoning, defeating Feng Meng, and surpassing the triple trials. Please proceed and embrace the ancient heritage. At this moment, the three stone doors behind had merged into one, forming a stone door with gold at the top, red in the middle, and black at the bottom. Carved on it were the three forms of Houyi, God, human, and ghost, bearing a striking resemblance to the Mwangwi silk painting in the Star City Museum. Ancient heritage? Su Ming was stunned, staring intently at everything before him. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and gently placed his hands on the stone door. Fire, warmth, and ice intertwined, like a hymn of nature, surging towards Su Ming in turn. The door lightly opened in his hand as he stepped resolutely into a hidden cave. Inside the cave was a spacious training room, with walls adorned by mysterious murals. At the center of the room lay an ancient red longbow. Su Ming instantly recognized it as the sun-shooting bow, a weapon he was familiar with, though he still favored his own overlord bow. He had little interest in the bow but was deeply captivated by the murals on the walls. In the next moment, Su Ming was utterly shaken. The murals seemed to come to life, transforming into animations that narrated ancient tales. Houyi, originally named Yi, is a figure from ancient Chinese mythology. He possesses three identities: human, god, and ghost. During his life, he was a demigod, while after his death, he became a half-ghost, half-god king of ghosts. He once assisted Emperor Yao by shooting down 9 suns, leaving only one behind, thus creating the legend of Houyi shoots the suns. Houyi eradicated the 6 calamities for the world: Yayu, Zhaoqi, Jiuing, Defeng, Fengxi, Xiuxi, defeated the unruly Yellow Rivers, Water Lord, and rescued the river Luo goddess. However, he ultimately fell victim to treachery and was killed by his disciple, Feng Meng. After Hou Yi's death, he was appointed the king of all ghosts and the divine herald by Emperor Jun. The mural surprisingly revealed a piece of text, allowing Su Ming to understand the reason for his journey here. Hou Yi's soul was sealed within Hou Yi's cauldron, which became the source of the trials. All challengers must face 3 trials: the hero who shot the suns, the path to deification, and the king of all ghosts. These trials correspond to the most legendary feats of Hou Yi during his life. Only by perfectly overcoming these 3 trials can one inherit Hou Yi's power, and Su Ming had evidently accomplished just that. Can I really inherit Hou Yi's legacy? Su Ming wondered, witnessing all these transformations. He took steady steps toward the center of the training room, where the sun-shooting bow was displayed. Without hesitation, he placed his hand on the legendary divine bow. Suddenly, red light flickered. According to the rules of the apocalypse, such brilliance can only be emitted by super god-level equipment. Su Ming felt an endless surge of power emanating from the sun-shooting bow, so intense it was like swallowing an entire tube of mustard, stimulating him straight to the top of his head. He saw the bow's color change, shifting from red to gold, then to purple, blue, and finally green. Ultimately, the sun-shooting bow returned to Su Ming's hands. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor Lone Wolf for completing the ancient inheritance and obtaining Hou Yi's power. Ding! Hou Yi's trial has been completed. You will be teleported to a random safe zone in 60 seconds. Ding! Congratulations to Lone Wolf for receiving the inheritance reward, Hou Yi's sun-shooting bow. Reward, experience * 10,000, gold coins * 5,000, prestige * 5,000. Ding! Level increased to 10, gain 5 free attribute points. Ding! Talent, Hand of Plunder, remaining uses, 1. Ding! Lone Wolf has reached level 10. Unable to continue leveling due to not completing the class change. All experience will be accumulated. Ding! Lone Wolf has reached level 10. The body has developed antibodies, and can only be infected by the zombie virus when suffering severe injuries. A series of system notification sounds rang out, and Su Ming finally completed the inheritance. The next moment, his vision blurred, and he returned to the monitoring room of the Star City Museum. At this moment, the time in reality was still the afternoon of the 6th day of the apocalypse. Although the time hadn't changed, Su Ming's heart was filled with emotion. The zombies that had been besieging the area had disappeared, and it was temporarily safe here. After completing the trial, he received 10,000 experience points, instantly raising his level to 10. According to the system prompt, the leveling channel will temporarily close until the job transfer is completed. However, once the job transfer feature reopens tomorrow, Su Ming can immediately activate the scroll to successfully complete the transfer, and the level cap will be lifted accordingly. However, the reward seemed less impressive than expected. Besides gold coins, experience points, and reputation, there was only a Hou Yi sun-shooting bow, which seemed somewhat underwhelming. Su Ming looked puzzled, feeling doubtful. In his heart, is this supposed to be the reward for inheritance? Just this? He opened the attribute panel and carefully checked, finding no changes compared to before. Helplessly, he turned his attention to the bow in his hand. Su Ming gazed at the Hou Yi sun-shooting bow, a divine bow that was originally at a super god level but had surprisingly been downgraded to an excellent level. However, its appearance and tactile feeling still maintained a considerable standard. The bow's body was engraved with 10 slots, the first of which shimmered with brilliant golden starlight, while the other 9 remained empty, seemingly holding hidden secrets. Bao King Hou Yi sun-shooting bow, excellent level equipment, power sealed, can evolve, one of the 10 great artifacts of the prehistoric era, and the crown of the 10 great bows of China. Unique equipment, usable only after inheriting Hou Yi's legacy. The equipment has recognized its owner, Lone Wolf. It cannot be traded and cannot be dropped. This bow was forged using extraterrestrial mysterious iron in the 9 nether hellfire, its bowstring twisted from the sinews of a divine dragon, its arrow shafts made from the essence of sacred wood, and its arrow feathers taken from phoenix feathers. It was named Bao King because Hou Yi used this bow to shoot down 9 suns. Attributes: Strength +1, Spirit +1, Constitution +1, Agility +1. Active skill: Chaos, able to devour other equipment and evolve, unlocking new abilities. If it devours one of the top 10 renowned bows, it can directly gain the corresponding attributes and skills. Passive skill: Reverence, when the Bao King appears, all bows bow down. While equipped, damage received from arrow attacks is reduced by 80%. So inheriting Hou Yi's legacy means acquiring the sun-shooting bow? Devouring? Let me see just how strong you really are. Su Ming quickly retrieved those exceptional grade pieces of equipment from his wristband, piling them up like a small mountain before him. Without hesitation, he chose to let them be devoured. Sun-shooting bow, do you see this? This is the kingdom I've won for you. As soon as it touched the sun-shooting bow, the equipment transformed into streams of vibrant green energy, merging into the sun-shooting bow. You're ruthless. My wristband is almost emptied by you, and you actually devoured more than 30 pieces of equipment in one go. Suddenly, a mechanical prompt sounded in Su Ming's mind, ding. The energy devoured by the sun-shooting bow has reached the limit. To surpass this limit, it must devour specific equipment. Su Ming frowned slightly, speculating in his mind, specific equipment? Could it be targeting my Overlord bow? With some hesitation, he slowly took out the Overlord bow. Ding! Do you wish to use the Overlord bow to enhance the sun-shooting bow? After enhancement, the Overlord bow will disappear. Yes. Su Ming took a deep breath and made a resolute decision. The top 10 famous bow's Overlord bow in his hand instantly transformed into a dazzling golden orb of light and then completely disappeared into the crimson bow. Body of the sun-shooting bow. As the Overlord bow vanished, the third groove of the sun-shooting bow was perfectly filled, radiating a blinding golden brilliance. Ding! The sun-shooting bow successfully devoured the top 10 famous bow's Overlord bow and has evolved into a refined grade equipment. Upon hearing the system notification, Su Ming took a deep breath, his heart overwhelmed with indescribable excitement. Bao King Hoyi's sun-shooting bow, all 4 major attributes are increased to +3, and a brand new skill is unlocked, with 2 stars appearing after the name. Overlord's Forced Bow inherits all attributes and skills of the Overlord bow at +10 state and allows the sun-shooting bow to switch to the Overlord bow form. Under Su Ming's mental influence, the sun-shooting bow gradually transformed, eventually becoming identical to the Overlord bow. It turned out that the third slot on the sun-shooting bow corresponded exactly to the Overlord bow. The sun-shooting bow ranked first, and the Overlord bow ranked third, truly an eye-opener. This type of growth equipment is simply terrifying. With each weapon it devours, its attributes and skills can take effect simultaneously. Lu Wei's talent, Titan's Strength, allows her to dual-wield two-handed weapons, already strong enough, right? With the sun-shooting bow, Su Ming essentially has 9 more weapon slots than others. It's absolutely absurd. When the 10 famed bows are gathered, the visual is so stunning it's beyond imagination. Such a feeling of victory is indescribable even for Qin Shi Huang. It has to be an achievement worthy of his ancestors. Speaking of it, this sun-shooting bow is seriously insane, kind of like my hand of plunder. Su Ming exclaimed. However, among the 10 famed bows of China, even the reborn Su Ming had only heard about a few. But he remembered the upcoming first martial arts tournament. In his previous life, he could only watch as a spectator due to his insufficient level and strength. This time is different. Su Ming not only plans to compete but also aims to win the championship. Because the champion's reward allows one to choose any equipment, and that person had picked one of the 10 famed swords. Stowing away the equipment, Su Ming took a deep breath and decided to rest. In the final battle, he had fought against Feng Meng for a full 30 hours. Though his body didn't feel tired, his spirit was utterly exhausted. That's it, let's take a rest for now. Tomorrow is the last day of the newbie protection period. Use the current advantage in attributes and equipment to eliminate as many zombies as possible. Su Ming muttered to himself, deciding to spend the entire last day in the museum. Day 7 of the apocalypse, 12 noon. Su Ming woke up from his sleep and finally opened his eyes. The newbie period only has 6 hours left. He turned his head to look at Lu Wei beside him. After last night's evolution, she had already reached level 7. Meanwhile, the zombies in the museum had generally risen to level 7. Su Ming's level, however, remained at level 10, right at the threshold of optimal gains. This was a great opportunity to farm zombies while maximizing experience. He couldn't afford to miss it. Since he acquired the talent of effortless intent, he no longer needed the silver bird claw to enhance his perception. As long as he fully activates effortless intent, the range of his perception can cover the entire museum. However, the energy consumption is rapid, and his mental strength is still insufficient. After a whole day of busy efforts, they had almost eradicated the zombies in the museum. At this point, Su Ming's experience points were already enough to level up twice, but there wasn't any notable gain in equipment. Zombies above the boss level are extremely rare, consisting mostly of regular and elite zombies, with no valuable items dropped. In terms of items and consumables, however, quite a few enhancement stones were obtained. The sun-shooting bow is of excellent grade and cannot be strengthened with enhancement stones. Thus, Su Ming upgraded Lu Wei's legendary mask to +10. This time, there was no critical success during the enhancement, and it took 5,500 gold coins over 10 attempts, leaving the gold in the bracelet noticeably scarce. Disguiser's Mask +10, legendary equipment from the ancient battlefield, cherished by all its previous owners for its ability to conceal them from the world. Attributes, Strength +10, Constitution +5, +5. Special passive, when equipped, you can choose to hide your personal information. Unless the opponent is 3 levels higher, your identity cannot be revealed. There's always someone better out there, and Su Ming deeply understands this. If someone of the same opportunity is 3 levels higher than Lu Wei and reveals her identity, it might cause quite a stir. Before nightfall, Su Ming unexpectedly encountered the City of Eternal Stars team led by Lu Tianlong. Since he dealt with Huang Ding's group, Lu Tianlong firmly held the position of team leader. This time, Su Ming did not hesitate to join forces with them, successfully breaking through the encirclement and returning to the concert hall. Back in the safe zone, the long-standing tension dissipated instantly, and everyone immersed themselves in a relaxed atmosphere. Someone began to play the piano, expressing inner joy and contentment. The sound of the piano accompanied lively dance steps, releasing the elation of victory. Someone else, more rational, took out supplies from a resource capsule to silently replenish their stamina, or shared the spoils of war, awaiting the arrival of nightfall. At this moment, Su Ming, dressed in black, walked in, still an impressive man who drew attention. Although he had concealed the sharpness of the hunter's outfit, experts could instantly recognize that this gear was far from ordinary. The ghoul mask on his face made him appear even more mysterious, like a grim reaper, sending chills down people's spines. His gaze was deep and indifferent, as though he could see through people's hearts. "Vocal, you're so cool." This remark resonated with those around, who stepped aside to make way and nodded in agreement. Lu Tianlong also stepped forward, beaming with joy, and said with a smile, "Bro, sis, we're finally back." This was not said casually. The nearly 200-strong team had fought their way through with great fervor. But deep behind enemy lines, they were subjected to intense attacks from zombies, falling into a predicament. If Su Ming hadn't appeared in time to turn the tide of the battle, the entire army might have been wiped out. However, in this battle, Su Ming did not charge personally but conducted precise archery from the rear. In contrast, Lu Wei displayed extraordinary bravery, capturing everyone's attention. Su Ming looked at the noisy crowd and steadily walked toward the so-called main stage. The main stage was actually the trading area within the team. Everyone gathered here, conducting transactions through bartering. Su Ming had already made his plans. Although his drop rate wasn't bad, he was ultimately just one person. For example, in this trial, if not for obtaining that useless scroll from Lu Tianlong, this trial journey probably wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Although their drop rate wasn't high, there were a large number of them. Su Ming was curious about what treasures might still be hidden in the wristbands of these people. Although the items in their hands weren't particularly valuable, this group of 200 people mostly hovered around level 5, and they also carried quite a lot of gold coins. What did they lack the most? Not equipment, not items, but resource capsules. Su Ming discovered that with just one resource capsule, he could exchange it for all the gold coins in the hands of an individual. After today's battle, most of their supplies were depleted, while Su Ming had amassed over 1,000 resource capsules. These tiny capsules didn't take up any space, but for Su Ming, their consumption rate was far slower than the rate at which he acquired them. With the safe zones not yet open, everyone had no idea what the specific use of gold coins would be. Su Ming could exchange these resource capsules for gold coins to prepare for the upcoming battles. "Old pal, what's going on here?" Lu Tianlong looked at Su Ming with a face full of confusion. "Brother, I'm doing business here, could you help me shout about it a bit?" Su Ming smiled as he handed him a resource capsule. Meanwhile, Lu Wei quickly pulled out a pristine white cloak and spread it on the ground. Su Ming then retrieved a large number of supply capsules from his bracelet. Upon seeing this, Lu Tianlong grinned ear to ear and exclaimed loudly, "Brother, leave it to me, I guarantee everything will be perfectly sorted out. Everyone, look over here. I have an announcement." As soon as his voice fell, the previously noisy crowd immediately fell silent, their curious gazes fixed on Lu Tianlong, eager to hear what he had to say. Thanks to Lu Tianlong's assistance, everything indeed went twice as smoothly with half the effort. Su Ming slightly nodded in approval. Observing the growing excitement in the air, he took a deep breath, ready to begin his performance. "Are you still troubled by the scarcity of supply capsules? Still feeling helpless from gaining nothing after battling zombies? To solve everyone's concerns, I'm willing to share my supply capsules and trade with all of you. Whether it's gold coins, equipment, or items, I'll take them all. Last chance, last chance. Not for 998, but only for 888. Have I tempted you? What? You only have 230 gold coins? No problem, I'll offer you a trio grilled fish meal, it's a great deal. However, to compensate for my hard work, is it alright to charge you 30 extra coins? Oh, only 190 gold coins left? What, you still have 2 potions, so I'll cut you some slack. Let's say I take a small loss and give you 3 capsules. 60 gold coins? That's too little. Why don't you group your order with those few brothers from earlier? It might be more cost-effective that way. Ha? You have a skill book too? Let me take a look. This skill book isn't very valuable, so I'll count it as 5 capsules for you. There was no need for Su Ming to say much, the supply capsules seemed almost magical to these people. Su Ming's supply capsule superstore was thriving, bustling with crowds, and the lines stretched endlessly. Everyone was eagerly lining up to make purchases. Lu Wei carried 2 large hammers and worked with Lu Tianlong to maintain order. Su Ming sat leisurely on a small stool, a smile on his face, making a fortune. Business people always have their methods, but Su Ming, as a people's entrepreneur, didn't price goods arbitrarily. Within the soon-to-open safe zone, the price of supply capsules was clearly set at 100 gold coins each. These capsules were supplied in limited quantities daily and contained the same monotonous content, standard boxed meals. More importantly, there is a wide variety, ranging from the 8 major cuisines to beer and barbecue, everything you could want. Although the prices of goods vary, the average is also 100 gold coins each. If Su Ming sells it cheap, it's called goodwill. If Su Ming sells it expensive, it's called a mishap. With his strength, he could easily take it, but he didn't bully others relying on his power. Is there a problem with that? No. Su Ming's lips curled up as he watched the gold coin soar. In just half an hour, he exchanged over 400 capsules for more than 20,000 gold coins and even obtained a skill book. He experienced the joy of making money for the first time and even had the idea of becoming a middleman. Hey, do you want this? 1,000 capsules. Just as Su Ming was about to pack up, a grim-looking man pulled out a pitch-black scroll. The entire place fell silent instantly. Su Ming's gaze was tightly fixed on the scroll. The scroll appeared somewhat old, even marked with mottled bloodstains, as if it had just been stolen from a museum's collection of ancient bamboo slips. At a glance, he recognized it as the activation scroll for a hidden instance. Unlike the previous Star City Hospital instance, this scroll's instance resembled more of a battlefield for fighting against zombies. This type of scroll is extremely rare and seldom seen even at auction houses. Although Su Ming was inwardly excited, he tried his best to calm his emotions. It must be noted that 1,000 resource capsules are no small amount. Hey! 1,000 capsules. For this lousy scroll, our team lost more than a dozen brothers. The man's name was Heilung, dressed in mismatched superior-grade equipment, making him particularly eye-catching. However, he was not a member of Evernight Star City. As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of people immediately gathered, evidently the team he mentioned. As outsiders, they had just arrived here not long ago. Although Lu Tianlong had suffered losses before, he still accepted them. However, this group of people was only temporarily staying here and did not interact or act together with the locals. Despite the heavy aura of hostility they exuded, both sides kept their distance and coexisted peacefully. When Su Ming took out a supply capsule from his wristband, new thoughts began to emerge in their minds. This was their first time actively trading with the people of Nevernight Star City. 1,000 capsules are no small amount, Su Ming said casually. How about 800 capsules? Black Dragon understood that Su Ming might no longer have so many capsules in hand, so he compromised. 600 capsules. Seeing Su Ming fall into deep thought and hesitate to respond, Black Dragon made another concession. 500 pieces. This is already my bottom line. If you can't come up with this amount, you can offset it with equipment. The Black Dragon stepped forward, urging Su Ming. The two remained deadlocked until Su Ming finally broke the silence. I happen to have a piece of fine-grade equipment on hand. I wonder how many pieces it can be converted to. The Black Dragon was stunned upon hearing the news, shocked and speechless. He hadn't expected such good fortune. Su Ming selected a pair of discarded shoes from Lu Wei's equipment repository. The boots had a flamboyant appearance, with gleaming red leather radiating a unique blue sheen, characteristic of superior-grade equipment. They were the pair Su Ming would never dare to use, nicknamed Life Disintegrator, and hilariously called the Russian Roulette. Super Rocket Boots. With an alarmingly high malfunction rate of 1/6, they were truly a marvelous item. Activating them felt like gambling with one's life. They could explode instantly, become uncontrollable, or even launch into the sky, leading to a deadly disaster. Such marvelous items, of course, must be used to their full potential. The Black Dragon's eyes widened, fixated on the equipment in Su Ming's hands, his excitement surging like a tidal wave. Impossible to hide. His voice brimmed with joy and greed. This equipment is fantastic. It's worth 200 capsules. Do you have anything else? Originally, he only hoped Su Ming would offer a few excellent grade items, but now Su Ming had directly presented superior grade equipment. His greed skyrocketed, and he started making exorbitant demands for more. Su Ming slightly furrowed his brow, not because he disagreed with the price, but rather due to his dissatisfaction with the Black Dragon's insatiable greed. If the scroll exchange hadn't been incomplete, he would have acted already, but abrupt moves might result in the system reclaiming the scroll. Lu Tianlong, standing to the side and watching the stalemate, decided to step in to mediate. Brother Heilong, this high-grade equipment is indeed rare. How about giving me some face and settling for 400 capsules? Fine. 400 it is. Lu, I'll give you this favor today. Heilong agreed. In the end, Su Ming exchanged 100 supply capsules and the super rocket boots for that precious scroll. Dungeon, Typing Ancient Street, Legendary Consumable, Single-Player Dungeon. Once players reach level 10, they can unlock this dungeon in Star City's Typing Ancient Street. Su Ming quickly glanced at it, calmly stored it in his wristband, and gave no sign of surprise. Typing Ancient Street in Star City is not far from the safe zone, so going there tomorrow morning would be conveniently on the way. He and Lu Wei walked to the corner and began to enjoy their dinner for the day. After Black Dragon acquired the super rocket boots, he was overjoyed and started boasting. At this time, it was exactly 6 p.m. Su Ming had been waiting for quite some time. At the moment when the novice protection period ended, he activated the job change scroll, Zongbu God. The system notification sounded. Congratulations to Survivor Lone Wolf for becoming the first person in the apocalypse to complete a job change, earning the unique achievement, Pathfinder. The world announcement is about to begin. The announcement was something Su Ming couldn't be bothered to think about. In his previous life, even with only 1/3 of the Yellow Cauldron's fragment, he could still fiercely contend with himself. In this life, not only did he obtain a complete class transfer scroll, but he also inherited Hoi's supreme legacy. He couldn't wait to see just how powerful the legendary full-form Zanbo god truly was. Profession, Zongbu god, a mysterious existence in ancient Chinese mythology, ruler of souls in the underworld. Zongbu god is Hou-Yi from the Xia dynasty, who once shot down 9 suns with arrows, saving the earth. After Hou-Yi's death, he was honored as Zongbu god by the Heavenly Emperor due to his contributions. Attributes, with each upgrade, in addition to the regular 10 free attribute points, an extra 5 points for strength and 5 points for agility are awarded. Skills, when the character's various attributes reach specific values, Zongbu god skills are automatically unlocked. Ding! Your strength attribute has reached 80 points, unlocking a new skill, Explosive Spark. Explosive Spark, when successfully killing an enemy with the Sunshot Bow, deal explosive damage to surrounding enemies. Ding! Your spirit attribute has reached 80 points, unlocking a new skill, Necromancy. Necromancy, control deceased units to fight for you. Controlled units are invincible but can be affected by dispel skills. Ding! Your Constitution attribute has reached 80 points, unlocking a new skill, Shield of Darkness. Shield of Darkness creates a shield using the power of death. When the shield breaks, the damage taken rebounds to surrounding enemies. Ding! Your Agility attribute has reached 80 points, unlocking a new skill, Silent Approach. Silent Approach, move rapidly to an opponent's side. The speed and distance of movement vary depending on the amount of stamina consumed. Hiss! Even the experienced Su Ming couldn't help but marvel. This profession truly lives up to its name, calling it divine is no exaggeration. After completing the job change to a level 10 professional, the free attribute points for ordinary non-hidden professionals increased from 5 points to 10 points. Even among hidden professions, the extra attribute points have never exceeded 5 points. Take Su Ming's previous life as a necromancer as an example, with only 2 points of spirit attributes increased per level. In contrast, Zongbu Shin gains 5 points of strength and 5 points of agility per level, equivalent to the enhancement of 2 levels for an ordinary person. The 4 primary attributes have all reached 80 points, allowing him to unlock 4 brand new skills at once. Explosive Spark, Necromancy Manipulation, Lightless Shield, Silent Movement. Looking at the skill descriptions, Su Ming clearly felt these skills were extraordinary, and he was eager to test them out. At this moment, his level had reached level 12, giving him 2 more chances with the Hand of Plunder. With upgrades, equipment, and talent bonuses, Su Ming's stat panel attributes have reached an absurd level. Base attributes, Strength 127, Spirit 81, Constitution 86, Agility 122. This is even with Su Ming's 20 unallocated free attribute points after reaching level 12. Despite having a spirit value as high as 81 points, he decided to allocate all remaining attribute points to spirit due to the consumption of skills and talents. Just as he was engrossed in studying professions and skills, the tranquility of Blue Star's night was shattered. Whoosh 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 whoosh. World announcement. Survivor Lone Wolf has stood out in the apocalypse, becoming the first to reach level 10 and complete a class change. Awarded the world's unique achievement, Trailblazer, along with massive rewards. Does Lone Wolf's rise signal the end for other survivors? This world needs more heroes to emerge. Step it up, you underdogs. How dare you? It's that damn Lone Wolf again, I swear. When I catch up to you, I'll definitely kick your butt hard, shouted a furious survivor from the Lighthouse Country. There's no helping it, the free Lighthouse Country has as many as 100 genders, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. Damn it! Level 10? Job change? Investigate this Lone Wolf for me, it must be a descendant from our great cold underworld nation, a person from the Kimchi country roared frantically. Shao Li. The Black Death organization has already started infiltrating various places. We must act swiftly. Find the Lone Wolf and recruit him to work for us. That's an order. A uniformed leader walked out of the safe house and issued the command directly to Shao Li. Maka Paka. The little fairy slept quietly, a serene expression on her face. Su Ming calmly claimed the rewards. Claiming the Guide Achievement Reward, Reputation *1000, Gold *1000, Bracelet Storage Space expanded to 4.5 cubic meters. Title earned, Guide of the Apocalypse. Guide of the Apocalypse, the world's unique title, permanent, awarded to the first person to reach level 10 and complete a class transition in the Apocalypse. Attribute, all attributes permanently +5. When carrying the title, there is a 10% attribute suppression in battles. The recently obtained titles Apocalypse Guide and Ancient Greek God of Enhancement don't have outstanding attributes. Compared to the Go-Getter title, obtained by solo killing a Lord-tier zombie with all attributes +10, their value is almost negligible. He suddenly realized that the normal game progression should be to change professions first, accumulate sufficient equipment, and then dare to challenge boss-level bosses. It seems I overestimated myself a bit. Su Ming gently picked up a freshly brewed pot of Longjing tea and glanced around. Everyone quietly listened to the world announcement. After 3 repetitions, the atmosphere became subtle. Some wanted to befriend Su Ming, some wished to apprentice under him, and others sought to become sworn brothers with him, their admiration evident. At this moment, the Black Dragon's lieutenant returned with the team. When he saw Su Ming, his face showed an incredulous expression, then he softly reported to the Black Dragon. Su Ming glanced at the lieutenant. Heavenly vision? Shanji, LV7, no profession, S-level talent, heavenly vision. Heavenly insight, a top-tier talent that can discern the essence of things and see through opponents' weaknesses. It seems that the secrets between himself and Lu Wei are about to be uncovered. However, Su Ming doesn't care. These people's value has already been completely extracted by him. It's time for them to play their final role. Damn, it's the lone wolf again. Share some of the benefits with us too. Black Dragon's loud outburst shattered the tranquility of the concert hall, and everyone instinctively turned to look at him. He turned around and cast a deep and wickedly charming smile at Su Ming and Luville in the corner. Black Dragon said, "Mr. Lone Wolf, Ms. Zombie, do you agree with me?" Instantly, the entire room erupted in commotion. Lu Tianlong looked at the awkward situation, stepped forward before the crowd, and faced Black Dragon directly. "Brother Black Dragon, are you joking? Iron's personal info clearly states passerby A, just like you, both at level 7. How could he possibly be a lone wolf?" He paused for a moment and continued, "Moreover, Sister Lu Wei fought alongside us today. How could she possibly be a zombie? Why don't you take off your mask and let everyone have a look?" The hall fell silent instantly.